54. Welcome fans, aficionados, enthusiasts, interested parties. It is a new morning here in the desert, and we are glad you have joined us. I'm also joined by a couple of people here at the desk as we get some morning flyovers. I'll introduce them in just a second. But I will say it's been quite a busy morning, and it's been an eventful evening starting as soon as we went off air last night. So why don't I introduce to my left here on the far end, we've got Steve Taylor, who's the president of the Experimental Sounding Rocket Association. In the center is Chris Lopez, the director of operations for Spaceport America. Why don't we start with Steve? Introduce yourself and tell me a little bit about what happened.
The introduction was pretty good already, Cliff. So I just want to say that yesterday was an interesting day. We had a number of flights that got off, which was great, and we had to close the range early. We had the winds come in and really wreak havoc on both the both the compound, but even the padded areas and the volunteer support areas, and it was one of those things that I've never experienced before.
Yeah, we had, so those who were on the live stream yesterday, we had the shutdown early because of high winds, and we had to, scrub for the day, as we call it, and then the plan was to regroup this morning. But the winds didn't stop just because we went off air.
No, it did a great deal of damage, actually, to the large tents. This year was the first year we put the large tents up to cover the students, and you can see the flyover right now where we got a team in from Albuquerque at about midnight last night. They did a fantastic job going and repairing the tents, but the damage was significant, and you can still see some of it now. We've done things like consolidate teams into spots so the teams are getting to know each other a little bit better, and because there's a number of teams that their tents were just destroyed.
Yeah,
so
really getting cozy.
And it was I've never been in a sandstorm like that. I mean, it was one of those things where I couldn't even open my eyes at times. We hunkered down inside one of our tents that we were able to zip up and protect ourselves, and even then you couldn't see in the tent because the amount of dust that was flying around.
Yeah, no, there were cars pulled over on the side of the road, and it was pretty wild. Why don't we turn to Chris in the center here? And I know that you, Steve, and Chris have been working hard overnight. How many hours of sleep did you both get? About
combined or
yes,
that's true.
4, I think, was combined.
4 combined?
I think 4,
oh,
yeah. I mean,
great.
it was
So 2 and 2.
Yeah.
Oh man,
it was a crazy night and morning. Yeah.
So what did you experience, Chris?
No, it was surprising. So
A little higher on the mic. Yeah.
We had a thunderstorm down south of us that just really hit the area very hard. So what that created was what's called outflow, and that outflow on those winds, it's like cold air coming into the region. And when I say region, I'm looking all the way down to Las Cruces, Hatch, Truth or Consequences, not just our 18,000 acres here at Spaceport America. Those winds came into the Jornada Valley and just created disastrous winds. There were times that I could not even see the front emblem of my truck. From the driver's seat, could not see anything. It was very bad, creating quite a bit of chaos. We had evacuation orders in place because we still had teams in the range. We still had teams in base camp. We put together a response team with Ezra and just really tightened up the communications. Our operations team stepped up. IT team stepped up. Our security team stepped up. So imagine, the old adage, when you're planning for a wedding, you have months to do it. And then you keep going. When you're planning for Spaceport America Cup, we plan all year, and then we're ready and organized. Well, these winds, we had to plan for a Spaceport America Cup overnight.
Right.
And all the logistics, because those winds created such
crazy.
havoc.
Yeah, it was crazy. Honestly, we had so much dust on us that we were able to go over to the hangar and shower, and where the fire department showers, which was really nice. Actually, it was good to be able to get some of that dust out of every crack and cranny. So. While we were in there, the firemen were talking, and they said this was the worst they've ever seen it.
Is that right?
Yeah, so it was that significant, this storm.
Yeah, really significant. So let's talk a little bit about recovery. Just how do we get back to operations here this morning? And, has there been a huge impact in terms of our schedule for the day, and what does it look like?
Yeah, it definitely impacted the schedule. We had to hold teams a little longer before letting them in because we had to make sure that the structures were safe in the tents. The teams then, as they were coming in, we had to guide them because we had assigned spots before, but now you've got to take a spot and you got to share it, so right. Until we get the capacity for the tents up. So, and in terms of operations, the range is ready and we have rockets that are out on the range right now. So we're going to try and fly them as soon as we can get them going. And, we're concerned about the forecast for this afternoon.
Yeah.
So, I don't think we're in for what we had yesterday, but I think the winds will be enough that we're going to have to suspend operations.
Yeah, and that's pretty typical for afternoons here. The winds pick up and we watch it, and once we typically hit the limit, it doesn't come down until later in the evening.
Yeah.
Chris, you had some stats a little bit on recovery. I know we initially had some tents, right? And basically there were effectively no student areas that were safe under the tent area. But as we were picking things up, I know that the teams were working really hard, being the Spaceport team, the Ezra team here in the morning, and then also some student teams. So what do you got?
Well, to put it in perspective, we had 130 spaces safe for the students out there that we got up and running. After the wind started to die down a little bit, at 9 o'clock last night, we had 20 spaces that could be safe.
Wow.
To occupy. So just a tremendous hit. So that we went into crisis mode. As Steve mentioned, we were able to get our vendor out here to help with the tents at midnight to start work. So midnight
from Albuquerque.
From Albuquerque.
Yeah.
So
that's incredible.
From Albuquerque. So at 4 o'clock this morning, when we were able to confirm that 20 more spaces opened up. Well, that's only 40 spaces. We still have at least 90 rockets to get up in the air, which means there's 90 teams. All right, guys, let's keep pushing. At 6:30, we got 30 more spaces. All right, we're getting close. 70 spaces that are safe to occupy. And then finally at 7:15 this morning, we were able to confirm 110 spaces are safe to occupy. So from the Rocketeer standpoint, little inconvenience, but we know the Rocketeers are safe from the shade, which is a huge driver for those tents.
Right.
And consequently, we got the medical stats. We have evidence. Students are much safer. The distress calls for the heat exhaustion dropped exponentially thanks to the additional shelter out here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that.
That's why it's so important of going from just 20 tents all the way to 110. It just is tremendous to help the students stay safer. They make better decisions, and we see some great flying.
Fantastic. Thank you.
So, the one thing that I want to shout out to is the Ezra volunteer staff. They're ready, batten down the hatches. We're supporting the teams that were out in the field, getting them in from the field. Just constant communication and getting everything set so that students weren't in danger. We had to yell out of a couple of them to get out. You need to go, leave. Which was fun. But by and large, the volunteer staff that we have and the students were really compliant and really understanding the situation that they were in.
Right, yeah. And in fact, I think there were a couple of teams that offered some assistance, and according to my notes, that was Team 73 and 142. I'm sure there were others too, but those teams in particular came out to offer people to help and recover.
It's a shout out to the Canadian teams because they were both Canadian teams, and they came running. I mean, there's so much. The kids have so much energy, and I call them kids. I know I should be calling them students, but the energy they had, the willingness to jump right in, and we could have had more volunteers if we actually needed it, but we had a sufficient number with the two teams that jumped in to support the Ezra and the NMSA staff.
Yeah, that's really good. I was talking yesterday on the live stream about the teamwork. This is a competition, but once the teams arrive here, it's all about working together to help everybody be safe, get a chance to fly once they've got a rocket that's been declared ready to fly.
Here's a funny anecdote that there's a team that was sitting in the queue that's ready to go out to the pad, but they had lent a piece of equipment to another team that wasn't here yet. So, they were waiting in the queue, they're ready to go, but there wasn't any animosity. There wasn't, they're like, yeah, we got to wait for this team to come because we lent them some equipment last night. So it's just a example of the camaraderie that we hope we built. And it's not just local United States camaraderie, it's international. And getting to understand and work with the teams from around the country, it's one of the really rewarding aspects of this event.
Yeah. Oh, I totally agree. And so it's really, really great. You can just see a shot of everybody's favorite water truck putting down the water right behind us.
Hey,
I want to run over and get one. I've already got sun on my back. I'm hot, and it's not even 9 o'clock yet.
Trying to keep the dust down.
We can have that water truck come a little closer if you're too hot.
I mean, I wouldn't argue with it. We've got teams lined up already in the spectator area right next to us, and so, like you said, we've got rockets out on the pad.
Yep.
Any word yet on when we'll be ready to start this salvo?
Just as soon as they get the rockets racked, we're ready to go. So we're ready to rock and roll.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think we're probably just waiting for some camera footage out at the teams and see how the pads are sitting. You can see the red flag there in the background.
Oh, that's a good sign.
Yeah, that's a very good sign. We're getting close, and for those that
installing their igniters and ready, they're putting the ignition system together inside the motor, so that will light the motor. So condition red because everybody that's not essential personnel is already evacuated.
That's great. Do we have a yellow flag this year, or is it only green and red?
No, there's a yellow flag. The yellow flag is when they're ready to actually have the rockets go vertical and arm their electronics.
Got it.
So it's ready to fly. It's yellow, but then that means nobody else can come down to the pad. And then the red is when we install the igniters.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. So the other thing that we look for is that convoy heading back, and we'll know we're ready to fly.
Yeah.
For now, it sounds like we're going to head to a student interview. So why don't we go cut in with them and see what they got to say this morning?
Again, live on day 2 from Spaceport America Cup. I am here in the student viewing section where a bunch of teams are getting ready to view their rocket launch, and I'm here with the team from University of Western Ontario, Canada. You guys would like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Benton.
And I'm Liam.
Awesome. So tell me about your journey to Spaceport. How has it going? You guys had any challenges or anything?
So this year we're competing in 10K COTS, and we decided to fully do a carbon layup of our own tubes. And so because of a bunch of failures throughout the year, we ended up building most of our rocket mostly during the month of May. So this is a pretty new rocket at this point, and it took us a lot of failures to get here, but we're really happy.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you guys are here. So this is your second day. You guys were telling me that yesterday you guys were ready to launch and then it wasn't possible. What can you tell me about that?
So I can talk about that for a sec. We were ready to go in the queue, and due to weather, the group before us didn't even get to go. So our rocket was actually quarantined overnight through the windstorms, through all the dust. We got a little nervous when we were leaving and trying to drive off, as rocket was here. We had no way to know how it was doing, but got here this morning. Ezra obviously did a great job keeping them protected and making sure that everything was safe. So we didn't have to get re-safety this morning, and we were first ones out to the dock. So we're really excited to get going here shortly. So
cool. First one out. What time did y'all get out here?
We left the dorms at 2 a.m. this morning, and we've been here since 3.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's crazy. On our way over here, there was like a big line of teams just waiting. And we actually gave your guys' team members a ride because they were like trying to hike, so it was crazy. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you guys are finally getting able to launch. Are you guys, what are you guys looking forward to in that launch?
Well, for us, we had a failed launch last year, so we're just really hoping to see that rocket go really high.
Awesome. And what about like any goals for the future? Like, what are you guys looking forward to after this?
Well, eventually, I think with lots of teams, the goal is to make an SRAD motor. big goals currently with our COTS. I think we definitely want to go to hybrid. We've got a couple guys with lots of ambitions on the team. Specifically, Jess has been a huge part of the team for a long time. Kushi with the project management. Of course, we're going to lose her next year, and Dylan's got some great ideas with how to make a motor that could really carry us to 30K in the future. So really excited for what the future of this team can hold.
Well, I hope they come true. Do you guys have any shout outs? Any anything you guys want to say?
Well, we just want to say a really big thank you to everyone on our team, and especially all the professors and everyone at the university that helped us get to this point. Also, shout out to one of our sponsors, Wakewater, for keeping us hydrated throughout this, and also Ezra too for obviously organizing this huge thing for us, because we wouldn't even get to launch without them.
That's all. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, cool. Well, thank you guys for speaking to me. I hope everything goes well, and I wish you guys good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you guys. So I guess let's take it back to the booth now.
Queued up, so you were able to see them in the area there, and we're just waiting for that convoy to head back, and that will be a sure sign that we're getting ready to fly. I just spoke with the University of Washington team. That's UW SARP team. They are out in the queue as well, so go UW. It's my alma mater, so I'm a little biased, but we're looking for them. They'll be in the 10K COTS category, so we're looking for a good flight for all the teams, but we'll be watching that one for sure. Meanwhile, basically we're still looking at tent recovery. I can see down here at our tent city, it's looking a fair bit better than it was earlier this morning. And like we had just spoken, it was quite a disaster with those high winds and sandstorm. I know I was driving the car and I could not see more than about 10 feet in front of the car. So best I could do was put on the blinkers and go to crawl and hope I was staying on the road. Plenty exciting. Otherwise, it's a nice breeze in the moment, not too windy. Sun's coming up. The cloud levels, you see a few more clouds maybe in the background. You'll see some of those in the wider shots as well. But we'll be keeping an eye on the weather to see that stays as calm as we can, and hopefully we don't have any threat of thunderstorms in particular. There's our red flag, and teams looks like a lot of them are kind of standing by, which probably suggests to me they're waiting to get back into their cars and head back. Once they do that, that will again be a really good sign that we're pretty close for our first salvo of the morning. Yesterday, I think we got, I don't have the exact number. I want to say it's about 30, maybe 35 rockets yesterday. Remember, yesterday was setup day, so everybody's coming out to the pads. They're coming out to Tent City. They're getting set up. The Ezra team is getting all of the area configured and ready to go, and take some time to do that. So we don't get as many rockets on that first day, but here we are on day 2, and this is a full day of flying. The good news, even though we had that high wind and disaster, the teams have really done a great job. Ezra team, the Spaceport team, and the teams that helped contribute, so that we can be up and running and with really a minimal delay. So that's great news. And here's a nice overview that you saw of the pads, and it looks like most of the students have cleared out, so that's again a great sign. And so we're just waiting to see what happens. Yeah, you can see, yep, teams are there. I don't see a whole lot of people working on their rockets. Maybe they're just getting their final igniters. Okay. Yeah, I'm just listening in on what the latest status is, and still working on those last pieces. The teams are also, as I mentioned over here, not just to spectate and watch, but they're here with their telemetry. So there's a bunch of antennas that are going up, and teams with laptops, and they want to tie into their rockets and make sure they're actually seeing real-time data. Speaking of which, this looks like real-time data in meters for altitude of one of the teams. Do we have a team number? Let me find out. Holly, what team number are we looking at? We'll find out that information as soon as I get it. But once the teams go, we'll see that data go. So I hope we get a chance to see some live telemetry come in. It's really exciting that we can actually capture that data and get that on the screen. Most of the teams are trying to do that and record their max altitude, really watch the status of their rocket, make sure that it's coming down in normal conditions. And so I know that we're getting ready for what the launch order will be like and queuing folks up. So again, just kind of making sure we've picked up the pieces and that we can get ready to go. Okay, so why don't we cut over to Abby? We'll do another student interview.
Hello, once again, I am here at the student viewing section. I am here with the team from Queretaro. Hello, guys. Thank you for being here. What's going on? How are you guys doing? What can you tell me about your experience so far?
It might be off.
Hi. It's been a really good experience. We've had a lot of fun. We've been working for this project for the whole year, and I think we're ready for the launch, and well, we're all excited about it.
Awesome. Do you have it?
Yeah, so thank you for all this experience. I think it's one of the best that I have ever lived. So I think also working with all the team members, working hard, like it's amazing. It's amazing to have this kind of experience. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad you guys are having a good time. Is this first time here or?
No, it's our second time.
Cool. How'd it go last year?
Yeah.
How'd it go last year?
Well, last year it was a good year, but unfortunately we couldn't find our rocket. But this year, well, we are more prepared and we know we're gonna find it.
Cool. Well, I hope you all find it. I hope it doesn't stay lost out here in the desert. What are some expectations or something you guys are looking forward to this year for this launch?
So I think like Angel told that last year it was not the best experience. However, this time like we worked so hard like for a year. And we is going to be we are going to find like the way this going to happen and make the things come over. And yeah, it's been amazing to be here. And also we have learned about our mistakes. So I think it's the best part.
Cool. Well, I hope everything goes well. What can you tell me about your rocket? Any special features? Anything cool?
Yeah, well, our rocket, it's named Carpo. It's a 3.22 meter long, and it's inspired on the Indian Huichol Mexican culture. So all the vinyl graph outside, it's Huichol art, and that's really amazing. We're really proud about it. And well, we're participating in 10 cuts. We're ready for it, and that's it.
Cool. Yeah, I saw it at the convention center, and your guys' rocket is beautiful. Actually, I loved it. It's like one of my favorite ones I saw. Do you guys have any special shout-outs? I know you guys want to do a little chat or something. You guys want to do it?
Shout out. Okay, yeah, shout out.
Go for it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mexico! Mexico! Space Dragon! Viva Mexico!
Cool. All right. Well, thank you guys for speaking to me. Que viva Mexico, I guess. Let's take it back to the booth.
All right, welcome back. I love that energy. So I'm joined here by Nathan Aquilio. And Nathan, this is your first year as a volunteer with Ezra, yeah?
Yeah, it's my first year here. I've been coming to Spaceport the last 2 years from Rochester Institute of Technology.
Oh, nice. Okay.
This is the first year being a volunteer.
Awesome. And so you've been being a judge for teams. How many teams are you currently evaluating?
Yeah, so I have 8 different teams. 2 of them haven't been around, so there's been 6 teams here.
6 teams to watch.
That are ready to go.
And
so.
You're partnered with other judges in kind of a group?
Yep, it's a group of 2 judges, and we have 3 judges to judge technical reports.
Oh yeah, okay. How have the teams looked so far?
They're very solid teams. They have a lot of skill sets, a lot of different knowledge bases, and they really know what they're doing.
Yeah. What kind of do you generally ask them to explain their rocket? What kind of things are you looking for?
Yeah, so in general, you look at the team's feasibility to, in my mind, to use manufacturing methods correctly and to expand their skill sets to something they didn't know before. And then using advanced materials, advanced manufacturing methods, and then just the overall organization of the team. That's what I look at during
Sure.
judging technical reports, judging their podium sessions, seeing what their prowess is, and seeing how they can grow. Is what I've been doing.
Oh, that's great. And then I know this morning we were talking with Chris Lopez and Steve Taylor about the disaster that happened last night with the sandstorm and the high winds, and it destroyed a bunch of tents. So what have you had to do this morning? When did you sleep here? How much sleep did you get last night?
No, I slept pretty good, maybe about 4 hours. We're staying down at Las Cruces. We about 4 hours and got here about 5:45 and just helped whoever needed help. Going with the teams, going with other volunteers, and just fixing problems.
Were you just kind of helping them to direct to wherever they could find a spot?
Yeah, and make everything go smoother. Anything I could do to help.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Are there any teams that are currently ready to fly that you're judging for, or have they already flown?
None of my teams. I just talked to a couple of them in the pits today. I had 2 teams fly yesterday. One of them was completely nominal, very well done. Another team, they had a couple of different issues, but still had a beautiful flight. So we're 2 for 2, right? 2 for 2 on recovery. So.
Oh, that's good.
We're
That's
good.
great to hear. Yeah, we like to see that. We talked about the challenge of this competition in yesterday's stream, and the sense that this competition has really, I'd say, 2 major chunks.
Yeah.
The academic piece, which is the papers and the technical reports and all that, and then they got to come out here and fly and perform.
Yep. And it's a two-sided. It's a two-sided program where you can be a very good technical team, but you got to make it happen, or you can be a very good team to make it happen, but not have as strong of a technical report. So it's two-sided. You got to get the job done and be technically advanced, if you will. It's not just write a good report and you're successful. You got to make it happen.
Right. So let's see. Of the 6 teams, 2 have flown. That's right. And so there's 4 left to go.
Yep, there's 4 left to go. They're looking pretty good. A couple of them have a lot of experience. A couple of them are new to the competition.
Okay.
There's new challenges every year. Every year you'll have something different, especially with the weather, technical difficulties, especially in their program. You don't know what's going to hit you, and that's kind of what the industry is like as well. And it's going to prepare these guys to have a successful career.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Cool. So it sounds like we're going to cut over to an interview, and we'll see what that team has to say. Thanks very much for joining us, Nathan. Appreciate it.
Guys, I'm back once again, not even 5 minutes later, man. They just got me coming back. And I am here with the students from San Diego State University. Hello, you guys. Thank you for being here. What can you tell me about your rocket? Any special features, anything cool?
Yeah, I got that. So our rocket is named Tonatiuh, which is the sun god for the Aztecs back in San Diego. And right now, our rocket is very proud to be the shortest rocket out of all of here, even being shorter than Short King. And we have a really nice paint job that Miss Sarah did over here, which took a very long time to do. But if you have the time, come check it out. It's amazing.
Cool. The paint job, dude, that's cool. What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, it took me about 6 hours for 4 days straight, so like 24, 30 hours total. Hand done with Sharpie paint pens. It's all gold. It tries to mimic a sundial for Tonatiuh, the sun god. I did a profile of Tonatiuh. I did the face from a sundial found with the Aztecs. So kind of homage to our culture, San Diego State University, playing into where we come from and everything. So
That is so cool, actually. I mean, I wish I had that in me, So, what can you tell me about your experience here at Spaceport America Cup so far?
Yeah, so there have been a lot of delays here recently, but I think overall, over the past year, we've been working really hard and having a lot of fun here, just preparing a rocket, getting everything ready, and coming out to New Mexico to experience a lot of fun and interesting flights.
How have you guys been enjoying New Mexico? I know the heat is a little crazy. Do you like it?
I've been thriving in the heat, honestly. Obviously being inside helps. The tents are awesome. We were so scared. We brought our pop-up and everything. I don't know, I've been enjoying it. I love meeting other teams. That's been my favorite part, walking around with our teammates, just saying, oh, what are you guys flying? What's your motor? The international teams, that's awesome. So many different countries are here. We met people from Taiwan, Thailand, Scotland, everywhere. So it's been awesome.
Yeah, that's also my favorite part, like just getting to meet all these people. That's crazy, you know. So I heard you guys have a chant or a shout out, I guess you guys want to do. Y'all want to do it right now?
Yeah, sure.
Or you guys want to I heard you guys wanted to shotgun Red Bull. But it's 8:30 in the morning. You could it's a little crazy. There they go.
Red Bull, please sponsor us.
Not sponsored by Red Bull, but let's take it back to the booth.
Back to the booth. Welcome back. So I'm starting to see cars head down the road. You can see just a few behind me heading our direction. That's, again, a really good sign that we're getting closer to launching this salvo. Shout out to our drone cam operators. You could see the red flag there. We talked about that earlier, getting ready. You've been on teams before, so what's it like? Have you taken your rockets out of the pad before as part of the team?
Yeah, going out to the pad is it's when everything becomes real. Everything you're doing in the pits has been practiced before, and a lot of these teams practice, and get everything set up. But when you get out there, it becomes a reality, and when you're sitting out here in the bleachers here, that's when everything comes together and either goes or doesn't go. Being a team that's kind of on the fence, you might not know what to do over the pad, so we have a lot of excellent volunteers over there. But it just, reality strikes in, and if you're there, you're there. If you're not, we have a lot of good volunteers to help you out too. So that's another good thing about this event.
I would imagine emotions get pretty high when you're in that moment.
Yeah, especially being the team lead. I was the team lead in 2022. A lot more added stress when you're the team lead because you're in charge of managing people, in charge of making the mission a successful event. Where a lot of sub-team members don't have that harsh reality of, like, you're in charge, it's your team, manage it the way you want to.
Yeah, I can relate. As a former president of Ezra, I can definitely relate to that. And, lots on the shoulders of all the team leads here and our Ezra folks and everything. So, it does add to a lot more pressure. It's different than practicing when there's not that sense of urgency.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, for sure. And so you can see there, vehicles are leaving the pad area now. And so we're getting people out of there, and that's a really, really good sign. So we're seeing that road be busy. Teams flashing their lights. There we go. Good news. And I know we're lining up some teams for some other interviews, and we'll cut to them in a little bit. But meanwhile, I know that, we talked about the kind of tent city recovering. I think that's been pretty good shape. I think Chris Lopez talked about now we've got spots for all the teams.
They're doing a good job filling teams in. The volunteers, the guys from Albuquerque came in at midnight, I heard. So everybody's working hard to get the event back up and running and getting people out in their projects to be launched.
Yeah, for sure. And as soon as we start hearing that LCO cut in with the announcements, we'll know that we're imminently close, and they'll tell us who's going to launch and in what order. I know they're kind of queuing that up now, so we don't know, but we'll tell you, or at least we'll find out on the announcing system as soon as we do.
Yeah, certainly.
Let's see. We were talking about the weather conditions. Weather conditions right now are decent.
They were good. Getting here early, they were really good in the morning, especially in the desert. That's what you'll have is the desert conditions be less windy in the morning, less hot. Ideal for launching rockets. So the sooner we can get them up, the better. You'll have teams have a longer recovery period. Overall, more and even better morale. In terms of morale, as the day goes on, the teams kind of get down. It gets hot. It gets hard.
Right.
And the faster you can go up, the faster you can recover is only a good thing.
And you were here in 2022. That was when we had a lot of rainstorms.
Yeah, 2022 was a really difficult time because I think we scrubbed all of Wednesday, and nobody got to launch on Wednesday. The rainstorms really hit us hard, and we didn't really launch much on Thursday either. So a lot of teams were going on Friday and even Saturday.
Yeah. We really had to struggle to get everybody, but we did. I think everybody that was ready to launch, we were able to get into the air.
Yeah, we were on that early Saturday launch. It was a beautiful launch.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's fantastic. So here we are with more of our drone cam footage. And you saw that convoy, so we're still getting cars coming by here. That's excellent news. And so hopefully we'll hold steady and be in pretty good shape. Also, a reminder, stay hydrated. My mistake years ago was I didn't start drinking water till 11 o'clock in the morning and realized I was severely dehydrated, so that was no good.
It'll eat you up if you let it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, let's cut over to a team interview, and we'll talk to them.
Good morning, everyone. We're here in beautiful Spaceport, America. I'm here with William, who's from a community college. So introduce yourself, William. Tell us a little about yourself.
Hello, I'm the Chief Project Engineer on ACC's Moonshot program. So this is one of 3 community colleges here attending and flying at Spaceport. We are launching our rocket called Moonshot, 10K COTS. It's I believe it's the shortest rocket here at the competition. I believe it's confirmed by the round tabling or the tabling on Tuesday, so that'll be good. It's going to be a good flight. Nice wind, nice weather out, excellent day. Way better than yesterday was, even though there's a couple damage to the tents. We're happy and we're glad to be flying. I just wanted to give a shout out to SEDS USA, to our community college for helping fund a lot of the travel to come out here. That's super helpful, excellent. We wouldn't be able to do it without you guys. And then our excellent team right here. The team's everything. I wouldn't be able to do this by myself. We got Lou, we got Ethan, we got Theodore here, we got Matthew, Eddie, and we got a lot more at home. So hi guys. But I would not be able to do it without these guys. They keep me in check. So. Yeah,
definitely. So we were talking just a little bit earlier about your rocket. You were telling me something really cool about it. So just talk a little bit about that.
So our CubeSat payload definitely caught the eye of a lot of the teams at the tabling on Tuesday. We have a unique rocket. It's extremely light at 45 pounds dry. So we actually are able to fly it on a 75 millimeter Aerotech. That gives us the unique opportunity to, for a 3U CubeSat ballast payload, we actually hollowed out the center of the payload and we slid our motor through it, and that basically cuts an entire foot off the height of the rocket, cuts the weight down tremendously, and we can basically get rid of the entire motor mount tube as our payload acts as our motor mount tube. So a lot of teams really like that. I believe that's the first time in this competition that's actually been done, or something like that's been done.
Yeah,
so yeah.
That's amazing. And just tell us a little bit more about your journey here, like as a school, community college, coming here to Spaceport America.
So I believe the org's about 2 years old. Last year we were doing an L1 program, we're doing L1 programs entirely free of charge to students that wanted to get it done. And this year we decided to jump a little bit in the tree over to doing Spaceport. We didn't actually think that we would make it all the way here. We wanted to see what they thought about our bid. We're here and we came, and with the support of ACC, we're here and we're going to fly, and it's going to be great, I think.
Definitely. That's amazing. And is this your first time here?
Absolutely, yeah. This is our first time here, and we're hoping to come here many times.
Yeah, definitely. What are you most excited about for the launch?
I'm most excited for it to fly. We got 2 cameras on it. The onboard footage, if we can get it back from them, should be absolutely excellent. I'm excited for these guys to learn. It's a lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomores. These guys are going to learn a lot. A lot of them are transferring. They're going to take this knowledge on to their new colleges, and a lot of them are going to other teams at their community college that they're transferring to. So super excited for these guys to continue on with their journey, and super excited for get over here, these guys, yeah.
Do you guys have a cheer, like a community college cheer?
Yeah. What is it? Yeah. These guys are the dream team. This rocket would not be here if it wasn't for these guys. Lou keeps me in check. Theo's like a lot of the brains. Ethan does a lot of excellent work on the composites. We got our RF specialist here. He's getting it done. He's going to track a rock. And this guy is carrying the rocket back, because I can't do that. I can't lift that rocket. And he also does just a lot of excellent work on the.
That's amazing. Do you guys want to give any shout outs to anyone? Yes?
So I'd like to thank ACC. I would like to thank Jana McCarthy, who took her time to come out here with us, even though she's not our faculty advisor. Troy Jefferson and Amber Kelly for coming out here with us from Student Affairs. And then, of course, the entire team. We'd also really like to thank SEDS USA for providing us grants for our L1 program so we could learn the skills we needed to get here.
It's amazing. Well, good luck to you guys. We're really excited to have you guys launch. I'm sorry, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say good luck to Houston Community College and Clarkson Community College, correct? Houston Community College, if our rocket survives, you get to have our parachutes so you can fly. So good luck. If they're torn, don't worry about it. Don't return it to us. We're fine.
Okay, we'll take it back to you guys.
Okay, so all right, welcome back. The vehicles are off the road, and so we're still under those red flag conditions. Doing some checks on currently what our operations are at the moment, but we'll find out what the story is. Meanwhile, we were talking about the preparations for, actually the design of motors, right? We talked about commercial off-the-shelf motors.
Yeah, commercial off-the-shelf.
SRAD.
Yeah, we have a lot of commercial off-the-shelf teams, 86 I think it is, that are registered to fly, and that is our biggest category, and it's essentially the easiest to get into, and the most simple.
Louder.
Mm-hmm. We have other categories: student research and development, SRAD.
Check. Check. Keep going up. Check. I don't know if we'd have control over it. They said they can't hear it.
How much of the rocket do they design themselves, and how much do they purchase? What are your thoughts on SRAD versus COTS components from a judge standpoint?
Oh, I mean, from an overall judging standpoint, it depends, and you see this progression, especially with teams that may start that are new with commercial off-the-shelf motors, because they can focus on just to get a design for a rocket that's working, and progress in that maybe to either higher altitudes, bigger motors, heavier rockets, but all within that commercial off-the-shelf activity.
Yeah.
And the other aspect of that is they can really focus on the design and understanding of how their rocket specifically behaves, and not divert their attention necessarily to the SRAD element of their own propellant and all of that. But once they do take that leap, then it's a whole other, I would imagine, range of skills that are needed for the students, and you need probably a bigger team to be able to both focus on the design of the rocket itself as well as your propellant.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. There's a lot of subsections in our both technical reports and the judge podium sessions, poster sessions, that really provide an emphasis on SRAD components. It shows that the students can not only design the rocket but actually build the rocket. That's a big portion of the competition.
Sure. Okay.
New York. They're
Okay, so it
competing in the
looks like we did have a
30,000-foot
launch,
solid
and,
category. They are the Rensselaer Rocket Society, and their rocket's name is the East Coast Ghost. The East Coast Ghost is a white rocket trimmed with black, and they're going to fly it today on an N-class motor. They didn't list the exact motor, but it's going to be an N motor to 30,000 feet. Echo 3 is armed, and we're sending Rensselaer Polytech in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
I heard 2 stage, but don't hold me to it. We can get that information to you when we know it.
We'll find out. Those that can go to our website on soundingrocket.org, you can look at the teams list, and the categories of each team is listed there. So if you ever want to know, you just got the team number, you're not sure what their altitude was as far as their target is concerned, you can get it off our website, soundingrocket.org.
Yep, RPI in New York. A couple New York schools here this year. Some big ones doing some really good things. Really excited to watch.
Yeah, for sure. I love this drone footage. It just shows the whole landscape.
Moving back out to the two stage pads once again at Echo 2. On Echo 2 is Team 98 from the University of Texas in Arlington. They're competing in the 30,000-foot category. They are the Aeromavs. Their rocket's name is Prometheus. This is their first. Okay, we just got a hold, so we're going to stand by here for a second at LCO. All right, they had a GPS issue that's worked out now, so we'll continue. Prometheus is the Aeromav's first 30,000-foot capable flight vehicle, expected to reach near Mach 2 and 30K while carrying an SRAD flight computer. The rocket's 12.5 feet tall, weighs 16.6 pounds, and is flying today on the Aerotech N4000. E2 is armed. Range and sky both look clear. We'll send UT Arlington in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get it.
Looking for that smoke. Ooh, nice launch. Go, camera, go. Nice straight shot. And you can see from that smoke trail, pretty nice winds.
Yep, I spoke with this team at the sessions on Monday or Tuesday. They had a good team. I think they were going 30K cots. It seemed to have a good ascent there.
Excellent. Yes, we're just listening for news on how that flight is going. We've got teams anxiously waiting. All right, that's good. So anyway, Team 98, nice flight so far. Looking to get some news on whether their drogue and their parachute opens. We talked yesterday about the drogue and the main parachute. I hear the drogue call. It looks like we're going to try to get a replay of that last launch.
There you go.
All right, let's go out to the solid salvo. On Alpha 1,
wind conditions a lot.
we've got really Austin Community College, Team 8, Austin Community College. They're competing in the 10,000-foot category. They are the SEDS Austin Community College rocketry team, and their rocket is called Moonshot. This is Austin CC's first year at the Spaceport America and their first international competition. Moonshot is going up on an M1850. The rocket is just over 8 feet tall, weighs 22.5 pounds. Alpha 1 is armed. Good luck to Austin Community College and welcome to Spaceport. We're going to send your rocket in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, look at that. That's the camera shot we're looking for. Beautiful.
Nice and powerful right off the rail.
So what's the difference between some of these motors that burn very quickly with high thrust versus the ones that have a longer burn but a little bit lower thrust?
Yeah, so if you have your impulse off the rod, if you want to get off the rod as fast as possible, it depends on your rocket's geometries and features, and also depends on your
volume
mission.
check on the PA.
If you want to get off
check.
faster, it's always better to be faster. But you can't be too fast, you destroy the rocket. You also don't want to be too slow. You might not get off the pad.
Got it. Okay, I see. So it's kind of a trade-off in terms of what you want to accomplish, and
yeah, and we always did somewhere around 100 feet per second off the rail. That was always a good value for us for our missions, and it seems to work around that range for other teams as well.
Why 100 feet per second?
So 100 feet per second will get you quickness, and also, I can't answer that question completely, all right, but
it's got to help with like the stability of the rocket,
it gets the
right?
stability right once you lose the stability of the support rail.
Yeah.
So your stability is good when it's unsupported.
Yeah, we talked about
All
the
right,
rails. You
moving
can see
over
it in
to
this
Alpha
shot here,
2.
those launch rails.
On
with walk-
A2, we have Team 65. The New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology. They're from Socorro, New Mexico. They're competing in the 10,000-foot category. They are the NMT Mock Miners, and their rocket's name is Evader 1. The rocket is just over 8 feet tall and weighs 56.5 pounds. Alpha 2 is armed. Good luck to New Mexico Institute of Mining and Tech. Range and sky are both clear, and we'll send your rocket in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Looking for that smoke.
Oh, come on. There. Oh, and we got a Cato at the solid pads. Got a Cato.
Oh, coming down. Oof. That does happen. I imagine we may send fire trucks out for that one. Just to make
We're going to hold solids for just a second to do a fire check on that.
What would you call that in terms
the
of,
solids
you know, there's
just a
different
minute.
kind of ways we categorize.
Well, there's a couple things you could call that. A rapid unscheduled disassembly. That's a RUD. It's also could be categorized as a CATO.
Yeah. There's kind of a subtle-ish distinction.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for those guys. And you know how much they work on their project. It's really unfortunate to come out here and do something like that. But that's the name of the game. That's rockets. It's hard.
Yeah, it does happen. We've seen. I don't know if we've had one fin come off on this competition so far. Sometimes fins come off, and those definitely lead to those rapid unscheduled disassemblies, those reds. And it sounds like we're going to cut over to maybe a team interview. Okay, we'll cut to a drone shot for now. We may cut to a team interview shortly.
Okay, ladies and
Mike
gentlemen,
Crown is
please
on
clear
for
the road for
Washington,
fire suppression.
so-
We've got smoke at the solids pads. We have smoke at the solids pads. Please clear the road for the fire department to roll,
let's
please.
talk about what's happening right now. We're actually clearing the road, and we will expect to see fire trucks go out. So with the CATOs in particular, and sometimes the RUDs, the motor hasn't completely extinguished. And so there you can see that there's looks like still propellant and parts of the rocket that are burning.
Yep, it could be, and that's no good. It's not a good day, and luckily we have the emergency services out here to take care of that. The firemen.
Right. And exactly. I was going to say we do plan for that, and although we lost power out here, hopefully our cameras are still working. The part of the planning for this, and part of the reason we're here at Spaceport America, is they've got the facilities to provide
Yeah,
that.
and they do provide an excellent service, and we're lucky to have these guys around. They do a top-notch job. Every time I've been here, they've been ready for stuff like that to happen, and they always do a good job. They always seem very professional about their craft.
Right. And, you know, it's an important part of any rocket launch, regardless of where you have it. You've got to have some emergency services stand by.
And the emergency service, I mean, everywhere you go for rocket launches, anything orbital, suborbital, anything, you got to have the safety precautions. As large as Starship, as small as Estes rockets, you need to have your safety precautions out. And that's a big deal in this industry.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, that's really unfortunate for that team. But it does happen. And one of the things we always try to emphasize is that the teams, you know, do the best to learn from what happened and literally pick up the pieces.
Yeah.
And hopefully come back New Year with a better, stronger and team and rocket and figure out.
Yeah, you know, there's engineering. Everything you do out here is you learn from it, good and bad. Most learning comes from bad occurrences, unfortunately, but that's how you grow. That's how you become a better engineer. And I can tell you that firsthand.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. So hopefully the fire truck will get out there. Well, I know they will get out there, and they have very capable vehicles, and hopefully we've got footage of that vehicle doing its work when it gets out there. The firefighters here are well equipped. There's not only the vertical launch area here at the Spaceport America where we are launching from, there's also the airstrip and the horizontal landing area, if I call it that. And our fire truck and the fire department as part of Spaceport America is extremely capable and able to deal with fires when it comes to aircraft and those sorts of vehicles, as well as come out here and support, putting out fires for rockets.
Yeah, you're right, Cliff. As you can see out here in the camera here, they're out there doing their job. It's not a good day. It's just not a good day, and that's what I've been saying. It happens. I mean, you have good days and you have bad days.
Yeah, and exactly the fact that we've got people clear and safe. That's exactly what we want. We pull everybody back to a safe distance because these things do happen from time to time, and.
Volume check on the PA. Volume
you
check.
can see the truck is going and investigating to look for any potential brush fires or pieces of wreckage that may still be smoldering. And while we're looking at that footage, why don't I welcome in Alice Carruth. Alice, good morning.
How are you, Cliff? Yeah, I thought I'd come and join you guys. There's so much excitement going on here this morning. Oh my goodness, fire already.
Yes, it does happen from time to time.
It does. I always say to everybody, I'm like, you shouldn't get excited by Catos, but they are a bit exciting to watch. And at least the team will know that failure is not an option when it comes to rocketry. It's an opportunity for you to learn what
That's
went
exactly
wrong.
right.
And these things happen. It happens to professionals all the time.
Yeah.
Things get scrubbed last minute. I mean, we see that all the time with SpaceX, Boeing, and others. So they're going to learn from this opportunity and hopefully figure out what went wrong and come back to you guys with a good technical report on it.
That's what we would expect. And, I know our teams will have a chance to kind of debrief and find out what happened. Our judges will meet with the team and get their assessment of what took place and maybe even some ideas of what to fix for later. But, again, these things happen and it takes time to kind of investigate and figure out what the best course of action is.
Absolutely. I know you guys were talking about that incredible brush truck that just went out there and saying what a great team they are here. They are prepared for pretty much anything. We are about 45 minutes from the nearest hospital around here. So these teams are actually fully equipped EMT support as well. They're able to respond to anything from brush fires to house fires to anything with including aviation fuels. They are trained fully with all of that. So at least I think they probably feel like they're in action now. They can actually do their job and show the team what they do here on standby. They get to fully get into action.
Yeah, very true. So I know part of the protocol is, go assess the scene, make sure that it's safe. We're not going to just continue to fly rockets until that assessment is complete. And so we'll be kind of watching the status of that as it progresses. Take some time to work through that.
As you can see now, though, at least it's not on fire anymore, but they're going to assess to see whether or not there's any fuel spillage around it. We don't want to make sure that the teams that are going out there setting up their rockets are in any danger whatsoever. We certainly don't want to cause any further fires. I'm sure people are very aware that there is at the moment a wildfire going on about an hour to the east of us in Ruidoso. So we are very aware of the fact that we are in high wildfire conditions right now in New Mexico. It's very dry, it's very hot, it's windy, it's the worst conditions for that. So they're going to make sure that there's absolutely nothing out there that could possibly cause any sort of wildfire, which is exactly the sort of thing we don't want to see at this competition.
Yeah. And they stay right on basically hot standby, if you will. The fire truck is ready to go pretty much at a moment's notice.
Absolutely. As you know, they're fully FEMA trained here as well for any emergency at Spaceport America, which is really important for any spaceport, any airport. It's exactly the same methodology. So there is on top of the brush truck, I think talked about the ARF as well, which is an enormous truck that's based up at the horizontal launch area. That's seen at most airports or any kind of military facility around the country. And these guys are trained on it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They know exactly how to respond to anything like this.
Right. And so this team right now is assessing if they, for some reason, to escalate, we've got additional vehicles here ready.
On standby.
Right, and standby. And if for some reason we need to go more than that, which I don't foresee,
absolutely,
other resources we could pull in.
And the fun thing is they're actually one of our sponsors this year for the 2024 Spaceport America Cup. The emergency services are provided here at Spaceport America by Fiore. So we want to say a massive thank you to the team at Fiore for making sure that they are prepared for this event and keeping everybody safe and secure the whole time that they're here as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, Fiore has worked with us for years to provide the services that they do. Huge shout out to them. So I appreciate that. And, so, again, we're kind of waiting to see the status. I know the teams are over here still.
We've got a lot of teams here, haven't we?
Yeah, it is quite a crowd.
So we apologise if there's a lot of noise going on around them. They're very excited to finally see their rockets launch. Now, Nathan, I heard you saying earlier that you were a competitor at this competition before. Did you guys get a photograph with the R4, the brush truck? Because it's one of the favourites, I think, for most of the teams is to get themselves a photograph with some of the trucks here.
That's the first time I've actually heard that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah.
The 2 years I've been, we haven't done that, no.
I even caught one of the judges earlier taking a photograph of the truck. It was one of our judges that have come over from Japan, actually, this year, that was very excited to see the brush truck in action, so ran out and got a photograph as it was on its way out to the pad.
We have a number of popular vehicles. The water truck is one of them.
Yes, the water truck. What is it about the water truck?
I don't know. It's fascinating. Every time I see it, I want to go run in front of it and just get sprinkled down with water.
It certainly delayed my entrance today to get out here because it was watering the road out here. It's nicely paved all the way along the southern road now and has been since 2018. Before that, in 2017, the first year, it was gravel. It was a bit grim to get out here to Spaceport America for the competition. We had quite a few flat tyres, I believe, that year. Now it's paved all the way out to the horizontal launch area, but it is gravel all the way down to this vertical launch area. It's about 4 miles away, and it can get very dusty, which is why we have the water trucks out
and they do a very good job at maintaining the property, keeping the roads good for us, and just helping us out in any way we can.
Yes, big shout out to the maintenance crew here at Spaceport America, the facilities guys. I know Jay and Frankie and the team are probably watching right now. Big thank you to you guys for making sure that everybody here is looked after and the place is in good shape. Very important for everybody and making sure that everything works the way it should do. And they also maintain all those wonderful pads out there as well.
Yeah, for sure. I was just going to say we are ready to actually cut over to the booth and we'll do an interview and hear from the team.
Good morning, everyone. We're back here at Spaceport America, and I'm here with Mr. Harry Spears, who is the lead safety. So just introduce yourself a little bit and tell us a little bit about what you do here.
Okay, my name's Harry Spears, a.k.a. Rocket Yoda, and I'm the final safety inspector for the rockets. I inspect most of the rockets before they go out to the pads to make sure that they are ready to go. They've got the shear pins in, nothing's loose on the rocket, the motor's in, it's retained. Hopefully the motor's built correctly, which apparently there was a little incident. And I just try to make sure the rockets are ready to fly before they go to the pads.
Yeah, definitely.
Are safe.
That safety is definitely very, very important, especially with a competition like this. I was talking to you earlier and you told me that you've done this for a really long time. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Okay, I started as a kid back when all of this was just getting started. I think my first model rocket was 1966, flying Estes rockets, and then like a lot of us at the time, after when I went to college and started working, I got out of the hobby for a while, and at some point I got back into it. Discovered the high power side of it, got into high power. I make my own motors. I'm one of the SRAT motor makers, and started mentoring some of the schools. I work with I would say the vast majority of the schools in Texas. Not the official mentors, but I mentor several of the schools. And when this started up, I came out here as a mentor for one of the schools, found out they needed some help, and got drafted into the final safety review position. And I've been doing that since the first Spaceport Cup.
That's amazing. Well, right before we let you go, I know the weather's really hot, so hopefully you're staying hydrated and sunblock and all that. Yeah.
This year we're under a tent, and so it's not as bad as it's been in the past years. And I do stay hydrated because I know that's very important.
Yeah, and just before we close off, how did you get the name Rocket Yoda? It's so cool.
Well, my understanding is last year during this, Andy Berger, the executive director, was commentating, and they have you guys have a camera set up at my position, and so the camera's on, and you're seeing me looking at a rocket, and he starts talking about how I was his mentor when he first got started, and I've mentored a lot of students and that I was really old and basically a Rocket Yoda. and that stuck.
Well, definitely, it's a very, very cool name. That's all we have for right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Spears, and we'll take it back to the booth.
Hi guys, we're just waiting on some news coming from the pads right now. They're still looking and assessing what's going on there. You'll know as soon as we see that brush truck coming past us that things are doing well. So we're just waiting to see what's happening out there, and we'll get some updates to you as soon as we've got them. Right now we are dealing with a little bit of wind this morning. It's actually quite a welcome wind, wouldn't you say, guys?
I'm okay with this breeze.
It's nice to be here, but it's not good for flying rockets.
That's very true, but the good thing is we do have a very good weather station here that's monitoring the winds, not just at the surface level, but all the way up as well into that 30,000 foot range, so we know exactly what should happen to this.
Yeah, exactly. We know yesterday we showed with one of our sponsors, Honeywell.
Yeah.
Yeah, the I think that's the LiDAR.
It is, yes. We've got multiple here at Spaceport America to be able to maintain everything that's going on, so we know exactly what's happening right now. But it's actually going to be a cooler day today, guys. Did you guys know that? It's only going to hit about, 86 degrees is what the weatherman told me this morning. However, we are in the high desert. We are surrounded by a beautiful white sand that reflects that heat at view, so it probably feels more like 100 degrees for most of these Rocketeers. So here's where Rocket Mama will give you your constant reminder: go and drink some water, get some hydration salts back into your system, because trust me, you are going to dehydrate if you do not keep up with that today.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't familiar, that are watching the stream and live in different countries about the high desert.
Yeah.
We talked about that yesterday a little bit on the stream.
Yeah.
And the experience of how much water you lose and how quickly you get dehydrated.
Absolutely. So we're about 4,500 feet above sea level here. So it's kind of deceiving when you see the images on the screen because it's so flat and you see the mountains in the distance, but we are very high up here. So you to lose a lot of your water retention just from elevation, and then you add the heat to it, and it's a dry heat here. It's not humidity. We're nowhere near the coast, so it's like a combination of all three that really does make you very dehydrated. So if you're used to drinking 4 glasses of water a day, at least double it. And I always tell everyone, make sure you get those electrolytes and hydration salts back into you, because you lose a lot of that. We were talking yesterday about how much you feel like you don't sweat here. It's kind of an odd sensation, but actually you are sweating. It's just evaporating very quickly from your skin, so you lose a lot of the salt and potassium and magnesium in your system because you're sweating without realizing it. So you make sure you have to put that back into your system as much as possible.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I'm Rocket Mama.
Thanks, Rocket Mom.
You're welcome.
Nathan, did you have to deal with that with the team? It's keeping your team hydrated. Did you ever run into issues with people getting dehydrated?
There are some people that are really good at it, and some that are not so good at it. With any team, you have to manage correctly and assess as needed, especially with the hydration, as you mentioned. These guys, especially my team, we're up from upstate New York. You're not going to get this kind of weather in upstate New York.
No.
Nor Seattle.
Or Seattle, right? And
or London, where I'm from. So, I've had to
all
adapt
these different places. A lot of teams come from non-desert environments, and you just have to adjust. Like anything else in this competition, adjustment is critical for success.
I tell everybody the story that last year I adopted one of the teams from the UK. I always try and make sure I look out for them because it's such a different climate over here. So we had the team from UCL over here last year, and their captain was from India, and he kept telling me, I'm used to the heat, I'm going to be fine. He was the first one that ended up in the medical tent because he didn't listen to Rocket Mum. So guys, hydrate, stay hydrated, trust me. Even if you think you're hydrated, if you're not going to the restroom on a regular basis, you are dehydrated. Always a terrible sign for you guys.
Yeah, for sure. And actually Chris Lopez was on earlier, so he was sharing some general statistics, and I hope we can get a chance to get an interview with one of our sponsors, Mountain View Medical.
Yes.
And Mountain View has provided the medical needs for years, I think for all of our cops.
Yes, I believe so.
They are outstanding. They've done such a great job for us. They give us statistics on the number of students and other folks that they encounter with, generally I would say heat, not stroke, but heat exhaustion.
Yes.
Yeah, so they do IVs, they provide ice packs, they give water, and this year it's been pretty good news generally.
Oh, good. You're listening to us. I like to hear that.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing. The cooler temperatures, obviously, especially if they stay a little bit lower, this year makes a huge difference. I think in 2017, 2018, it was 105 out here, and that 10-degree difference is just, it really hits
It's brutal
hard.
because that's your air temperature, and like I mentioned before, you're getting a lot of heat from the ground here because we're in such a reflective surface. So it's not just the case of what the air temperature is telling you. It feels much hotter when you're out here in the desert. I mean, it's a beautiful terrain as we're seeing right now on these drone shots, but it's a deadly one as well, so we have to make sure we're conscious of that.
Yeah, it's really deceptive. We had a team from Seattle, actually, I think it was in 2017. Their rocket came down under parachute just fine. And sorry, I'm just listening to the announcements here.
Sounds like we might be getting ready because I can see some movement coming from pads. How exciting.
Okay, well, I'll just say, so we had a team that their rocket, oh no, that's a pickup truck. They, their rocket came down kind of in the background. It wasn't that far. They went out walking and they didn't carry water with them. And of the 4 people that went out, only 1 made it back. The other 3 they were all safe, but the 3 were staying under bush and shade. The 1 person made it back, and he was a wreck. And he said there's 3 people out there. They sent out the rescue trucks with the Fiore team and pulled them back. Everybody was okay, but it was a big wake-up call. And actually, they came back the next year. They had a checklist with every team member with a log of when they were drinking water, how often, and they made sure that nobody was,
Lessons learned. Unfortunately, some of them have had to learn them the hard way. Cliff, have you explained to people why you've got a crown on your head?
Well, I mentioned it, but
it's a beautiful crown, by the way.
University of Washington is my alma mater, so UW is up for the team launch coming up soon, we hope. So I've got my crown. I'm totally not biased at all.
No, I mean, let's be honest. If Cliff has any opportunity to wear a bit of gold, if you've ever been part of the Spaceport America Cup in the past, Cliff has always worn his gold jacket. Did you get to see that when you were a competitor?
I did. At least saw it last year.
We have a team Discord for Ezra, and somebody may or may not have made an animated GIF of me in the gold jacket.
PA volume test from the LCO.
Sounds like we're going for another launch.
Chris, if you can hear me, we'll go louder on the front side. Louder on the front side, Da Vinci, if you can hear me.
And we're taking a look at the launch control area. That's where our team are making sure that things are set up and prepared to push the button to say go. Let's go.
You said it's marbled.
Sounds like they're doing some audio checks as well.
Yeah, our PA system was down this morning, so that's why we missed a few of those earlier launches. There was a bit of a crowd reaction of, was that supposed to go off? It absolutely was. Unfortunately, the PA system where we were wasn't working, so we weren't alerted to it. These things happen.
Yep.
But hopefully we're figuring it out.
Said earlier, it's been a dynamic morning.
Yeah, I woke up to messages from the team at Spaceport America to tell me what had happened to the Haboobs overnight and the tent city. We talked about the weather yesterday a lot. It is a problem in this region, and that when Haboobs come in, they cause a lot of destruction. I'm thankful that nobody was hurt, nothing was damaged other than a few tents, which the teams worked so hard last night to get back up and operating. And it sounds like that PA system is back and working the way it should be.
Volume check from LCO. Is that better?
Which is definitely a good sign, to say the least.
That is a good sign. Yeah.
At least then we'll have a better idea.
I'm waiting for them to make the announcement of the imminent countdown, but
yeah.
I haven't heard that yet.
Back to you. Is that any better?
We had the team list yesterday of knowing what was going to happen when they called out the number. We need to see if we can find one of those team lists again today so that we can make sure everybody's aware of what's going on back home. It does switch around a lot. I saw on one of the commentary yesterday on social media, someone was saying, I want to know who's launching next. And I wanted to say, we do too. Sometimes things switch back and forth. We might have 20 different rockets on the pads. It's whoever's ready first sometimes. You've got to go with that methodology. So I could tell you what 20 are lined up. I couldn't tell you which one's always coming up next. So apologies to that. We are dealing with 122 teams, 1,800 people out here in the desert. It's a lot to maintain and manage, and these guys are doing an incredible job at keeping you up to date. I do like to remind you all that these guys are all volunteers.
Very true. Very true. I was going to mention too, with the pads, all the rockets are grouped together in one pad area. Well, not all, but all of the solids are grouped into one area. If you theoretically spread all those out, you could maybe do launches in some set sequence, or one at a time. We'd have way advanced notice, but it really doesn't work that way, and we don't have the land space for that. B, it's highly inefficient. So what we've done is we've created one large area. We load up to about 20 rockets, I think, in that pad area. And the purpose of that is, A, we can get all the teams out there together they've got support from Ezra, they've got support from each other if they need it, and everybody can get their rockets ready with the igniters loaded and then clear out all at once, and we know that everybody's safe and out of the area. If you had individual pads spread out all over, it's way harder to manage that.
I think we're seeing the brush truck is starting to move out of the area now, which is definitely a good sign. That means that they have deemed it safe. Once they're away from the area, because obviously we can't launch when the brush truck is too close, I'm sure we're going to start the countdown again to start launching. I mean, the good news is we might have been delayed yesterday with the weather, but a lot of the teams were prepared and came out early again this morning, and we are ready to launch. I think there's up to 20 rockets already on the pad. So
I think we have a fully loaded salvo, so that's excellent news. It looks like both of those trucks are moving out. Happy to see that.
Very happy to see that. And I understand that the hybrids are also making quite a few progressive moves today. So are we expecting to see those go up at some point?
I sure hope so. I know the hybrids are a lot more difficult to predict. There's a lot of just technical challenges and getting them ready and getting the rockets assembled, but then just kind of working through quite a complex set of procedures.
Yeah, and you mentioned the difficulty, Cliff. Hybrid rocket systems are a lot different than solid rocket systems. They need a lot more ground support systems, and that in itself is more difficult than even it's essentially you have a COTS motor, 10K, you have a solid propellant, and that's push button and go. But without these hybrid systems, you need all the GSE, you need all the support and all the knowledge too, and that's also very difficult.
And I think for a lot of people who don't understand, they've got to be able to keep the liquid side of things at a certain temperature. We are in the desert. It's very difficult to maintain that. So when they're starting to load up, that's a really difficult situation. I got asked yesterday, why do we not do liquids here? And I said, what's the temperature today? Let's think about this for a second. How difficult would it be to maintain your liquid fuel at this temperature the whole time? And they were like, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah. It's just not the best ideal situation for launching liquids at this time of year without all of the extended equipment that needs to go with it, and that's a huge investment for a lot of these teams.
So both investment in time and monetary as well. The universities need to have the proper individuals, instructors, and desire to do something as complex as liquids and even hybrids.
Yeah, for sure.
Competing in the 10,000 foot category. They are the SDSU rocket team. Icarus is the rocket. And let's see, this rocket's flying on an Aerotech M2400. They put Godspeed Stub. Actually, it looks like, Toliath. Toliath is the rocket. It's 7.5 feet tall, weighs 21.2 pounds, and will go on a Blue Thunder Aerotech M2400. A3 is ready to go. San Diego State is ready to go. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Get it.
Nice launch right off the rails.
Good ascent. That was a good ascent and good noise. It was great.
Yeah, I do love the sound of a rocket fire behind us.
Sounds good. Team is clapping.
They're happy. That's definitely a good sign.
We got cell phones out. I'm looking for the telemetry antennas. I'm sure they're here somewhere.
And watching these launches, the teams get excited when it launches, and then they kind of hold their breath a little bit until they see an event at apogee, and then they hold their breath a little bit more until they see that the secondary event, their main parachute go. And once you get the main parachute, you get good telemetry and good GPS signal. Then you can get excited.
Yeah, this weather this morning, obviously, it might be a little bit cooler, but we are getting a little bit of cloud cover, and we're still obviously early in the morning here in southern New Mexico, so the sun is a little lower, which does make tracking that much more difficult. It looks like we just had an event, though.
That's a good sign. I see that trail.
So next up will be Team 2.
And another thing about the events is even if you don't see the events, you can hear the events, both the rocket itself and the reactions from the crowd.
Yes, absolutely. You mentioned holding your breath. I think they also kind of hold their breath even after the main has come out until it's actually hit the ground.
And once it touched down, it's usually a good recovery.
And we're watching that come back down right now. We obviously want to make sure we've got clear skies before we launch again. And then, as I mentioned, Team 2's next. So we just heard that eject. That sounds like the main has come out, which is good. Although it doesn't look like that's the main. Is that still the
don't
drogue?
see the main yet.
Oh, that's the booster. And it's not under parachute. Oh, goodness. It happens.
Okay, that's hit.
It's down. That booster is down.
See that dust?
Okay, so it sounds like we're not getting the PA system coming across, so I'm going to do my best to relay what we're hearing. So we've got Team 2 that's coming up next, which is the Space Dragons rocketry team coming in from Mexico. I'm not going to destroy their team name, as I probably would do if I tried to pronounce it. But these guys came last year, had a bit of a problem with their launch, and so they're hoping to do a better job this year. We're counting down. 3, 2, 1.
Smoke.
Oh, we're seeing smoke. Here we go. Beautiful launch, guys. Congratulations. You can hear those cheers. They are so happy to see that finally they got a good, successful
good
launch.
speed off the rail right there.
Yeah.
Nice long burn.
And I can just say that they are actually mentored by a former rocketeer from NMSU, Connor, who's out there. Thank you guys for helping come back and give back to the teams. Oh, we're seeing an event. That's excellent to see.
Parachute out.
Fantastic.
It's a good sign. A very good sign.
I can't tell if that's a drogue or a main.
I can't quite tell either. It's a very bright screen here, so it's very difficult. So it sounds like that's a main that we're seeing right now. So that's going to take it a little bit longer to get down. So we're going to keep an eye on that, because obviously when the main goes out quite high up, it takes that bit longer to get back down again. It's just better than nothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It does mean that if they have good telemetry on the rocket, they will monitor that the whole way down, because they might have to walk a ways.
Yeah, walking in the deserts, it's not easy. Anywhere from a half a mile to 3 miles, I've heard teams do. It's not an easy experience.
Yeah, and especially here, there's a nice replay. There's limited roads in the area, so you can drive a car to kind of get close, but then you got to walk and you got to hunt.
And especially some of these rockets, 50 to 100 pounds. You got a team of 3 or 4 people, you got to just get it right out of the desert and recover.
Certainly not an easy task for anybody, and it just makes it 1,000 times worse when you're in this heat. So it sounds like we're going to be ready for the next launch. Team 130, which is the University of Pennsylvania. So a big shout out to my friend Liz, who wants to see them succeed today. So I believe it is the Space Odyssey rocket that we are going to be looking at from the University of Pennsylvania, Team 130. And fun thing is they're actually in pink this year, which Penn State's known for being in blue, but it turns out pink was their original color, and the team have told me.
University of Pennsylvania, different Penn.
Oh, different one.
Different Penn
See,
State.
this is why I need somebody to correct me, because as a Brit, I have no idea about the difference between these teams. So apologies, University of Pennsylvania. Let's hope you go.
2, 1, looking for that smoke.
Yeah,
there it is.
Smoke and launch.
And I believe the PA system just said
Great
this
ascent.
is their first launch of the Cup. Excellent. That looked really good.
That
Good
looks
ascent and
great.
good sounds.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but some cloud cover. You know, we have very few fluffy clouds up there, but when they do come over, they do cause a bit of a problem.
Yeah, it's a little challenging with the camera. We are monitoring the skies for cloud cover, making sure that's clear for the purposes of the rocket launch itself.
Yeah.
But sometimes these go into the shadow of the clouds and they become very hard to see.
It sounds like we're seeing the first drogue. That's a really good sign as well. So well done to UPenn. It sounds like WPI will be up next. I actually had them on my podcast a couple of weeks ago talking about their rocket, so I've got my fingers crossed to hear Worcester Polytechnic Institute to do well today.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's great. That's such a good shot here.
Yeah. So WPI are led by Annika, and I'm really hoping to see them do well with this launch. So we're hoping to patch that PA system back to you as soon as we can so you guys can hear what we're hearing out here in the field. It does make it a little bit difficult, and we're trying to listen into what they're saying and make sure you guys are aware of what's happening as well behind us. Three, two, one, let's go.
Nice flight. I don't know if you can hear that audio on the microphone, but you can tell how well these rockets fly.
Yeah.
Just that
Well,
sound
look at that.
is
We're
smooth.
look at that.
In meters.
In meters, which makes things very difficult. I have to go
Real-time
back.
telemetry.
Excellent. What a great feed to be able to see exactly what their altitude is. So they were obviously aiming for that 10,000 feet category. My mathematics.
I think that's about right.
Yeah, it's about right, I'd imagine.
And maybe they'll give some status of the actual state of the rocket.
That would be incredible. Well, it sounds like they're very excited down here. So let's hope that that's a positive cheer that we're hearing from WPI.
And I like to see their initiative taken to have live data on the screen. That's very good.
What a great way of informing not only themselves, but the people watching at home. Look, they're sharing a great amount of information right
And
now.
it really gets them that experience that you see these real space companies do on their live streams.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I love it when teams can kind of set an example of what could be done.
Set the standard, right?
Yes. Yeah. What a great initiative.
And the standard just keeps going higher and higher, and that's why we love this competition.
That's for sure.
So it sounds like we've got, Team 54 coming up next.
Team number 54.
They are the Lenoir-Rhyne Bear team. And
We're just listening in, so that's 10,000 foot category for this rocket.
Yep, and this was one of my teams I judged. They did an excellent job. I was very impressed with their work. The smaller team, but they had excellent skill sets.
So we're hoping for a 3 for 3 now of your team.
I hope so.
So this is your third team that you judged, is it, for this competition?
Yep, this is the third team that's launching, yeah.
Excellent. What a great opportunity for them. Could you tell us a little bit about what their payload is while we're waiting for that to go?
It was a more, it wasn't a releasable payload. I think they were tracking data of some sort in cooling systems, I believe.
Excellent.
Don't hold me too much to that. There's a lot of teams I judged, so.
Yeah, no, data is king when it comes to anything to do with space, as you know. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Yes, there we go.
Ignition.
And it's up.
It always amazes me how fast those fly.
You know what's actually interesting about that rocket? That's not a level 3 rocket. That's a level 2 rocket. They designed a 4-inch diameter airframe on a level 2 motor because their flyer record was only certified to level 2, which is kind of interesting when you see a lot of these level 3 rockets go up, but you'll have a handful of level 2s. You could still get to 10,000 feet with level 2.
Could you explain to me the difference between the different rocket levels? Because I'm sure a lot of people are watching our friends, family that perhaps aren't rocketeers themselves. Can you explain a little bit about what that means?
Yeah, so in NAR and both Tripoli, there's 3 different levels to high-powered rocketry. There's level 1, which is the lowest impulse, and level 2 is like the median range, and level 3 is the highest you can go in the National Association of Rocketry, and I believe Tripoli as well.
Yeah.
There are different categories for essentially how large of a motor you can fly.
Excellent. Well, it looks like they've had a successful launch with a level 2 engine, so let's hope we can get some good information back, good data collected as well from their payload, because that's what this is all about.
And this is the stage of the flight where it went up great, and then you see those events, and once you're kind of still anxious to get it on the ground and get it back.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, part of the scoring system is whether or not you can get a recoverable
And you have to
rocket,
recover,
right?
and you have to get the altimeter data.
Yeah. So we're just waiting to find out which team they're going to be launching next. As soon as we find out, we will announce it for you. So it's Team 107 that will be coming up next for launch. I'm just going to wait to see which team that is so we can let you guys know. As I mentioned yesterday, we number all the teams in alphabetical order now, so it makes it a little bit easier. So if you're over the hundreds, you know you're certainly a little bit higher up.
Right.
Here we go. Catalonia.
Right off the rails.
Vámonos! Listen to that. Oh, it sounds like we may have had a Cato or a RUD. Depends on who you're referring to.
Yeah.
A rapid unplanned disassembly or a catastrophe after takeoff. We like to use both those terms, but it looks like to me that at least some of the vehicle made it all the way up to apogee.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. It looks like maybe...
Oh no, it's coming in ballistic. It's coming in hot.
There's a piece coming in ballistic, meaning
Okay.
there's no parachute at this point.
So we're keeping an eye on that. The teams are watching it as much as they can and tracking it as it comes back down to Earth. It happens a lot of the times with, I think parachutes are actually the most difficult part, I think, for a lot of these
and
teams.
the ejection systems, you know, the thing with rocketry, one thing can go, and that's the name of the game.
Absolutely. Yeah. Here it comes. Great tracking by our camera operators.
Excellent camera work.
Yeah.
The challenge will be recovering those pieces because they impact so fast. They really dig into the dirt.
And I've seen teams go out there with shovels digging pretty deep. You talk about a 9-foot tall rocket, 4 foot of it could be into the dirt. They're going so fast.
Spin Launch also launch over here, and when they were launching their projectiles, which is essentially what it was because it hasn't got a rocket engine on board, they would dig quite deep down. I mean, we're talking sometimes tens of feet into the ground that has to be dug out. So at least these teams hopefully won't go that far down.
That's not.
But still, it does take some work, and then you've got to be digging in the desert heat.
Here we go. This is Team 146, Virginia Commonwealth University, that will be going up next with RAM rocketry. So we're hoping everything goes well for the RAM team. We are trying to listen to that PA system. It's quite difficult when we've got a lot of chatting students next to us who are very excited as well.
It's really good to see the students, their representation from these universities. They're just sheer excitement to be here, and that's a good part about this competition.
It's very cool to be right next to the teams because you really feel that energy.
Yeah, you're representing your university, your college. It's a special
Sometimes your
feeling.
country as well.
Okay, here
A
we
bunch
go.
of different countries as well.
3, 2,
Here we go, 3, 2, 1. We're going to get going. Let's see if that ignites.
I see
Here we go.
smoke.
We're seeing smoke. Here we go.
There you go.
A little bit of a wobble, a little bit of a side angle on that one, it looks like.
Seemed like a good ascent and a good smoke trail.
And so you see that heel over right after it gets off the rail. That's caused by the wind?
It could be the wind, the stability at that point in flight. You can also see it higher up in flight when you get those higher winds at the higher elevations. That could also affect the flight.
Right.
So it sounds like we've got Team 24 coming up next. So we're just going to wait to see which university that is. Team 24 is going to be next.
And we're looking to see if we,
Here
or
we go,
here, if we
Cornell.
had an event.
Cornell University, another New York school.
Yeah. I was talking to one of our sponsors yesterday that supports Cornell, so I'm sure they're going to be watching this on the other side of this area.
And they launched at a launch site up where I used to fly rockets. They always do a good job with their program. A lot of cutting edge technologies.
It's a very original rocketry team name.
That list of teams, the laminated sheets.
So we're just going to make sure we get a list of those teams in front of us so we're able to help you guys figure it out as quickly as possible, because it is so difficult when they're all known by their numbers and we can't always remember everybody's list and name.
It's 122 teams.
It's a lot of teams.
Very difficult to keep track of all these teams.
It is very difficult to keep track of all these teams. 4,
There we
3,
go.
2, 1.
Go Cornell.
Oh, goodness.
Looking for
Oh,
that
here we go.
sign of
I see
life.
smoke. I see smoke. There it goes.
Oh, listen to that sound.
That was a good shot with the sunlight there.
I think we explained it a little bit yesterday, but for those people who are just joining us today, why is it we launch solid rockets off of rails?
I can speak to that. Well, we launch every rocket off of a rail. The Ezra provides rails for the solid rocket motors, and the reason we do that is solid rocket motors have a really generally high rate of acceleration. I know some motors, the G-forces are really high, like 20 to 30 Gs. Very high. They're not all that high, but what we do want to achieve by the time the rocket has reached the top of the rail is that they've got a minimum speed for stability. Look at these teams. They are ready.
I say this is the Brazilian team next that's coming up.
Very, very excited to be here.
Yeah, those guys have had to overcome a lot because, you know, trying to get things brought over from Brazil, that's a very difficult thing to do. So congratulations to the University of Sao Paulo that have already made it this far. Let's hope they have a really good launch.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I love that energy.
Me too.
So as I was saying, you can see the rail here. The solid rocket, and any rocket, needs to have enough basically wind speed for stability and those fins at the bottom. So with the high acceleration of solids, we can provide a pretty standard set of rails for all those. You'll see that on the hybrids. Those are all custom student-built rails.
And those rails are then stored here at Spaceport America, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, between different launches.
And what's really good about actually changing topics here, if you look at the paint scheme of some of these rockets, have a higher contrast to find it in the New Mexico desert. It's
a really
important.
clever idea.
Oranges, yellows,
Yeah.
very high contrast between the dirt you'll find it in. It's easier to spot if you find something that goes wrong with your telemetry.
And it also looks pretty. I mean, we forget that actually all of the space industry needs everybody. We need artists as well. So we're counting down 2, 1, let's go.
Away they go.
Beautiful shot from the drone.
It's looking good. Nice, stable.
I think we have a very happy team bouncing around behind me.
We're looking for that even smoke trail, no wobbles.
So this is the moment where you see the teams go from excited to looking at their data, looking at their tracking, making sure the events occur.
Look at them hugging each other. I just love it. I genuinely do. What
Step
a great
1.
team spirit.
They got off the rails.
Yes, exactly.
Step 2, we're looking for that event.
There it is. There's that
you go.
event. Looks like the drogue is
Fantastic.
out. Is that the main?
Hard to tell. It looks like that might be main. It looks pretty big from here. I can't.
It does look
can't
pretty
be
big for a
sure,
drogue.
but
It's difficult to tell when you're looking at a small screen in front of you in this very bright light. But we're going off what we think. But it sounds like they had a good launch, so we're happy.
That's great. And so,
Oh, it sounds like our next launch could be a potential live feed. So this is a new competition as
We talked
award
about-
part of this last year.
pushing the boundaries.
Yeah, a live feed from the rocket launch. So we are
That's very
potentially
good.
going to be able to watch from the rocket the live
That'll
feed
be
of it.
amazing.
I mean, it is. To launch alone is one thing. To launch with a live camera on board is quite another. So if this doesn't happen, at least they tried. So congratulations to the University of North Dakota that's going to be hopefully getting that feed to us today.
Yeah, for sure.
So we've got Team 129 coming up next, Advanced Rocketry Club from the University of North Dakota.
And I've got cheers from the Brazilian team.
That sounds like they're happy. Now, they were telling me when I went round the convention center the other day that they had to overcome a lot of ITAR problems of getting their rocket over here. So they had to get some things made here in the US just to make it a little bit easier for them.
Oh, yeah. It's really a challenge for our international teams.
Yeah, it really is.
Okay, here we go.
3,
University of North
2,
Dakota.
1. And we're seeing smoke.
Boom. Oh.
Little wobble.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
See that wobble? It's held
quite a
steady.
wobble.
That was an interesting.
Not exactly sure why that wobble happened.
No, it sounds like we couldn't get the live stream from that. but we'll see, perhaps we can get it recorded and maybe shared with us later, because that was quite a wobble that we saw there. Maybe we can figure out if that was a wind wobble, because we just had a gust come in just as that launched. These things happen.
That's true. I wouldn't expect to see that much of a wobble, but we'll see if we can get that replay.
Here we go, look, it really did. There we go,
You'll
look.
see those upper winds. That'll do it
Yeah.
to it.
You think that would do it? Yeah, okay. That's impressive. I've never seen that much just from an upper wind.
I guess it depends on like the weight of the vehicle, surely, as well.
and also the off the rod velocity.
Yeah.
That'll do it too.
Right. That stability and how close the margins are.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
So we're waiting to get a bit of an update on that launch to see if we had an event, if we've managed to get that to come back down.
Okay, so it does sound like we'll move on.
Yep.
I do like the launch cadence today. It's doing quite well.
It sounds like we've got Washington coming up next, Clifford.
Fantastic. I'm excited.
This is where you really truly get to wear your crown when your team is up and launching next.
I hope my crown will live up to its name.
So that is Team 141 that's coming up next. It sounds like there's a live feed that's a potential on this one as well. It's having a few issues connecting right now. We are quite far away from Wi-Fi, so that alone is definitely a challenge.
Right.
But if we manage to get a live feed from this, I'll be really impressed.
Be amazing.
So they are the SARP Team Society for Advanced Rocket Propulsion. SARP.
You know, one thing about the University of Washington, they have not been in the competition for a number of years.
Oh, really? Did you put them off?
Oh, and there's a launch.
Wasn't my fault.
Here we go. Wow, I didn't get a countdown on that one, and that went
Sounds
so
good. It
quick.
went fast.
So quick. I think sounds like we've got another PA system issue with that. And they're hugging each other, so that generally looks like...
We've got the Brazilian team
we've got
watching.
the Brazilian
We've got the
team,
University of Washington team.
Yeah, there's a lot of whooping going on over here. No, that's
Very
the Brazilian
excited.
team that we just saw on screen there that are hoping that they've managed to track their rocket down with their telemetry system.
So, as I was saying, anyway, it's really good to have University of Washington back,
Yeah.
and they started the 10K COTS category, so they're kind of reforming the team
Nice.
when it comes to competing. So it's just really exciting to see that. We talked about that progression.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got new students that have done this before graduate and move on.
Yeah.
You've got new teams, and so how do you rebuild that expertise?
Yeah, it's difficult, especially at a 4-year, 5-year university. A lot of these teams are like companies. If you think of it that way, you'll get the same experience you would in a company, just at a less high of stakes.
So we've got the University of Louisiana at Lafayette coming up next. ULIFT team 119. I can finally hear that PA system again. So as soon as we get that countdown. What, ULIFT?
ULIFT.
Like U-Haul.
We lift, you lift.
Yeah.
We all lift.
We lift. Great drone shot of that launch pad area. So the Brazilian team is still tracking their rocket next to me as well. I'm getting very excited that they've got data coming in from that. So University of Louisiana coming in.
We're just listening in right now for the countdown.
I've lost count of how many rockets we've actually had launched today.
Me too. It happens very fast.
It does. I mean, it's so difficult to keep an eye on it, but we've had at least two stages that went up. I think we're up to nearly 10 of these solids.
Yeah,
already.
like I said before, it's a very good launch cadence today, and I think they're looking at the weather and they're saying we need to get these projects up.
Yeah. What we really want to see is have all these rockets get up in the air so the pads are clear and ready for the next load.
Yeah. So we're just listening into the PA system to get as much information as we can on this rocket. So this rocket is 10 feet tall. I don't think people realize just how large some of these rockets are. They look like such toy rockets when you see them on screen, but this is quite a beast of a rocket. I think they average, around 10 to 12 feet for most of the rockets?
That's approximately correct.
Here we go, 2, 1.
That was a
Wow,
quick
look
off
at
the
that.
rail.
Lovely, lovely, dead straight up. Dead straight up in the sky, with some of those fluffy clouds making it a little bit difficult to track when it starts to go towards the
See
sunlight.
if our camera can stay on it.
And I kept mentioning yesterday that we've got a great support from NASA Spaceflight, but we've also got great support on this live stream team from NMSU, and we've got volunteers from Ezra, that people that don't work as camera operators, that happen to be engineers in the aerospace field, quite a few of them actually, that have come and volunteered to do this. So it's
Yeah,
really
for
nice
sure.
to
And
see.
in fact, I was going to mention that. A huge shout out to the NMSU team.
Yeah.
We've got, I think, 4 or 5 volunteers that have joined the Ezra ranks to help us bring this live stream, and they are just outstanding. They're from the media team at NMSU, so it gives them the chance to have real world experience too.
Absolutely.
So we're just confirming which team this
It looks
is.
like 57. We've got MIT.
MIT in the house.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, great legacy team, as most people know. MIT have actually been off and on actually at this competition.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen MIT for a while, so
No,
I'm glad to
it's
see
been a
they're
while.
back.
Yeah. That's my boss's college, so we should give a bit of a shout out to MIT, because I'm sure Brandon will be watching and very excited to see his team launching today. And I think we spotted their license plate in the convention center this week. We were having a bit of a game with my kids to see where all the different teams are driven in from, and my daughter was very excited to see a Massachusetts license plate.
There you go. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, we're going to go to 67 next. Okay, we're going to the Oklahoma State University team, the Cowboy Rocket Works. It seems we had a bit of a delay on MIT. So 67 next, Oklahoma State University. It's armed. Oh, and we're losing a bit of a feed. Oh, okay, we're seeing one of the rockets come back down under parachute. Always a great sign. I'm sure Bill Hansen is very excited to see that. He's part of the team that manages all the recovery with the teams.
The nice thing is, looks like all the parts of the rocket are attached to that parachute too.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. And again, this is Oklahoma State University's. We have smoke.
Looking for it. We're looking for that smoke.
Okay. I would say at this point it's looking like it's a misfire. We're going to move on to another one. We'll figure out what went wrong with that, and hopefully they'll get a chance to launch a little later when they figured out what went wrong.
They will often attempt a couple of times, and I
Yeah.
believe each rocket has 2 igniters.
Okay.
So they will try both the first one and the second one in an attempt to get this rocket into the air. If that doesn't work, then
Here we go. We're going to reset that launch, and we're going to see if we can get the second igniter to go. Remember, guys, this is rocket science. Sometimes it's a little bit
2,
difficult.
1.
Here we go. Second chance. Oh,
Hope that it works, but I don't see any signs of smoke.
no smoke. Okay.
So we talked about that earlier, that what we might do then is, because we have all these rockets in the same launch pad area, we'll move on. This rocket is, deemed there's some technical issue that's preventing it from flying. We'll get the rest of the rockets up that are flyable in the salvo, and then we'll come back in carefully and investigate this rocket and
Yeah, but
determine
it's a
what the
good
issue
system
is.
to do that too. If you're doing a single launch pad, then you're just kind of looking at one rocket. If it doesn't go, then there's a lot of it's really
It
not an
introduces a
efficient
lot of
process.
uncertainty and
yeah.
Exactly.
So we're going to go to some replay now while we figure some things out of where we're going to be moving to next. We've seen some great launches today and some incredible camera work by the team. So again, a massive shout out to all of those volunteers and making sure that people at home and fans of rocketry are able to get to see some of this.
Oh, yeah. Well, and another thing to mention, while all these rockets are flying, teams are still going through their safety checkouts, and the process continues. So while we get these rockets into the air, all the teams that have been cleared to through the safety checks are getting their rockets ready to come out to the pad. So ideally, we'll have another set of 20 rockets ready to go. So as soon as this is clear, we will bring them all out, and we'll have the whole interchange again.
So
And
just to update everybody, we had like 32 launches yesterday. We think we're probably up to nearly 20 already this morning. So we're getting to a good amount of way through the Rocketeers. There's 122 teams here this year. So if our calculations are correct, we're around 50 teams that have probably launched so far. We've got about 70 still to go over the next 2.5 days really that are left of the
I would
competition.
hope if we can get a total of 90 rockets in the air by the end of the day, we'll be in pretty good shape. If we can beat that, even better.
Yeah, even better to get them up. Anything you could do to have a successful launch, and that's what you want.
I love these replays. And the different chemistry, depending on the selection of motor, gives you different flame colors, different, basically smoke colors, and all that.
Different burn patterns as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw some black smoke yesterday. Do you know what causes the black smoke from some of these engines?
I actually don't know the specific chemistry that causes black smoke explicitly.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you either.
No, it's okay. I just was completely wondering. I was like, that looks amazing. I just wondered what causes it. And then sometimes you get these beautiful bright red flames that come out the bottom. They're quite incredible to see.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
And then you get some that you can barely see the smoke coming at all. So it's quite impressive that they have such a quick burn that it stops and that propulsion continues to move the rocket in the right way. So it's amazing to see the difference between all of the different types and styles of rockets. It might look like they all are very similar and the same here, but they are very, very different and technically.
And what's very interesting about this as well is the variability to motors. A lot of teams come through, and a lot of teams need to get to 10,000 feet, but it's so much variability in how to get there. What their deal is, how they come through challenges, how they can solve their problems, and the end goal is 10,000 feet. But how do you get there? That's the real challenge.
Okay, so we're going to toss to one of the teams that have already launched this morning, Lenoir-Rhyne.
Hi everyone, welcome back to beautiful Spaceport America. I'm here with a team from Lenoir-Rhyne University, North Carolina. Welcome guys, please introduce yourselves.
Sure, I'm Caleb Knight. I'm an engineering physics major, or I was at Lenoir-Rhyne University. I just graduated. I'm helping the team out. I'm the team lead, and I'm going to Alabama, Birmingham for a master's in physics in the fall. I love what I do. I love these people. I love my team, and the team, because we're all working together, and we all love each other. And Demi is going to introduce herself.
Yeah. So, hi, my name is Demi Ramos. I am a mathematics major and engineering physics minor at Lenoir-Rhyne University, and I'm the payload team. And I'm just really glad that I've been able to have these experiences with the team, and I am going to be possibly taking over as team lead next year, so I'm very excited to see where that takes us.
That's definitely very exciting. Well, we were talking just a little bit earlier about how your team is made up of a bunch of different majors. That's so interesting because usually we only see engineering majors. So talk a little bit about that. That's really interesting.
So we have, I think, around 3 returning students this year. The rest are all brand new, and we have, very different majors. We have only 1 engineering physics major. The rest of us is mathematics, biochemistry, computer science, but we've also got psychology and criminal justice, business. So we have a bunch of different students coming from a bunch of different disciplines so that we are all able to bring something new to the rocket.
That's amazing. And just tell us a little bit about your journey here. Like, when did you guys start, getting the rocket together, things like that, and then coming down here to Spaceport?
Okay, so that's a really interesting story. So we started back in August of 2023. We were coming together. We had a lot of things to figure out as coming off of the previous year. We were a brand new team, got new people. Once we got those people integrated, we started learning, we started working. We had one of our teammates, Mike Gerbitz. He's a great guy with the learning how to build a rocket itself. Me and him, we built a lot of the fin can together, which is a part that the fins are on and the motor goes in. That was a really fun time. Then after that, it was around December time. We went to break, came back. Then we started designing the avionics bay, which is the electronics that help the rocket deploy the parachutes correctly. And I worked with my good friend Nate Orlowski. He's the main avionics lead of the team, and he learned a lot. We learned a lot, and we had a great time. After that, payload started coming up, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, it was and also we have an egg in our payload, so we'll talk about that in a second too. But main fun thing about that is that we also have a 3D printed nose cone. And all of that kind of culminated at around February, launched our first rocket, and it was successful completely. No mitigations. The only thing, we were a little low in altitude. Then again, we came back, launched during our final exam week, May 5th. And we had a nominal launch there as well. So we were pretty confident if we can launch a rocket during final exams, we can launch at Spaceport. And then after that, we came to Spaceport. It was a little bit of interesting how we got here. Our mentor accidentally missed his flight, and Mike as well. And they came here about 9 hours later. We were chilling in El Paso. Finally got there, and then we noticed we missed something. We got that ordered, got that in yesterday. Got our rocket prepped. After we got our rocket prepped, we went into the RSO, quarantined the rocket overnight, came here in the morning, got the business, launched. Nominal again, 2 years in a row, 2023, and so we're just so excited. 4 launches in a row, nominal, so we're very excited and we're hyped.
That's amazing. That's quite the journey, really. So let's talk about your rocket then. That seems really exciting. So tell us a little bit more about that. I know you wanted to mention a little bit about the payload. You guys have an egg. Let's hear more about that.
I'll let Demi talk about the payload, and then we'll go into more of the rocket.
So the main goal with the payload was to test the functionality of thermoelectric coolers, because in the past our previous run cam was overheating because we actually did a balloon launch earlier in this year as well. And unfortunately, we didn't get the resistors in on time, so that wasn't able to be a functional piece, but we did have everything set up perfectly, and we do have the run cams in there and running, and I'm very excited to see the recording of the launch, both from the rocket and from the pad. And then at the very top, we do have an egg and some foam, and we tested it on a K motor, and it lasted and survived the flight, so I'm very excited to see if he lived.
Yeah, so a little bit of a backstory about the egg. When I was in high school, our team did the shout out to my West Idaho high school team, loved them. But we launched eggs for the Team America rocketry competition. Basically, if the eggs broke, we got disqualified. So we helped create an egg system to survive. Didn't fail once out of 20 launches we did, and we launched it on a K motor, like Demi said, and now we launched it here. We want to kind of prove the process. It's very fun. It's a fun project for us. I'll go into a little bit about the rocket. Basically, the solar polar bear, main story behind that. Actually, I'll let Demi describe the solar polar bear, and then I'll go into the rocket itself.
So with the solar part, like I said, we launched during a solar eclipse in April for our balloon, and then polar because of the thermoelectric cooler in the payload, so having that cooling component. And then our mascot is black bears, so we just went with the polar bear because it fit everything else.
Yeah, and the color scheme, I'll talk about that too.
Oh, yeah. And then for the color scheme, we chose very bright colors this time. We usually choose our school colors, but I wanted something fun, new, different. So we have blue for the cold and the North Pole. Then it goes into like the orange and yellow for that bright color.
Yeah.
In the solar.
Yeah. It's definitely a fun rocket, I tell you that. Then after that, we have our avionics. I'll go into that real quick. It's pretty simple. We got 2 trackers. One's GPS, one's help find it with radio. That was our avionics bay. It has been 2 years in the making, and it's been refined over time, and we're looking forward to further refining it. Our fin cam, like I said, Mike Gerbitz, shout out to him, great guy. Hope he continues with the rocket next year, makes it even better. Fin cam was a chore to build, but a good chore, and it was fun. And we used fiberglass cloth to help for the fillet, so that was an interesting piece. And we were always a little bit under altitude for our test launches, and we heard from preliminary data that we were almost basically right on target, so we're really looking forward to seeing that data.
That's amazing. Well, it seems like you guys had quite the experience, building the rocket and getting here, obviously, and it seems like it was quite a fun experience, too. That's amazing. So tell us real quick your experience so far, real quick. Do you guys like it? How's the weather treating? Hopefully you guys are staying hydrated.
Oh, of course. So I'll go into it, and then I'll let Demi go. So I love it. This is my 3rd year being here. This is 2nd year being team lead. I love the people. Everyone's so nice here. I love the environment. A little dry for my taste, but I still like it. But the dust is the only thing I don't like. But I can stand the dust to watch rockets fly.
And coming from Florida, the humidity is my best friend, so I do have a severe lack of that over here. But because we're such a small school, we only have 9 members on our team, and pretty much all of us were able to go. And I think everyone's enjoying the experience so far.
100%.
That's amazing. Well, I'm glad you guys are enjoying that experience, and thank you so much for being with us. Back to the booth.
I don't miss the humidity. I like the dry heat.
I have to say, you get used to it. I like humidity, and my skin prefers the humidity, I'm not going to lie. But you do certainly get used to it. It makes it a little bit more bearable when it's a dry heat.
Right.
It's a definite difference. If you're in a humid heat and it's 100 degrees, you feel it on your skin a little bit more. But that's why I think this is quite dangerous. And I'm constantly saying this is your rocket mama telling you, get hydrated. Get that water in your system, get some hydration salts or electrolytes in there, because you need it, trust me. You've got to make sure you keep yourself up to date. Well, look, we're on a drone now. How exciting. Should we wave? Hi, guys. This is us.
It's over there. They're out there somewhere.
It's gone a bit quiet next to us. We were so packed. There were about 100 students next to us at one point. It got a little bit crazy. But, you know, we're waiting at the moment. It looks like we've got another round of rockets that are about to go and get loaded onto the rails. So I'm expecting we're going to see a lot more teams coming up next to us, and we'll keep an eye on that for you.
So the students do a great job at details, and they do a great job at the paint jobs in those rockets.
Oh yeah,
I love that. You know, we talked about it just briefly earlier. There's a rotation happening where we finish a bunch of rocket launches, those rockets get in the air, they come back down. Once the pad area is clear, then they will switch that flag from red back to green, which means they are ready to basically receive a whole new slew of rockets. The good news is seeing that trailer so full. Oh, that's good.
That's definitely a good sign. And can I just say what a great sign it is to see all those tents up and running again. There was a haboob that hit last night. That's a dust storm for those people that aren't used to living in the desert. And it was rough. My house got absolutely slammed. I can imagine out here it was even worse to be out here in the elements. And those tents, I think it went from being 120 spaces underneath them that were safe for the students down to about 20. So a massive thank you to everybody who got involved in getting those tents back up and running so that the teams have got a safe environment to work.
It's such a huge recovery for that. You know, it's great. Even a couple years ago, we were talking about the weather that was just horrendous with the rain. We had Spaceport America out here clearing the roads. It was just such a huge team effort to get everybody back out and flying as best we could.
Yeah, and I believe we've got an interview with Liz Vega from Visit Las Cruces, who's been waiting to talk to us.
Good morning, Spaceport America. I'm Stella, and I'm here today with Lisa from Visit Las Cruces.
Actually, it's Liz
Liz
Vega,
so
Visit Las Cruces, no problem.
Liz Vega from Visit Las Cruces, one of our sponsors this year.
Absolutely.
Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so I believe that Visit Las Cruces has been a sponsor for probably 2 or 3 years now, and we're really excited to be back this year as like the welcoming committee for all of the students that are coming in. We want them to enjoy their time in Las Cruces while they're here, so we give them restaurant recommendations, just things to do in the area during their off time.
A lot of hospitality.
Absolutely. We're all known for our hospitality. Bienvenidos to all the Rocketeers.
Awesome. And how long have you been working with Visit Las Cruces?
So total, I've been with Visit Las Cruces for about 6 years. I did take a little bit of a break and went to Virgin Galactic, who's another sponsor out here. But I came back this year because I'm just really excited to be involved with the space community. So glad to be here.
That's awesome. Could you actually tell me a little bit about Virgin Galactic, your experience there?
Sure. So I was on the communications and did some of their special events. So I was out here last year in their tent handing out some things. And it's a big recruiting event for Virgin Galactic and all of the other space companies that are out here. These Rocketeers, they're learning firsthand what it is to be on a team, what it is to, troubleshoot on the fly. So it's a great event for that too.
Could you actually, I'm curious to know what can students look out for as far as recruitment?
Yeah, for sure. So, just definitely sign up for any summer internships that they have going on at any of the companies. Usually they open them now, just have information about it. But they're really looking for people who are, team-oriented and can, just look at a problem and solve it. So this Spaceport America Cup is like a perfect opportunity to do that.
Yeah, a lot of students get the first-hand experience here, and they get to meet a lot of people, a lot of other recruiting. That's
Yes.
awesome. I'm glad to hear that you've kind of had your foot in for both. So
Absolutely.
you told me that you are a fan of rockets yourself.
Yeah,
What has been your favorite part?
I am a space nerd for sure too, and we also are involved with the Las Cruces Space Festival. So if you're in the area in September, come out to that. But I just love seeing all the teams that are represented like internationally, and it's about the journey. They're gonna have hopefully very successful launches, but it's about the entire year leading up to this and how they work together and created these amazing machines that are gonna go very high.
Yeah, it's a big moment, and you really can tell the dynamic of teams once you're here and hit the ground running.
Yes.
I'm curious to know what are some of the activities or events that you guys are doing while you're out here?
Yeah, so we started off at the Convention Center strong on Monday. We were out there giving out some of our swag, and then you're entered to win a T-shirt. So I'm actually wearing the T-shirt today. So the students who are the winners are going to be notified via email. And then we also did the ice cream social at the end of the day. So if you were able to, after you took the group photo, go get a nice cold treat from Visit Las Cruces.
Awesome. Thank you so much for letting us
Absolutely.
know on these really fun activities.
Yes.
I hope you get to enjoy the rest of your day here.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to be here.
Thank you. All right, back to booth.
Las Cruces. I mean, what a great opportunity. A lot of these teams are coming to New Mexico for the first time, to this area, to this country for the first time, and they've done a really good job of making sure that they know where to go and eat, where to go and experience things, because this is actually the birthplace of the US space program right here in the southern New Mexico. There's some great museums just down the road. They can go and visit White Sands Missile Range, where the V2 rockets were first launched, and there's a space museum in Alamogordo as well, so there's a lot of things to do while you're here in Las Cruces.
Yeah, and I think haven't they helped arrange for hotels and discounts and things like that for the team? So that
Absolutely. They are really good at making sure that people are welcome here. I mean, this area is very much almost like a Midwestern style approach when it comes to hospitality. Everybody here is very welcoming. They really get excited to see all the teams come into town. I speak to a lot of the restaurateurs, the business owners in town, and they all know when Cup Week's coming. They all get very excited, and they hope to show off a little bit of the culture around here, because we're very proud, New Mexico, of having good culture and amazing chili. And that's chili with an E, by the way, as in the fruit that can be very, very spicy.
Thank you for clarifying that.
I just like to make sure people are aware.
Because I don't like chili, but chilies.
A little bit different, right?
A little bit different. Yeah, it's a little bit different. No, it's great. Spaceport America as the venue is fantastic. The event itself is fantastic. But there's a give and take, if you will, in terms of the economic impact for the area, not only with the students coming, but just the participation from everybody and being able to come and see the event. It's really great. I love it.
Yeah, and we've always laughed at a lot of the hardware stores in town get a lot more business this week when people come into town.
That is true.
I can attest that myself. We a couple runs to Home Depot, a couple runs to Lowe's, Harbor Freight, all that. And, it's not a lack of preparedness. It's just a lack of knowing what challenges are going to face. So it's great to have the environment, great to have the people of Las Cruces. Great people. I haven't met anybody that's just been rid of that. It's good. Always a good experience.
I'm really pleased to hear that. I've lived here for 10 years, and they're very welcoming to people that are outsiders as well. I'm probably one of the few Brits in town, so I'm a little bit known as the crazy British lady that turns up. But I'm very proud of being a Las Crucean and a New Mexican, and I'm very excited to see that they get involved in this event and make sure that they welcome everybody here.
Yeah, for sure. We mentioned it yesterday on the stream, but I like to remind people, because we've got new viewers and all that. There's not many places in the country that we can hold this event. And it's not because there's not other areas to fly rockets that are big and open, but the infrastructure that this provides is amazing. Because you got 1,800 students. So the logistics of 1,800 students all in one place for a week, you need water, you need restrooms, you need medical facilities. We've got the fire and first aid sense, right? But also the city of Las Cruces is only an hour's drive away. People can stay there, get good rest for the night, and we've got access to hardware stores, good food, all those things that you need to help have this event really be successful. So I just love coming here, and when you look at all those criteria and try to find other places that this could even be held, there's not many.
And that's not even mentioning the controlled airspace above us. Now, did you know that controlled airspace, which is controlled by the Department of Defense, by the way, is about the size of the state of Connecticut above us?
I did not know it was that
yes,
large.
It's huge. So we are a tiny little blip on that radar. But behind us is White Sands Missile Range, which is where the controlled airspace is managed from. And of course, yesterday was a federal holiday. We were had the waiver through the Federal Aviation Administration, so we were able to launch until 6 o'clock. Today, that airspace is being controlled by White Sands Missile Range, and a big shout out to them to make sure that we are having access to that. They are monitoring what's going on over here and excited to see all the students launching. So I believe Cliff is going to take a bit of a break because he has been chatting to you for several hours now.
It's been a good morning.
Yes, thank you so much, Cliff. He needs to go and make sure he stays hydrated and make sure he's got some food in his system. It's one of those things you'd have to do, even if you're sitting down, you don't realize just how much you are perspiring and losing that liquid. So here's Mama Rocket going again, or Rocket Mama, whatever you want to call me. Go get that liquid hydration in you, go get your rehydration salts, and go and get some kind of electrolytes in your system. And while Cliff is standing up and wandering away, we are joined by another good friend of ours, Andy Berger. And we'll wait till Andy is all set up with his headset on. Oh, he's here. Andy, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're just waiting to see Andy in shot. And there's Cliff in the background as well. And Andy and I were laughing the other day. We were talking about this live stream. When he came up with this crazy idea a few years ago, I told him you were nuts. And I said, you're never going to be able to pull it off. And look how you've proved me wrong year after year. I like that.
Well, I did a technology proof of concept, and we were really bouncing back and forth between, do we go and hire a really expensive company to try to put on a professional live stream? When the first quotes were terrible, they were just so expensive. So I was like, I think we can try this, and it just exploded. Absolutely exploded since we've done that. We've had Logan Herrera, our live stream director, take on board, and he has turned this thing into an amazing content. So we're very proud of him, proud of the team, and there's a large team behind all of this. So you see 2 or 3 people in the main production area here, but there's a whole crew behind the scenes, and they were out here way before, actually Thursday, Friday time frame before the event setting up. So we were really proud of everything they've done, and I hope everyone out there is enjoying the final product.
Absolutely. I recommend people go and check out the social media pages, because I know they posted some videos of a little bit behind the scenes of how they were setting things up, and they did a really good job with that. So big congratulations to the team. Now, Andy, since last year, you've got a new title at Ezra. Do you want to tell us a bit about that?
Well, I've done a lot of different hats in the organization since 2017. I actually started out as just a general volunteer, a judge. Came in here and did some range safety inspections and tried to help out any way I could. Got real excited watching the students. I mean, this is the payoff in the end, is watching the students come in here and getting excited and watching their final projects fly. Just, that's the payoff right there. I mean, we're all volunteers, and it's an exciting standpoint. Year after year, I gained more experience, and there were new opportunities, so I stepped up into the director for launch operations. Did that for a few years. That was very exciting, and you get to the point where you start hurting people instead of actually doing stuff, and then bringing resources to bear when necessary in troubleshooting. And we stepped into the vice president role for a little while. Enjoyed that a lot, and this past year I took the position as a brand new position as executive director. All that really means is a very fancy title for the secretary and the guy that fixes stuff and generally does a lot of work year round.
The big boss man, as I like to say. You know, Andy and I, we've been going back for many years, and I've always done a really incredible job when it comes to this competition, and I just want to say a massive thank you on behalf of everybody of making sure that everybody's looked after while we're here, and that this place goes swimmingly. You don't realise just how much. It's a bit like a swan. Everything looks perfect on the surface. Underneath there's a lot of frantic.
There's a lot of firefighting, without a doubt. I'll grant anybody that, but we have a heck of a team. We have started out the first couple of years with a few dozen volunteers trying to pull this event off, and it was very much a challenge. And there was a few people doing a yeoman's 120 hours a week type of work. And this year we are we are over 150 volunteers.
Amazing. And it's great to see people like Nathan that's come back from being a competitor, now working in the industry, that's now giving back to students.
Absolutely. And I love being here. It's a great experience for both the students and even the volunteers. You learn something being a volunteer, you learn something being a student, and hopefully you can exchange some information, get contacts, and then exchange some knowledge as well, whether it be contact for companies, contact for just personal reasons. And it's always a great experience.
Yeah, mentoring is so important in this industry. And I was saying to Sierra yesterday, the newbies, the new volunteers this year have come in with some great ideas because you've been on the other side. And it's nothing against the volunteer pool that have been running it for years, but sometimes having that fresh blood coming in and saying, hey, why don't we try something different? I mean, can you talk us through some of the great new improvements?
It's always good to find and try new things. Getting new experiences, getting new levels of talent in is always a good thing. And it can only grow the competition. The competition, even the past couple of years that I've been involved, has grown tremendously and excellently.
Yeah. Can you talk us through some of those new things that these guys brought in this year?
Would love to. Our beloved president, Steve Taylor, calls all the new volunteers that have come forward this year and the previous competitors his freshman class. And I can tell you the amount of fantastic improvements that we've done are directly related to their feedback and to their actions. Registration a few years ago for the students, some of the students that may be out there listening to this are like, oh Lord, that was the worst experience they've ever had.
Chaos.
And so having one of those previous students who had to suffer through that, she came on board and said, here's how we're going to fix this. And she took charge. She recruited her own team. And from my standpoint, I see a lot of older, very seasoned, very experienced individuals that didn't have the drive and desire and intelligence, all of that to knock that project out. And that was the best part that happened in that first couple of days was registration went so smooth this year. And that's just one thing. Merchandise store sales, Amin Khan, again, another fantastic new volunteer, took over merchandise for us this year. And they're telling us, I'm an old guy. I look at the merchandise going, well, I bet that would sell good and that should look good. And the stuff that I'm picking, the kids are coming in going, no, that's not going to do it. And the stuff they picked, gone, sold out. So just a few of the little things that have been happening here. And again, every year that we get more competitors who have graduated and gone on to industry who want to give back, if you'd like a blue shirt, I have one your size. So contact Esra anytime.
Absolutely. And of course, I have to mention that these guys are complete volunteers. They are not paid to be out here. Some people have had to take vacation from their jobs to be able to come out and support this event. And some jobs have been really great at giving them volunteer hours as well. So a big thank you to those companies that recognise how important this is for the future generations. But a huge, huge thank you to all these volunteers and making sure that this event goes and improves every year. And if you want to get involved with it in future years, how do they get in touch with you?
So we do have a website. It is soundingrocket.org. And on it, if you go to the far right menu, and there is a section in the About that you can volunteer. So that's the easiest way, and there's a little form you fill out. Takes 2 seconds, or contact us. Either way, we'll get you pointed in the right direction. We have a lot of volunteers that like to join at the last second, right before the cup. We'll certainly take you. We're not turning anyone away, but this event is very busy from October all the way through the school year, and we're supporting the students. These students are designing, building, testing, rebuilding, redesigning. So it's a very, very thorough process, and it takes a lot of resources to help guide, mentor, and ensure that they're on track to have a successful launch out here. That's the reason we have 122 teams this year, and we're chewing through the launches as we speak.
And Nathan, you've been a judge this year, and obviously judging doesn't just start this week of the event, does it? Did you get involved in the technical papers as well?
Yeah, so we get about a month and a half, 2 months to really dig through those technical reports. Each judge gets between 4 to 8 teams, and they're assigned pretty randomly. So it's actually really interesting. You could get a lot of different teams, a lot of different propulsion types that you're not really used to. So it also lets you do some research into what they're really talking about, and then for your own knowledge. You just really dig into those technical reports, how good of their engineering is, what are they lacking, and it's really fine-tooth comb kind of activities.
Yeah, great. It's a really great opportunity when you volunteer for an event like this, no matter where you are in your career. As somebody who's recently graduated and now early in your career, I'm sure you're learning things that you can take away from this. And then there's people, veterans like us, Andy, that have been doing this for a while, that just want to give back and make sure that the future generations are able to continue to do this. And we're learning from you as well. So it's really wonderful to see everybody getting involved in this, and what a great opportunity for them as well.
Absolutely. We love to call this sort of the Olympics of rocketry competition.
I call it the NCAA.
Okay, that'll work. That's
well, it
even
works,
better.
right? Well, because, university students over here in this country, and I've lived here for 10 years, get tons and tons of fans when it comes to college sports. But these guys are just as good, just the academia version of it. And in fact, majority of them are going to end up in careers in aerospace compared to those that end up in professional sports people is a huge difference. So I want to see this to be one day up there in equivalent. We should be having the WAC tournaments of rocketry and others. That's the big one around here for our local area. But, I want to see that kind of level, and I have made sure that the local teams get that much of a cheer. We have the Chili Cup that goes on between the local teams that are local to Spaceport America. That's UNM, who launched yesterday, New Mexico State University, UTEP, and the New Mexico Miners, which is based in the middle of the state. So, we try and encourage them because we want to show off the local talent here. And I throw the gauntlet down at all of the other countries and states to do their own little local awards to help support their teams as well, because I think that's a really good opportunity. Like you were saying, we've got an interview lined up for it, from Purdue Space. So they launched yesterday, I believe, so it'd be really great to hear how their recovery went.
Hello, you guys. Welcome back. I'm Abigail Salas, and I'm coming live from the interview booth. I'm here with Jordan and Kyle from Protospace MFG. So you guys, tell me what you guys are doing here. Why are you sponsoring? What is Protospace MFG?
So Protospace MFG is the world's fastest aerospace and defense supplier, making parts in 2 to 3 business days. And we're here to sponsor the competition because we love student innovation and being able to be here and support the teams in their rocket missions, making custom parts, and really just seeing what they're able to accomplish is why we're here. And basically, these folks are the folks that are going to industry to carry technology forward, and we're happy to play a small part in that.
That's so cool. So how did you guys get involved in this whole thing? Do you know?
Yeah, it's actually a cool story. I used to work with Logan through work and stuff. And he called me last summer. 2 summers ago, with the idea of whether or not we could sponsor this competition because he had known what we had done. And we do similar work with the University Rover Challenge. So I brought it to our marketing department at our company, and because they're so great, they were like, let's do it. So here we are.
Cool. So how's your guys' experience been so far? Like out there, y'all have been talking to students and stuff. What's that been like?
It's hard to describe, honestly, because it's so amazing what these students are able to accomplish and how dedicated they are to this journey on top of their full-time studies, that it's really impressive to see like the ingenuity and the teamwork that some of these teams do, because you have teams that are ranging from like 20 to 60 plus members in size. So organizing that many people to solve these technical challenges that they are and maintaining like great communication, and again on top of a full-time engineering workload or whatever courses they're taking, is just astonishing, honestly.
Yeah, that I have noticed that too. Like they just take on so much here in this competition. So like are you guys doing like any recruiting or anything out here, or do you guys have any advice for students who are looking for?
I'll speak to that a little bit. So our main mission here is to support teams through our in-kind manufacturing sponsorship. So we offer each team $1,000 of our manufacturing services so they can experience the world's fastest aerospace supplier. So this year we've actually tripled the teams that we worked with, which we were super proud of. But yeah, we also get the question asked a lot of the time for recruiting. So we actually just announced that we're expanding. We are a Canadian company, but we're expanding to Wilmington, North Carolina. So there's been lots of chats about, potential hires in the future, which is really exciting.
Cool, new opportunities and stuff. That's exciting. When you say work with teams and stuff, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so generally the way the process works, as the students design their rocket, they have a number of different subsystems. So they will make a design, and our process is pretty simple. They work with our team of salespeople, and in-house engineering staff, and basically send us a drawing or a CAD model, which is just a 3D model of their part. We make it for them really, really quickly.
That is awesome. Yeah, that's cool that the students have that like on hand here and stuff. Is there anything else you guys would like to add? Any final messages? Maybe some like shout outs, anything?
I'll just quickly say, obviously we've been meeting with a lot of teams, as you said. and just been amazing. Not only the level of innovation that they've shown, like between the rockets themselves and the payload and the scientific experiments that they have, it's really incredible. But the other thing of note is I'm just astounded by the level of positivity. Every interaction is so impressive to me, how positive the teams are staying under such intense pressure and very little sleep. So yeah, that would be my biggest thing to add, I think.
I would say that probably, to add on to Jordan's point, is like seeing the students overcome the lack of sleep, the extreme temperatures, the weather conditions that they're faced with, and still having resilience to stay positive and stay cohesive to ensure their rocket launches, because there's so many intricate subsystems that all have to work properly for it to do what its intention is. So it's really cool to see that under these situations.
Yeah, it definitely is. Well, thank you guys for being here and for talking to me. And let's take it back to the booth.
So I apologise. I thought it was Purdue University. It wasn't. It was one of our great sponsors at Proto Space. So a great opportunity to hear from them and what they're doing to support the team. So thank you, Proto Space MFG, for those words there. So we are waiting at the moment for another round of launches, which is very exciting. I'm seeing quite a few teams appear up next to us. Have you spotted anyone you know yet? No? I'm seeing some Turkish flags, which is always a good sign. They were out yesterday. In fact, they were part of the teams that were ready to launch when unfortunately the weather came in last night and caused us to scrub and close down for the day, which is a problem, but it's a problem for professionals as well. So it's a good actual lesson for a lot of these teams to learn a bit of patience. This is what happens, and be prepared for winds coming in. In fact, I can feel it coming now. You can see our hair flying a little bit. It's the high desert. We are looking at hot weather here, and unfortunately the hot weather tends to cause a bit of a breeze at 4,500 feet above sea level, so it is what it is.
Yeah, in the last couple of years, we've continued to improve upon sort of the technology of what we're using to predict the wind speeds and to determine what the wind speeds are. Initially, we had a weather station 7 miles away, which was a very large national weather station here at the horizontal launch area. And we were getting those information updates, and we were using that to continue to move forward. But we noticed that the winds here were relatively light, and yet the measurements we were getting out there were quite high. So it was a little bit of a challenge. We got our own local weather station last year, so we were able to track it. This year, we actually literally have weather stations at every single launch point, and those are available on the internet. So we have sent all those links out to all the student teams so that they can see the ongoing weather, they can see the historical trends, they can download that data, they can actually put that sort of into their flight design and determine whether or not they need to add some ballast or remove some ballast. And so safety is always a huge thing, so we're always watching that weather very, very closely. And if we have to change the angles of the pads, whatever the case might be, when the weather shifts, or if it starts to get a little too strong, or if we have a rocket that slightly veers off course, we're going to have to make some adjustments to that. And we've set up even new pad style pads this year that are easily and quickly adjustable. So again, we're working with our partner Spaceport America on that very closely, and we got a good view of our launch control where we have the staff of both Spaceport America and the ESRA launch control officers all sitting up there, and those are the guys that are in charge. The rockets are out on the pad. They're the ones that determine, does it go, does it not go, is the weather clear, are the skies clear, do we have our waiver open? They are the ones that are truly the operations of the launches. So when you see those big control rooms at NASA, this is our big control room. There's a lot of computers, a lot more computers than there were when I was sitting up there, that's for sure.
I have to say, go be nice to the guys up on the
right.
Connex. They're always the ones that are going to make a difference between your launch and go and no-go. Now, Nathan, we were talking a bit about the winds there, and we saw a couple of examples earlier where we think there was a bit of a wobble because of those winds. Can you talk us through why wind would possibly cause that kind of wobble off the rail?
Yeah, so your cross-section of your rocket would just be off-centered. Your center pressure would be different as it's flying. It's got that crosswind going at it, so it's going to push it over a little bit more than you would expect in a non-breezy day. And I know that you mentioned also the data analysis that we have for the winds. We didn't used to have that. It's good for the teams to see that data, to put that into their simulations, and to get a better result in the future. For future rockets.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are warned ahead of time. You're launching at 4,500 feet above sea level in extreme heat. but not all of them are aware of quite the conditions that can happen here. And we were laughing yesterday saying, why would you pick June in New Mexico? I promise you the weather is not always like this here, but it is the best time of year for student teams from around the world. It's the only time that they're all off school. And, you know, this is one of the best locations to be able to hold an event like this at this scale. So it is what it is, and unfortunately they just have to learn. And sometimes in professional life, that's the way it happens. Sometimes you get the opportunity to launch in times when it might not be necessarily ideal, and you've got to be able to figure it out. So again, another opportunity for these students to learn.
We get a collection of teams every year that come in, and teams that have been here multiple times. They're very experienced. The lessons have been passed down from team to team, and they show up essentially knowing what's coming down the pipe. They're ready to go first thing, first day, first morning. They're ready to rock and roll, and you watch it. You can see it very clearly. They quickly roll through their flight safety inspections. They arrive early in all the launch days to get their tables set up. They're not missing tools. They're not missing whatever that they need to get their rocket. And you can see the teams that even practice that. They'll practice setting up their area. They'll practice putting the rocket together, taking it apart, getting their payloads live, getting their electronics live. And they'll do all the testing that they need to do beforehand so that when they get out here, they're ready to go. I even ran into a situation with one of the Australian teams where they were heat testing their rocket, where they put all the components together, they fired it on, powered it up, and then applied heat to it. You know, it was in the winter time, and from that standpoint, they weren't able to generate those, so they actually had to find heat lamps and other things to try to generate, you know, what does it feel like when you've got 108, 110 degrees applied to their rocket. So that's thorough process and testing. And so those are the teams that slide through this system very quickly. And then we do have, you know, smaller universities that were excited to get on here. They don't really know what's coming. Some of the teams don't always follow all the documentation very clearly, and we give a lot of communications. We overflow communications to a lot of the teams, and quite often that communication may not make it down to the appropriate person on the team, or they weren't paying attention to them or whatever. And you'll see that as well. We've got teams that are struggling right now, still trying to do ejection tests and some other systems. And you know, we're on launch day 2. They should be in the line to head out to the pads, and yet they haven't even gotten their final safety checks. It is an entire spectrum, but typically what will happen is the first year they'll learn those lessons, and they'll come back the next year much stronger.
So you were part of a team beforehand. Did you have that legacy passed down to you?
Yeah, and they've been coming here since I believe 2016 or 2017, and it's the big event. It's to this event for most of these teams. This is the big event. This is the final show. Having a lot of kids from these schools don't get to come. The whole team doesn't get to certainly come. So it's just such a massive event. It's such a focal point of their yearly achievements, their yearly goals, everything culmination of one event. It's very special for the teams to be out here, just be here. And it's very difficult to get out here, especially if you're coming from different countries and whatnot. It's different and very difficult for them too, but it's also difficult in a regular team where you have your constant issues, but to have that knowledge passed down is it's like a luxury. And companies know this, and student teams know this, what works, what doesn't, and you learn from them. And I said earlier in the broadcast there's a lot of learning, both good and bad, preparation and not preparation, what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, we were saying as well, and there was the Cato earlier, that's not a failure. There's no such thing as failure when it comes to rocketry. It's an opportunity to learn, and hopefully they do learn from it and pass on that information to people that come through for the next year, and also pass that on as part of their technical report, because part of recovery is also part of your points awarded to this competition.
Absolutely.
Correct? Yeah, so hopefully those guys can go and figure out what went wrong. Sometimes it could be something so minor, and our heart breaks for them, but honestly it is an opportunity for them to learn and grow and come back stronger next year.
It's a good representation of their school as well. Yeah. They're here to represent themselves, their schools, and even their country.
Yeah.
It's very proud. It's very, even whatever happens out there, it's still a prideful moment.
Absolutely. I'm hearing we've got quite a few teams coming up next to us now because they're loading up on the rails right now. We're seeing a few vehicles that come out behind us. As soon as we've got an update of when we're seeing that next round of launches, we will let you know. And I've got a team list now, thankfully. So when people tell me their team numbers, I'm able to actually look up which team it is they're referring to, because that's always a difficult one for us here. We do our best to keep up to date with it all. And I did see yesterday on one of the social media posts, someone said, I just want to know who's launching when. Why can't you give us a list? It doesn't work that way, does it, Andy?
Absolutely not. The challenge is making sure all of the systems are go, and you're not talking about a single project. You're talking about 122 different projects, and so you can't have perfection on each and single every one of those. You'd love to say you know Team 22 is going to go out at 11:15, but that's just not the way we work here. It's first come, first serve, and so the teams will line up. Once they finish their final inspections, they'll step into the queue. Once the pads are available, they head out to the pads, and as you're seeing right now, the teams are doing final setup on the pads, and we have quite a number. We have almost 20 pads out there, so it takes quite a while to get them all going, get them all communicating properly with their telemetry systems, igniters installed. You'll see the process where they go from green flag, they'll move to yellow and start activating their electronics. You'll watch the people start to evacuate the area as we get closer and closer to installing that igniter, and we'll start the red flag, and almost everybody will be out, and we'll insert the igniters, the last step, and then everyone clears out and we start the process of launching.
I'm just trying to see some of the teams we're looking at right now. So we've got Team 21, which is Clemson University, and I think that's Team 90 that we can see there as well, which is Texas A&M University. So just to give you an idea of some of the teams that are preparing to go up and launch now. But what Andy was saying before, you know, it is a case of we do it this way because we've a lesson learned. You know, if you try and do this like, oh, okay, you're ready to go, let's just go, you know, trying to stagger on a one-by-one basis, we'd be in absolute chaos. To try and get through 122 launches in 3.5 days is very difficult. So I'm pleased that you guys have learned that this is the best method to do it, and that it is the best way to watch 20 launches in a row.
Well, it's certainly been an evolution. It didn't start out, those early years when there were 35, 40 teams was quite a bit different, where we might get lucky to get 10 launches in a day. The infrastructure that we have, a significant larger number of pads, different areas for those pads. You know, we can be setting up in one area and launching in another. So that's definitely lessons learned, and the process still is a little bit slow. We're still making improvements. We're listening to feedback from not only the students, but also the Tripoli Rocketry Association has certainly given us some good feedback. And so we take all of that into account. And every year we try to do a little bit better. And, you know, we had mentioned before, we were talking about some of the countries. I definitely wanted to mention before I forget that we have our new ambassador, our ESRA ambassador to Japan, Mr. Sumio Sawa. I think at some point we may have interviewed him. I'm hoping we did.
I hope so. If not, we'll get him on the screen at some point soon.
So Sumio has been a high-power rocketeer. He's level 3 certified, been coming to the U.S. now for many years, just trying to absorb everything he can about amateur high-power rocketry. He's been out to Black Rock, and he's launched at some of the biggest launches in our country, and we were trying our best to get him here to come to the Cup because, again, his thing in Japan is he goes to all the big university conferences, and the aerospace community out there know him well, and he's been presenting all about the Spaceport America Cup. So we're very excited to hear the opportunities coming from Japan. We've never had a Japanese university. We're very excited about the opportunities to bring some over next year, and I think that is going to crank up the level of competition to an extremely high level. They really don't mess around. They are very serious about putting out a product that is very high quality. So very excited about that, and again, many thanks to Mr. Sumio Sawa for supporting us, and next year is going to be very exciting.
Absolutely. So again, we're looking at a few of those rockets that are lined up. The last one that we're seeing there is Utah State University Team 144. So hopefully we can get those launches going soon. Nathan, I'm going to keep throwing to you every so often because I always have to ask when people are here and they've been a Rocketeer before, what are these teams feeling right now? What do you think they're going through as they process out of the rails?
Yeah, so you see the pressure at the pad there. It's really nerve-wracking to be out there because there's so many failure points, and I don't mean to talk about failure points, but it's there's little things that just you practice, but when it comes to the show, as I mentioned before, this is game time, and it's got to go right, and that's what you want. You want it to go right, so it's a lot of nerves going around.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's one of the things we haven't mentioned before is, we talk about the heat exhaustion out here, which can affect a lot of people. And I'm always telling everyone, stay hydrated. Here's your constant reminder. Get that liquid into you. Thank you, Andy. But also, there's a mental capacity to this competition. I've seen mental exhaustion with some of these teams because they are working so hard on this. They put their heart and soul into this project. They've been working for so many months. And they're pushing themselves to the limit. They're staying up late at night. They're getting up early in the morning. They're working. And a few times I've seen a few of those teammates burn themselves out. So this is my call to all the teams. Keep an eye on your teammates. Make sure everybody's okay. Check in with them. Give them a hug, because sometimes that's all we really need. And just appreciate how much work is going into this, because we appreciate you guys working really hard on this. And we want to make sure you don't burn yourself out. Trust me, it's not worth it in life.
100%. 100%.
You don't suppose you dealt with any of that, have you?
A lot of these, I've dealt with it personally myself, working in different companies and also working on the team. You see all these things. It's a fun time. It's a very fun time, but there's stakes to it. Like I've been saying, you represent your school. You're a team yourself. It's all about getting the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're looking at Kent State University there at 52, and 101 is TOBB, University of Economics and Technology. So, or is that one? Yeah, I'm looking at the right one, 101. So we will keep an eye out on when those the flag changes. We're seeing a few vehicles coming back, which is always a really positive sign. There are 3 different areas, I believe, that the launch pads are at, Andy, is that correct? So sometimes it might be one area is already ready and they're waiting for the other 2 to sort of finalize things.
That is absolutely correct. So we do our best to try to distribute the different types of rockets into the different categories, and we have different pad areas set up for each of those. They're sufficiently distanced in between them that we can actually operate the setup and loading of one area while the other area is launching. And that's critically important, because if we have to shut everything down because one flight is going up, it really, really stops the entire environment. So we have a large section, a majority of our launches are solids, commercial solids and student research solids, the SRADs. And we have another area that's focused on the hybrids. And that area we haven't had a hybrid launch quite yet, but we did have one filling, and those are much, much more technically challenging. And the final area that we have are the 2-stage and special demonstration projects. Again, very special requirements for those. Usually those pads have to be much larger. So again, we have a separate area with separate safety teams and separate queues to get into them. So we do our best to try to streamline everything, and that makes it, that's been our experience, the best operation so far.
Absolutely. And again, there's that convoy of vehicles coming in behind us now, which is definitely a good sign. That means we are getting very close to some of those launches. So if you're tuning in to watch one of your teams launch, I would say we're looking at about the next 15 minutes before we start to see some of those going up. Obviously, we will keep you updated as much as possible when we know more details, but that's generally a very, very positive sign. We're seeing some drone footage now of those areas that are setting up. Oh, and look, it's the water truck. Our team does love that water truck. It's funny how some of the vehicles out here have quite a fan base. I've talked before about the aft truck, the brush truck, and the water truck. So apologies there, Nathan. It's great. Oh, we have that water truck on view. They do love to watch it. And the water truck is here because, as I mentioned before, we have gravel roads coming out here to the site. It's very dry, it's very windy. So to prevent all of that dust being picked up and whacking the vehicles around them, both the rockets and the cars that are driving out here as well, we have to make sure that the roads are more compact, and watering them is the easiest way possible. So Sandy Jones Construction that comes out here and waters them every year, we want to say a big thank you to them as one of our sponsors of this competition.
When it gets really, really hot out here, you see that truck coming by and you just want to get out of your car and just run behind it.
I can see some of the students itching to do the same thing, and we're going past the medical tent as well. We mentioned earlier we have a full team here at Spaceport America from Fiore Industries that support fire and EMT, but we also have additional support from Mountain View Regional Hospital, and they do an incredible job of sending a team out here to support those teams, because with 1,800 people out here in the desert, things happen. Even if it's just a cut or a blister, because there's a lot of walking going on, you want to be able to get some kind of medical attention.
And you can see the excited teams right next to us right here. There's many different teams, many different categories. different schools and all that in different countries. So,
So I
they're
believe-
really excited to be here.
They are really excited right now. I think we've got an interview lined up, so I'm going to pass it over to one of our teammates.
Hello, welcome back. I am here with Sandy Jones, the water guy, as they're saying out there. Sandy, can you tell me, why are they calling you the water guy?
Well, we're the guys that have all the water trucks out here trying to keep the dust down for everyone, and that somehow or another I got the name of water guy.
Perfect. Well, tell me, why are you guys involved at Spaceport? Like, why is it important for you guys to be involved in this type of way?
So this, this facility, I'll back up. We've had some presence at Spaceport for quite a few years. And then we've had the opportunity to come out and work a little bit. And we got hooked on this event several years back on what such a great event this was. And that morphed into us offering to do a sponsorship for the dust control out here. And as you might imagine, it's a pretty big task. Sometimes people really like us. Sometimes they don't like us at all. But we've grown every year with the event. So far, knock on wood, it's been very successful. We haven't had any bad issues, at least on the roads. Yesterday, when the haboob came through, we didn't water it down south enough water, so we had a lot of wind here. But it's just such a great event. It's important to New Mexico. It's great to see so many kids from all over the world and here in the States who are committed to doing what I think is probably one of the most important things we'll do in your generations. Mine's about over, but it's just such an important event to us. My company's 100% committed to supporting Spaceport here, and I just think it's a great deal for our community and for our state.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an important job that I didn't even think about that was like necessary for real. So I guess we're gonna see you in the future out in future spaceports to come and stuff. Yes,
we will be here in any capacity the spaceport needs us at. Right now, we're not techie guys, but we do civil construction, and we start planning next year's event next Sunday.
Oh God!
And that sounds silly. I mean, we're a pretty small piece of this puzzle, but our guys have so much fun here during the week, and big shout out to all my guys. They come out here, they work, they start at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, they stay here till late at night, fix the trucks and make sure everything's running, and they're just really committed to helping, and it makes my job easy, and of course it just I think it just helps the whole program here.
So how many guys do you guys have out there? Because I see like often you guys are just making the rounds all the time. How does that work? Like the schedule and all that stuff?
Yeah, so I think we have 6 guys here. I'll shout out. I've got JD, we've got Cornelius, we've got Eduardo, we have Peter, we have OT. Those guys are all either managers or driving the water trucks or making sure the water levels are good in the tanks. And they all just, they just all pitch in, and I get to get back and do an interview, and I don't have to do much.
You got the easy job, just the representation, right?
Got the easy job, and I just can't emphasize enough on how important Spaceport America is to our state, to New Mexico, and I really think the things that are going on here are going to change the world. The younger generation out here, the amount of talent that's here, it's just so humbling, and it's just such an honor to be around this quality of people, this level of competence, and makes us feel not quite as smart, but I'll tell you, it's just really nice to see that, and we're so proud of all the kids to be here, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I agree with everything. Is there anything else you would like to add? Maybe a couple more words or of advice to students avoid the trucks?
Yeah, and I think I would encourage every young gentleman and lady that's here working. The world is theirs. We need them so bad, and the world's changing, obviously faster than old guys like us will ever realize. But this is where it starts, and the dreams can start here. I will say this: my dream started when I was in high school. I wanted to be in construction, and I was lucky enough to be there.
Awesome.
We got 1,800 kids here, young adults here, And their dreams should start here because you never know where they'll get to. And like I said, Spaceport is the place to do it.
Awesome. Well, thank you for speaking to us. Thank you for being the water guy.
And wave to the water trucks when you go by.
Yeah, next time we'll get them to honk at us. We've been trying to do that.
Yeah, well, I kind of don't let them do the honking much.
Okay, never mind. Don't do that.
But it's okay if you guys do it. Okay. No, that's great. Thanks so much, and everybody be safe, and watch out for the water trucks, and turn your wipers on if they forget to turn the turn the pumps off.
Okay, well, thank you. Take it back to the booth.
Because it sounds like we've got a launch that's about to go. Here we go. You hear it?
There's a hybrid.
It was a hybrid. You can definitely tell the sound when you hear the hybrid. I'm not sure what team that was, but as soon as we find out, we'll let you know. Hybrids, as we've mentioned multiple times throughout this whole presentation, are notoriously difficult. So when they're ready to go, sometimes it can be a case of, if it's clear, go. You know, we don't often get too much of a warning to go with it. So, you know, there are obviously safety standards in place. They're not going to start arming them until we know, but if they're ready to go, let's go. So we will find out a little bit more about that one as soon as we know that we've got our first hybrid up, which is very exciting.
Yeah, the hybrids do take quite a while. In fact, they went red flag about 40 minutes ago, and it takes quite a while to be loading those tanks with the nitrous. And so once it gets to a filling point, where they've got the pressure that they need and the rest of everything is clear, it's not a lot of messing around. The LCO just doesn't give us a lot of warning, and away they roll.
Yeah, so apologies to jump into Sandy Jones's conversation, but you know, we're starting to launch more rockets, and of course that's what you guys really want to see. That's what you're tuning in for. So we've just been told, I mean, the area next to us, I'm not sure we can get a shot of it, but it is so crowded. I can see a Canadian flag behind me. Let's see what team they're from. I can't tell. It's the problem when we're only seeing their backs. But we might have to get them to move a little bit, guys, behind us so that we can clear this area, please. We would like to be able to see what's going on as well. Thank you. So we are seeing a lot of teams crowding out here, and they're obviously going to be tracking their rockets. I can see a team from India. There's India flags going on. There's Turkish flags. There's Canadian flags. Obviously a lot of teams coming in from the US as well. So as soon as we know when we're going, it sounds like our flag is ready. Can we see that on the screen at all? Do we know what flag we're on over at the pads? It's a red flag. That's a good sign. Red flag means that area is ready to go. So I can hear Holly, one of our Ezra volunteers, is coordinating all of that. She told me she's going to let us know as soon as we start getting ready who we've got coming up next, and we'll let you guys know.
Yeah, and those pictures and those images we're getting right now, that doesn't show the whole vastness of the desert we're in right now. It looks very small, but this goes for miles and miles and miles, and these rockets can go upwards 3 to 5 miles in radius away from the launch site.
Here we go, 3, 2, 1. It sounds like we've got a first look. It's a hybrid that we've got going. It sounds like we've got another hybrid going. Oh, here it goes. It's gone. As soon as we know what team that is, again, we will let you know. So that's our second hybrid of the competition that's gone up. I believe there's 5 or 6 this year?
Yeah, I believe there was 5 or 6 that showed up. I think we had 7 in total.
Yeah. So again, we will let you know which teams they are. Again, we don't get too much warning when it comes to those hybrids. That area has been red for about 45 minutes. So it sounds like the first team on the solids will be TOBB University of Economics and Technology. So that's Team 101. So as soon as we get ready to go with those, they're going to see what happens with that hybrid rocket first, make sure the sky is clear, and then we'll start launching those solid rockets as well behind us. I'm not sure how we lost the PA feed into our live feed this year, but for today, they had it yesterday, but it's very difficult. We're trying to listen to the PA feed behind us, which is letting everybody around us know what team's coming up, a little bit more details about those rockets, so I will do my best to listen in with one ear behind the crowds that are gathering behind us, which is very exciting to see. I have to say, if you've never come to a rocket competition event like this,
certainly not the one this size, I can promise you.
But I recommend any size. It is so exciting to watch rockets launch. It is so exciting, and you cannot get help but get really emotional, really attached to a lot of these teams. We're already saying my team, not your team. We're not biased here, but we do have a little bit of our soft spots for some of them because some people went to university and obviously have their teams that have come back that are launching again this year. I notoriously always adopt the British team because I always worry about what they're going to deal with this climate. It's very different from the UK, and we've got 2 British teams this year. So the University of Strathclyde are here for the 3rd year. They were prepared to go and launch yesterday and got scrubbed because of the weather. So I'm hoping to see them get themselves back on those pads and launch today. And the University of Durham from England is also here for the first time. So there we go. We're looking at the pads now. We've got TOBB University of Economics and Technology, which is Team 101. They're going to be the first ones to launch. We're listening out for that countdown now. And here it starts.
Yeah, there goes the PA. LCO's giving their description of the... So getting very close.
Okay, it seems like we might be on hold because of the wind. We've got a few gusts coming through. So we unfortunately have to close the range when winds get to sustainable 20 miles per hour. That's a EEE requirement for this competition. But sometimes the gusts can come in over that. But we still need to make sure the area is clear. We'll get those gusts out of the way and then we can look again to launch when it's safe to do so. So as we mentioned before, we've got a lot of data that we're gathering on that. We also have to be very mindful of those clouds. Again, EEE doesn't want us to launch into low clouds because it makes it very difficult to track the rockets. So we might have to be on hold for a little while. We'll keep you updated as soon as we know what's going on. Yeah, these winds here can be very brutal, trust me. If we'd seen that haboob that came in last night, my husband sent me a satellite image of that coming in as it came in from the southeast. You could see it from space. Can you imagine how crazy that must have been to see a haboob flying like that?
When we were out here quite late last night, and luckily when it did roll in, most of the students, if not all the students, were gone. Just a few of the volunteers left out here, but we were struggling to ensure that we didn't damage anything, that any of the leftover canopies were taken down rapidly, and it worked out well. Obviously, some of our large student tents did take some damage, and the crew that came in from Albuquerque last night, they arrived about midnight, and luckily we were able to get most of the tents up and going, and it didn't affect the students. And bless the weather today, it's not particularly hot, so we got real lucky there as well. So anything that whether it doesn't matter how you plan for, little things like that can really throw off this competition and force the teams to be more patient than they already are. So tempers were not flaring. Everybody understood, not really something we can do with Mother Nature, and we worked through the night, and those guys definitely were able to recover those tents, thank goodness, and we're back in business.
Yeah, we're just monitoring those winds right now. We're watching those pads, and as soon as we get the all clear to launch, it's very dusty right now. We also get these awful things called dust devils that come through. They look a lot scarier than what they are. They're like little mini land tornadoes. They can cause a bit of damage. I've known in past years they've knocked a few rockets off the rails. If they haven't been on particularly great. So we do have to be very cautious of those as well. So we will get back to launching as soon as that weather, hits us clear, so that we can make sure that we can get them up there and the way they should be. We don't want it to be that we launch those rockets, they get caught in high winds, and then they drift off into White Sands missile range behind us, because if they go into the missile range, you're not going to be retrieving your rocket.
That's true. That one would be completely off limits. It's a long ways away. There's very little chance of any of our rockets making out in that direction. But nonetheless, the key piece is we want to ensure the rockets don't get anywhere near the spectators or the student areas.
Yeah.
And so the winds can definitely change the vectors on those launch areas. Once the rocket gets up to full speed, it's going to go in the direction that it was set for. And from that standpoint, if we're just going to wait to make sure the ground level winds are below that sustained 20-mile-an-hour threshold to ensure that we have a safe first, I guess, 50 feet of the launch, because that is the critical time. If the rocket were to angle in an improper or inappropriate direction due to the winds, that could potentially put it into a trajectory that lands it somewhere where we don't want it to land. So we watch that very, very closely.
Yeah, it's quite misconceiving on this TV screen right now when you're looking out across the desert. It's very flat. People don't realise quite where we are, but we're actually in a basin right now. The mountain range that you often see in the background of these pictures is part of White Sands Missile Range, which is the largest inland missile range that we have here in the US. And those mountains are actually, as I say, part of their landscape, and the area actually comes 5 miles towards us before it then goes into Bureau of Land Management land, before it then comes into Spaceport America land. So there isn't much of a chance of getting it over there, but you never know with those winds in what direction they're going in. So we always have to make sure we're very cautious about that. So we are waiting again on hold right now, hoping to get that Team 101 up and launching as soon as those winds die down and it's safe to do so.
Interesting to note the weather stations that are out there are collecting wind measurements every 3 seconds. And what they'll do is average them out over every 15 seconds and give you average wind. It also tracks the gusts. So you may get a high gust over that period of time of, say, 28, 29 miles an hour, and yet the sustained winds are below 20. So there'll be a lot of people questioning, hey, the winds are blowing so hard, I can't believe they're letting them launch. You do have to look at them over the sustained period of time. Any launch could be hampered by a sudden gust.
Absolutely.
So we have to be watching the average, and then all the systems are configured that it gives us that hold. Now, when we have continued hold after hold after hold every 15-second window, as it gets to a certain point, we do a stand down. We understand that, in the afternoons these things will happen, and quite often we have to shut down for the rest of the day. We're fingers crossed. I can already feel the wind starting to calm down a little bit, so I'm fingers crossed we'll be moving forward as soon as those sustained winds get down below the 20-mile-an-hour threshold.
So it sounds like we've got an interview that we've got lining up. So as soon as we've got that ready, we will pass over to that while we're waiting for this hold, and we'll see if we can get some more information for you. Again, we are looking. Okay, sounds like we are ready for that interview, and we're going to start passing over now.
Good morning, everyone. We're back here in Spaceport America with Relativity. Hi, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, my name is Brianna Taylor. I'm a propulsion test engineer at Relativity Space out at Stennis Space Center in Mississippi.
That's awesome. So tell us a little bit about Relativity. Why did they decide to sponsor this year, and a little bit about the company itself?
Yeah, so we're a 3D printing rocket company. We had our first launch of the first 3D printed vehicle last year, the Terran 1 vehicle. Now we're moving to Terran R, and we're heavily recruiting for engineers who are excited about rocketry. So yeah, we're hoping to find passionate engineers here at this event.
That's awesome. And you mentioned recruiting. Can you go a little bit more in depth on what the company is looking for in future employees?
Yeah, so what we're looking for is students who can display strong engineering fundamentals and are excited to use that background to solve problems quickly and efficiently, and just excited to problem solve.
That's amazing. And tell us about your previous experience. I know we talked a little bit earlier that you used to actually compete here.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I graduated from Mississippi State in 2022, so Hail State. It was really cool to see them launch yesterday successfully, so that was awesome. But yeah, I graduated from MSU with my bachelor's in aerospace engineering and a focus in astronautics, and my hobby rocketry team that competed here is kind of what showed me that I really am passionate about rockets.
That's amazing. And taking it back to the company Relativity, can you tell us a little bit more about how the company integrated itself into Spaceport America Cup this year?
Yeah, I think that Spaceport America Cup has grown a lot over the past couple years, and so have we as a company. So there's a couple different student organizations that we've had our eyes on, and Spaceport America is one because it brings just a lot of really bright minds and students who are interested in rocketry and interested in problem solving quickly. So those are the kind of people we're looking for, and we figured we'd find them here.
That's awesome. And what's been the most exciting moment so far here during your time here at Spaceport America?
Well, personally, watching MSU launch yesterday, but just in general, getting to talk to a bunch of teams who are solving last-minute problems, like, as they go through flight inspections and bringing their rockets back and understanding what is their thinking path to getting to launch, still in the timeline that they intend.
Definitely. And what kind of advice would you give to students currently, facing some challenges, facing some problems, or just in general, what would you say to the students right now that are competing?
Yeah, I would just say to be curious. I think that even if you've solved like the top layer of a problem and it got you to launch, I think it's important to be curious enough to dig deeper, to make sure it doesn't happen again and document it. Just stay curious.
That's awesome. You definitely stay curious, guys. And do you have any last things you'd like to say? Any final shout outs, anything like that?
Just pretty much Relativity Space is excited for everyone launching today. So good luck, and we hope you get your rocket back safely and can, continue to problem solve and bring it back next year.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for coming here and talking to us. And we'll take it back to the booth.
Thank you so much to those sponsors, and they have been incredible at coming out here, not only at the convention center to recruit the students there, but also coming to watch these teams in action. I mean, what a great opportunity for a lot of these companies to see how the teams work together, how they perform, how they recover, how they learn from this experience. There aren't many opportunities to recruit like that. I know there's a couple of teams that we've met here that have said they've been recruited from this. So what about your experience for that?
It's a great opportunity for top tier talent. This is the best in the world, the best collegiate rocketry competition in the world, and it's such a great opportunity for these companies to come in and say, all these students have great experience. They can physically see what they've been doing, and they can read their reports. It's not just a phone interview. It's not just a Zoom interview or anything like that. It's touching the rockets. You can see, and these guys have the talent and the experience to be successful engineers or whatever field they go into.
For years, I was talking to the various different industry leads that come here, and the change, the technology, the general culture as well was the old days. IBM and some of the glory days of the older industry was good school, good GPA, and you'll get a good job. And that mindset has changed quite a bit. The feedback is, especially in these high technology roles, is how long is it going to take this person who we just hired out of college to get up to speed? Are we going to have to train that person for a year, 2 years? That's money invested in top of the salary we're paying them with all the benefits. If you have a resume that's good and you have a lot of hands-on experience, and it's only going to take you 6 months or 6 weeks to get up to speed and start earning the money instead of being trained, that's a big focus on a lot of the industrial partners that we're working with. And this is really the focus of ESRA. We want to give these students not only the hands-on experience, but we want to give them a significant challenge. This is not a little rocketry event. You're not building Estes rockets. These are some of the largest rockets that amateurs are allowed to build. And we have impulse levels of M, N, and O impulse levels, which are the top threshold that amateur high-power rocketers can fly. And there's not a lot of other competitions out there that allow anywhere near that. It places a lot of challenges on safety, mentorship, advisors, flyers of record, and it puts a lot of challenges on the teams to ensure that we're taking on a big risk, big challenge, but we've got a lot of people helping us and a lot of oversight. So they're not getting into a situation where they are way out of the league. Even the new teams that are coming in are going to have to learn a lot, and nothing moves forward without either an advisor, mentor, or flyer record, or even the ESRA safety reviews checking them off at multiple levels. There are 5 separate safety reviews, including the basic application. They have to submit their applications in October, and essentially it is a nearly complete design of a rocket. Simulations have to be run, the general design of the rocket has to be completed, and it's a top to bottom, lots of data. If a team shows up and gives us a very generic, bland rocket, it's just not going to be accepted. So, it is a very sophisticated process, and the teams that are made it here to this point, major kudos to them because they worked hard.
We're seeing a great drone footage right now of the site where we got all the Rocketeers working on their spacecraft. Again, you don't really get the full scale of how large this area is and what's going on. We are sat at Spaceport America's vertical launch area, which is 18,000 acres. We're over at the just one part of that area that goes over here. So I believe we've got another interview that's set up, so I'm quite happily going to pass that over as our drone starts to come down and get its batteries changed.
Hello guys, welcome back to the interview booth. I am here with Senator Jaramillo. Hello, how are you?
Abby, thank you so much for having me. I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. You know, it is what it is.
Hey, Abby.
Been doing interviews all day.
We have to make sure to tell everybody who's out there, welcome to New Mexico virtually. Wish you were here with us at Spaceport, but we're happy that you're joining us via the live stream. And it's an open invitation to come to New Mexico anytime and come check out Spaceport and all that the Land of Enchantment has to offer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this event for sure brings in like a lot of tourists and stuff. It's awesome seeing like the amount of people and like the amount of places that they're from, huh?
Right. So I met some teams from Mexico, teams from across the country, Duke University, just so many amazing, talented people here, engineers, people who love rocketry. It's just been an amazing experience. And you're right, seeing people from everywhere come right here in New Mexico.
Yeah. So tell me what brought you here? Why are you here at the Spaceport America Cup?
So, I'm always interested in who's interested in science, because science is something major that we need. And so ensuring that the next generation is excited about what they're doing. I represent northern New Mexico. Okay. So whenever I get a chance to head down south and see what's happening in the southern part of the state, I want to be there, wanted to cheer on the UNM, NMSU, and New Mexico Tech teams, and then meet kids from all over, or students from all over the country and the world.
Yeah, it is cool. So how did you find out about Spaceport America Cup?
So it was a big thing up north. Los Alamos National Laboratory is in my district, and so they're a proud sponsor. And so being that I'm the senator from the area, I heard about the event and thought I would come down and check it out.
Is this your first day here, or have you been?
This is my first day.
Oh, how's it going? How
oh my gosh, everything about it is amazing. Hearing students talk about their rockets, seeing them work and tweaking those little fixes they need to do, seeing the recruiters from the different businesses talking about the types of opportunities they have for these students is amazing to me. But the most amazing thing is seeing students like yourself who are passionate about what you do, and it makes me really excited about what you're doing, about what they're doing out there. That's the best part of the whole day.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, it is cool seeing them like be just so interested and passionate about their rocket and what they're doing, and like seeing them problem solve so many things. Like I know NMSU's team, they had a couple of complications yesterday, so they had to go fix it. And it's just cool to see how they're just able to work it out like extremely fast, right?
And Abby, what's also amazing is when they take the time to talk to you about what they're doing, what fixes they're doing, what they're hopeful that the rocket's going to do. We had one team that I was able to give one of the challenge coins to, which gives them some extra points, because there were students who were really talking about the rocket, the design, and what they were hopeful of the outcome for today. And so to be able to hand out a coin for strong teamwork and for being so informative about the rocket was amazing to me.
Yeah. What do you mean the coins?
So you can give out a coin based if they go above and beyond, which grants them extra points when it comes to the judging of their rocket. Okay. So it's a big thing to get a coin because it gives you a bump in points, and everybody would love those. It's like extra credit, Abby, and all of us want extra credit.
Yeah. Can I have a coin?
We'll see if we can get you a coin. And so just one last thing for all of you watching. New Mexico is such a great place. We're on the forefront of doing exciting things here. Spaceport America is definitely a gateway into the next generation of what we're doing in New Mexico. Seeing students come into the land of enchantment and sharing their passion, Abby, it's so exciting. And the most exciting thing, actually, is telling every team member, welcome to New Mexico. Yeah. And so as a senator, to welcome them to the state that I absolutely love, that's something that's powerful today.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for being here with us. I hope you get to talk to more teams and just explore what the teams that are out there. Thank you for being here.
Oh, you can count on me, Abby. I'm going to come to you teams when you're watching this.
take it back to the booth.
A big thank you to Senator Jaramillo. What a great way to see New Mexico support for this competition, because we are right here in the state of New Mexico, down in the south, actually almost close to the middle really, where Spaceport America is. And of course there's 3 New Mexico teams that are competing this year. They have got a local competition called the Chili Cup along with UTEP. So UNM, NMSU and New Mexico Tech are all competing in this competition, which is a really great opportunity for them to showcase the workforce that they've got here in the state of New Mexico. Andy, you and I were talking earlier about this wind and how much we monitor it. Do we have any predictions of when it will die down today? Have we got any ideas of whether it will die down? Because we've got 20 teams by the looks of things that are ready to get going.
This is always the most frustrating part.
Yeah.
It is so sad. In fact, yesterday when we had to shut down due to the waiver time and the winds, it was very frustrating. We had 20 teams on 2 different sets of pads, and they were all launched. They were loaded, ready. They've been working all day long. And now we're in another situation where we got the pads loaded, the winds were looking good, and finally as we got everyone ready, went to red flag, ready to push the button, the winds kick up. And, you know, it's almost like somebody upstairs is like, you know, we're going to do this and we're going to test everyone's patience. So we're hoping, I believe I was told at one point during our weather briefing that there's a window this afternoon where it's supposed to calm down. Now we're not going to hold our breath. I mean, weather is weather, and New Mexico weather is always interesting. But nonetheless, I mean, I can tell you any other part of the country, if you're looking at wanting to do some type of commercial launch, this is still one of the best states to do it in, just due to the few number of rain days, and the morning weather is very nice. Yeah. If you need a small window to launch in almost any morning, you're good to go. The afternoons can get a little dicey during the summers, but if you need a 3 or 4 hour window where the sun rises to noon, there's probably no better place in the country.
Fun fact about Spaceport America, they've never actually cancelled a launch due to weather. In fact, ESRA was the first organisation that ever had to go through that when we had that monsoon that came through.
That was crazy.
In 2022. And that really wasn't a case of not being able to launch because of the weather then. That was because we couldn't get to the vertical launch areas safely. The roads, as we mentioned earlier, are gravel, and when that monsoon rain's comes in, it basically turns into sludge. We didn't want to have accidents of the teams trying to get out to the site, so that's why it got cancelled that year. So again, it was not because of the weather for launches, it was just the access to the site. So yeah, New Mexico really is a good place to be able to launch generally, but we always say to the teams, try and get yourselves out early. Early is the best time to launch.
Always.
And the airspace did open at 7 a.m. this morning. Now of course a lot of the teams couldn't get out to the site until 6 a.m. Because the the haboob, the dust storm came in last night and destroyed a lot of the shelters that they're working on. So they are a little bit delayed and a little bit behind today, and we are just waiting. We're on hold to see what goes on with that wind while these teams gather around me, and they're very excited and ready to get launching as soon as possible.
Another thing that we need to be worried about a little bit is watching the cloud cover. So cloud cover is definitely coming in. We can't launch into the clouds. It's always a little bit challenging to predict exactly where those cloud cover is. Is it above 10,000 feet? Is it above 30,000 feet? So we have both those launch altitudes that we have to worry about. Yeah. So the 30,000 foot flights, you know, at this point with the amount of dense clouds, they're probably not going to get to launch, unfortunately. Yeah. And we have some pretty sophisticated technology that will tell us where those clouds are. So again, as they continue to get more and more dense, it's going to create some challenges for us. And EEE safety code, as well as just general safety best practices, you never launch in the clouds. You lose sight of the rocket, and who knows where it will come down. So we always try to do our best to track them, ensure they're having safe recovery, the parachutes are deployed, and the project is operating the way it should.
Yeah, telemetry isn't always a foolproof way of being able to track them, so it is better to have that line of sight. And we often have problems when it comes to the sunshine causing issues, and now all of a sudden we've got cloud cover. Well, we can't complain here in New Mexico. It's much cooler today, so at least the teams hopefully are staying hydrated. Here comes Rocket Mama reminding you, go and drink your water, go and have your hydration salts, go and have your electrolytes. Please stay hydrated, because it is deceiving out here actually. Now it's a cooler temperature. We're only up to about late 80s today. It feels much better. There's a nice breeze coming in here, but I'm telling you, you are losing fluids quite quickly. So please stay hydrated in this weather. We don't want to have anybody ending up in the medical tent that needs to have extra support to be able to keep them hydrated. So I think we might have to go and see what teams are all lining up here. We might have to go and send some of our team over to go and chat to them, because I'm seeing flags from all over the world over here, and it's exciting to see them here. There's 122 teams that have come here, over 20 countries represented. I think that is just incredible, and I hope to see that keeps on growing. I don't know that we can get much bigger when it comes to the size of the competition, but I do hope to see more competitive teams coming in from different countries in the years to come.
Absolutely. We're excited about the future of this. We obviously want to continue to grow the event to the best we could, but there are limits. There's only so many days in the week. We'd love to extend the event out another 3 or 4 days, but I think all of our volunteers would probably go on strike.
I think they'd cry.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be very tough.
So proof is in the pudding. I'm just going to say we've got some replays going on of the launches we had this morning. I would love to get an idea of how many we launched this morning. We had 32 launches yesterday out of that 122 teams, so we still had 90 teams to go. We started launching at 8:35 this morning. That's when we had our first 2-stage go. So I'd love to be able to find out how many we've had so far.
I believe the count was, at last I was told, was we're at 49 total. So that's looking at 17 so far today, which is not a good number for the time of the day. We were hoping for a lot more.
Well, we have 20 lined up here, so as soon as those winds die down and it's safe enough to launch, we were going to get another 20 off. That would be incredible, because that will bring us hopefully over halfway through the teams that have got to go. They've still got all day Friday and Saturday morning, only a small window then. So if we can encourage the teams that are still working on their rockets to do anything, is get up early, which I know is very against most of these students' normal body clocks. Please, please, please get up early. Get here early. Get prepared as early as possible to get to your safety checks, because then you've got more of a chance of launching. Now, it actually seems like today was supposed to be the worst day in terms of weather, from what I remember from the weather report. So you have got a good chance tomorrow. If it's looking like you're not going to get ready for today, my advice would be, let's start prepping for tomorrow morning.
First thing in the morning.
First thing to get here first thing and get going first thing in the morning.
The Spaceport America staff have been very, very supportive in allowing us to open the gates a lot earlier than most normal people would ever want to give it up. So we have students out here lined up at the gates at 4:30, 4:45 in the morning.
I think they had them at 1:30 in the morning yesterday. Now, the reason they don't let the students stay out here overnight is because obviously it's unsafe. You're in the high desert out here. There's a lot of critters out here that could possibly hurt you, including bushes out here that really will do some serious damage. Wandering around the desert at night also requires us having to have proper facilities out here for them to be able to wash and change and everything else. That would be even more of an expense to come and do this competition. So the teams do go back to Las Cruces and Truth or Consequences at night time. Hopefully they get a good night of rest before they come out here the next day. Again, we are watching the replays of those rockets this morning. I believe we've had about 49 rocket launches so far over the last 2 days. We're hoping to get another 20 up, because we've got 20 teams stood next to us right now with their telemetry ready, wanting to get their rockets going, and we certainly do not want them to be held up much longer. But Mother Nature has different plans for us, and it seems like not only are we dealing with the winds now, we're dealing with cloud cover, and we will keep an eye on that as we keep going.
Crowds still seem pretty excited.
I mean, how could you not be?
They've got their hopes up. We still have a lot of antennas being pointed.
Yeah.
They're
ready.
Just to our left here, these students are all trying to reach out with these antennas.
There's some impressive ones. It looks like a sky dish over here. Isn't it one of those, satellite dishes going on?
They have handheld computers. They have all sorts of laptops, and they're reaching out and ensuring that their rocket is phoning home. So telling it, what's the some of these avionics systems that are out will tell you the barometric pressure that's going on there, the temperature of the rocket, the battery levels, to ensure they still have strong batteries. And we've warned all the students long beforehand, and this is part of that testing process, is to ensure there's a situation where your rocket may sit on that pad for 2.5 hours in the heat, in the extended time. So whatever battery systems they have, whatever avionics systems they have, if they don't have at least a 2 to 3 hour ability to stay live and support the launch, they need to redesign. They need to come up with a new solution. And this is where that testing, where the real world meets those testing requirements. So, these guys have probably been on the pad for an hour at least or more. And if their batteries die now, there's no launch.
And we're getting updated right now that there's a possibility that there is a launch window coming up soon, which is good. And it might well be a short notice and they start launching. We're not going to complain. We are on red flag, which does mean that we are ready to roll when they are ready to go. Now, Nathan, you are one of the judges this year at this competition, and one of my favorite challenges as part of this competition are the payloads. Can you tell me any of the interesting payloads you've come across with some of these rockets?
Well, yeah, I've seen a lot of different payloads, functional payloads. There's boilerplate payloads where there's absolutely nothing. They just want to test the flight vehicle, and that's perfectly fine. We have a payload competition where students compete to design essentially the best payload. Some of it's very theoretical, some of it's very test-oriented. There's biology payloads, there's physics payloads, telemetry system payloads, avionics, and camera systems. So it's a big, wide range of things to see, and they're really creative. They're getting a lot more creative than I've seen in years past. This year is another good year for the payload competition.
Yeah, it's exciting to see all the different ideas that these student teams are coming up with. I've seen teams that are working with high school students, so they're starting to bring in that next generation that could come through and become Rocketeers themselves. And I love the fact that we're starting to see them marry different areas of their college as well. So you were saying earlier that there's one team that came in that had one engineer as part of the team.
Yeah, they had one engineer, a couple physics students, and biology students. Very widespread of talent.
It sounds like we are getting ready. We are getting to that good area of time, and we'll be going back to that Team 101 who've been waiting very patiently. That's the team TOBB University of Economics and Technology. They are going to be the first ones up. So as soon as those sustained winds go for a period of time, and it feels like we're getting to that point, but it's very difficult to tell when you're just sat out here in a tent, and again, those rockets are behind us. But I'm hearing the PA come into life. Cheers.
All right.
I honestly think if the LC crew, the launch control crew were nearby, these teams would be hugging them, kissing them, and throwing them in the air right now.
They're doing a 10,000-foot shot on an Aerotech M1850. I've got B1 armed.
B1, we're going off pad B1, so we've got areas of A, B, and C. So this is B1, Team 101 that we're going to be seeing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see, are we hearing? Yes, are we seeing it? Yeah, we are.
Beautiful, beautiful launch.
And can I just add, that's not just the team that have launched that are clapping and cheering. That's all of these student teams, because they are so excited to see everybody succeed. This really shouldn't be called a competition in a lot of ways. You know, I get it, we crown a champion, but I love the fact that everybody champions everybody else. Everybody wants to see success.
Yeah, and there's so much support going throughout the whole competition, throughout the teams. It's really good sportsmanship throughout.
Yeah. And they say space is the ultimate team sport, so really this is a testament to that, to see everybody succeed and do really well. So I think we're lining up, but we're waiting to hear some more information. Again, there's a bit of cloud cover over the top, so tracking could be a little bit difficult. Oh, and I'm hearing, you're finally hearing the PA system. Hurrah!
Yay, all right.
Okay from the spotters before we continue. On B2, I don't have a full flight card for them, but it's team number 52, Kent State University.
52.
And
Team 52.
All right, I'm being pulled to switch pads. Stand by.
All right, it looks like Team 52, Kent State University, is up. That's exciting. I know that every launch that goes up, the teams get excited because hopefully that makes their launch that much closer. So very excited.
I believe they're still waiting to figure out if the last launch has got a parachute. I mean, they're hoping for telemetry to give us that information.
Alpha 3 is Team 21 from Clemson University in South Carolina. They're going to launch See What Happens on an M2500. It's a 10-foot tall rocket, weighs 32 pounds. I've got the
looks like we've rotated over. Team 21, Clemson University. 3, 2. That was a big one.
Hear that roar. I hope our microphones pick it up because it is quite exciting when you hear that engine ignite. Did you hear the ooze when that one went
You
up?
can feel it. You can feel it in the
Yeah.
ground. You can feel the sound waves hitting you. Very exciting.
So it seems we've got Utah State University coming up next. That's Team 144. So we're just waiting for seeing that one as well. And what a great job our drone operators and camera operators are doing capturing this. They make it look easy. I'm telling you, it is not easy in any way, shape or form to capture these rockets. Do you know what kind of speeds these rockets are coming off the rails at?
Oh, coming off the rails. So we have an actually minimum speed that the teams must meet. And so typically we'll throw out 100 feet per second, which is quite fast for these type of rockets. But if they have to come in slower than that, then they have to prove to us that the rocket will be stable at that lower speed.
Just notified me that we are back to a cloud hold for a minute. So we're going to continue launching here once we get some clear conditions. So stand by just a minute.
Yeah, I'm sure you just heard they're on hold a little bit. Again, those gusts out at the pads are a little bit high and they want to make sure that they have successful launches. I'm hoping this one will pass quite quickly. They just have to make sure that they are doing the right thing and being as safe as possible. So hopefully this will be a nice quick one because it feels relatively calm here. And they're only half a mile away. It's amazing what a difference it can be in just a short space of ground space, that it can be that much of a difference in the wind speed. We are also being protected by the crazy amounts of team that are lining up next to us who are excited to see their launches. And again, we are looking at Team 144, Utah State University, which will be going up next. You can see our drone in that shot as well. We have drone operators here that, again, are not professional camera operators that are doing this and helping us out. And then we have a really great support team from the NASA spaceflight crew. If you don't know NASA spaceflight, go look them up. They do an incredible job of following launches around the world. In fact, I believe they're out in New Zealand at the moment. They're going to be following the Rocket Lab launch, which is expected in the early hours in the US time tomorrow. So pretty cool.
Yeah, the NASA spaceflight crew has been incredibly supportive of the Cup. They are who we look to as mentors for how to put on a live stream, because they do it and they do it phenomenally well, and they have a huge following. So they leverage the technology. Every year they want to come out here, but they tell us it just depends on the openings of the other big launches. If SpaceX is launching or some other organization launching, they'll typically head out there. But this year we got lucky. We got them out here.
I know, how exciting. Again, they're volunteers. No one's getting paid to come out here and do this. So it's always wonderful when people are willing to give back. They obviously just love rocket launches. I mean, how could you not? I tell everybody there is nothing more exciting than coming out to the Cup. There's no other time anywhere in the calendar, anywhere around the world, that you'll be able to see this many launches in this short period of time. And every single one of them is exciting to see, which is why we're watching those replays right now. So I believe we're now probably up to 51 launches altogether, because we've just had two more. So I'm trying my best to keep up to date with all of those launch numbers. It's very difficult to track when there's a lot of things going on, but we've got a really good crew that are actually properly tracking it for us. So
we have a lot to go.
Yeah,
we have a large number of flights to go, different size, shapes, motors, etc. So
71 to be precise. 71 launches still to go. So we are hoping for that wind speed to die down. Please, if you are a praying person or a positive thought person, send in your prayers and positive thoughts out here to southern New Mexico, to this launch area, and just say, calm down just for a bit. We've got 20 launches to get through. Let's get them going.
You can hear the PA. MCC is letting us know that there's a rocket over that direction.
Yeah, I can't imagine what these Rocketeers are feeling right now. They've got
under me, and it's kind of over towards the RV area, so heads up please, over towards the RV area.
I can't imagine what the Rocketeers are feeling right now. They have their projects on the pad right now. A very anxious experience. You want to be successful. You want it to go right, but you also want the right conditions too.
It's difficult, and honestly that's what it's like in real life. So this is a good opportunity and learning lesson for them to understand that things don't always go to plan. And it's how they deal with that is actually really key. I honestly think it's a really good chance for you to get prepared for the workforce to see what things are going to go like. And it looks like we've got that Team 144 on camera. We're still on hold. Oh gosh, we were hoping for a better.
They're teasing us now.
They are teasing us. We saw it on screen. We thought we were ready to go. Again, where we are sat, the wind has died down a little bit, but they're half a mile away in that open basin area, and the winds can be very different between there and here. And once we get to that 20 mile per hour sustained winds, it is the safest decision to put things on hold, even if it is the most frustrating for everybody around. So hopefully we can get that wind down, send those positive thoughts, send those prayers over this way, and we can get 144 up in the air.
So watching some of the most recent rockets, you notice some of them come off the pads extremely fast. You also notice that some of them may come off not quite so fast. And it really is the profile of the motor and the rocket. You may have rockets that are extremely heavy, up 70, 80, 90, 100 pounds. That takes a lot of thrust to get up to the speeds that they need. Others are coming in at relatively low weights. So might be in the upper 30s, would be probably some of the lightest ones we've ever seen. But we've seen some that really, really zip off the pad as if they just, you see some smoke and they're gone. You're just looking at a smoke trail as they head up. So a lot of questions pop in about exactly how fast do they go. We don't have, I guess we have a requirement of an 8.8 pound payload, which is a significant weight for these type of rockets. And what that does is it forces the teams to design a relatively large rocket. Most of these are 6 inches or more in diameter. Some of them, they can build them smaller, and the thicker the rocket is, not so much the length, but the thickness of the rocket significantly reduces or increases the drag. And so you can have a tremendous motor. You could put that we'll call it a V8 as if it were an engine. You put a V8 into a small car and it's going to go very fast. Yeah. Whereas, if we automatically put a very heavy weight in this car with a V8, it's not going to do what it. So we do this on purpose. So rarely will you see any rocket approach Mach 2, but we do see quite a few rockets break the Mach barrier. So that's speeds in excess of 750 or more miles an hour from that arena. So that's moving quite quickly. The next question we always get is, well, how come I don't hear the shock sound of that? And the design of the rocket itself is such that the sound like an airplane where you see a fighter jet breaking that Mach barrier, that shock wave, those don't get created the same way on a rocket, the way the rocket's designed. So you might see it in a few photos, but you're really not going to be able to hear any of that sound effect. But the rockets themselves, the ones that do break Mach, usually in the first 1,000 feet of the launch. Those things accelerate at anywhere between 20 and 30, sometimes 40 Gs of force, and it's significant. That puts a lot of pressure on all the avionics. The little wires that are connected into those avionics, the stress of pulling those out accidentally. So you'll see a lot of testing on these systems for those high-speed flights.
Yeah. I think you've explained it really well so far, but a lot of people don't realize the size of these vehicles. They can differentiate between 6 feet, which is probably one of the shortest, all the way up to, I've seen some that are huge this year, particularly.
Two stagers easily hit 20 feet.
Yeah, I think it was the George Washington 2 stagers that had the beautiful cherry blossoms that I saw in the convention center, and I was blown away by the size of them. And that's obviously what partly differentiates between the different weights, but also the materials they're made from, correct? Are they allowed to make them from different materials?
Absolutely. So the whole design function gives them the ability to use a lot of different materials. The common ones are very simply fiberglass, the type of fiberglass you might see on a boat, but they use epoxy. Some of them roll their own tubes, which is a fabulous skill. Going out into the field saying that you've got composite epoxy and fiberglass experience rotates directly into a lot of the aerospace companies that are using carbon fiber. It's the same process, you're just using a slightly different material. And then there are a huge number of carbon fiber rockets that are here. The interesting part, the differentiation between that is while carbon fiber is fantastically strong, it also blocks all your radio frequencies. So you've got to make sure that your payload area, your transmitters and transceivers inside of those can send signals out. So if you make a complete 100% carbon fiber rocket, your antenna's got to be outside of the rocket. So, all of these design challenges make for building rockets quite challenging, and it also gives them the experience because they'll run into these same challenges in the industry.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I was on a team that did a lot of SRAD components, and you learn a lot of different manufacturing methods as well. As there's certain things you can learn in the classroom about manufacturing processes and different materials, different physics as well, but it's all about doing it. And this is an opportunity to go out and do it. Build your own rocket, wind your own tubes, machine your own components, design PCBs, write code. This gives a great opportunity for the students to do them themselves. There's a lot of teams that, like you said, were doing their own airframes. They were doing their own fiberglass layups, carbon fiber winding, carbon fiber layups, and that can only do them good in the field, in the industry.
And I believe that a lot of these teams are working with simulations, and some of our incredible sponsors this year have graciously given their simulation packages to some of the teams to be able to work from. We've had manufacturing sponsors that have helped with manufacturing process as well. So again, a massive thank you. This is a huge team effort to put this on. It wouldn't be anything without the volunteers here, the sponsors, and the team that are working behind the scenes. So while we got the opportunity, we always want to say thank you.
So I love it that some of these student teams, I'm looking at some shirts right over here where student teams bring their spirit with them. So some of these teams have their own shirts, their own designs, but I love to see the shirts, the back of them is just filled with the sponsors who are not sponsoring, say, per se, the cup or the competition, but they're sponsoring the teams. And they'll often donate software, they'll donate some hardware, or they'll donate some services. But some of them actually will donate cash too, whatever it takes. But to see a team that is as organized and mature and understands the business challenges, that's a whole nother prospect of going into the industry.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things I'm constantly telling everybody, as somebody who's a liberal art graduate myself who definitely didn't have any STEM background, there are so many roles in the aerospace industry, and even if they don't end up being rocket engineers, there are opportunities in business development. We need people in finance, we need people in law, we need people in administration. We have an incredible team out here that do the maintenance of this site.
Yes.
We need welders, we need electricians. There is definitely an opportunity for you, and really what we're creating here are teams that are working like businesses. They're able to establish themselves even outside of the competition, perhaps even to start themselves up as a startup. And again, I love to see all of that support and make sure that everybody has got people coming in from marketing, business development to help them raise that funding, because I've joked to many people, if you get your kids into rocketry, they're never going to have any money left over to waste on anything else. So maybe it's a good thing to start thinking about if you've got young ones and you're watching at home and wanting to know what to get them into. Get them into rocketry. It's an expensive habit, but it's definitely worthwhile.
Oh, there are certainly more expensive habits out there. My son was started into rocketry. We were trying to, at a very young age, and we looked at it as an opportunity that he had, what was that passionate item that he wanted. So we tried sports and we tried a bunch of other stuff and just never really found that niche. First time he saw a model rocket launch, his uncle had come over for Christmas and we had built something out of a cardboard tube, and I watched his eyes just glisten, and he could not take his. And this is I don't make fun of my son, but he really didn't have a long attention span when he was 7 years old. But he was so focused on it. I found it. That was it. And he just graduated from Arizona State. He's an aerospace engineer. And it took a lot of time from my wife. That's the only reason I'm in high-power rocketry, is I was trying to stay one step ahead of him in this whole process. And he stayed with it all the way through college. And, so proud of him. But it's an opportunity. And I would more than be happy to waste money on my son and the hobby if it's leading to something as great as this.
Absolutely.
A job and an aerospace career, and it just worked out great.
And it's going to keep changing. There are companies that you don't even think about that deal with space. McDonald's, for example, uses Earth observation to monitor their cattle. Who would have thought that a fast food restaurant had an industry part of the space industry? Amazing to think about it. What age did you get hooked on rocketry? Because it must have been quite young for you.
No, actually, I had a couple smaller Estes rockets growing up, but nothing actually until I went to RIT the second year. I saw the club and I was like, this is pretty cool. So I went to a couple meetings, got some more friends, and started in their freshman year program, second year program. and then I just got hooked from there. I love the people I was with. I absolutely love my experience there. I joke around and say I got a master's degree just to stick around at RIT for another year, to hang out with launch.
Just to come and launch here, really.
Yeah, and these teams are nothing without their sponsors. So that's their foundation. There's absolutely nothing more important than their sponsors and the people that support them. These colleges, either financially, staff, machine shops, different spaces. It's nothing. They're nothing without these schools. And then even the volunteers at their institutions, their staff, their professors, different aides. I mean, I can't give enough thanks for those kind of people, or I wouldn't be here right now. So it's support even the parents, fellow friends. It's all a support system, and it's all very good for the hobby, the sport, and even a great education.
So I guess this is a chance for us to say a massive thank you to all the mentors for all of these teams as well, because that was something you guys brought in a few years ago, wasn't it? Having each team have a mentor that is a qualified rocketeer themselves, that have got L2, L3 qualifications, and that just ensures that when these teams have somebody that they need to talk to and say, I've got a question, why is this not working, or how can I improve this, they've got someone they can go to. So these guys, again, have mentored these teams sometimes throughout the entire process, from application all the way through to launch. So a big thank you to those mentors out there. Some of them have traveled in as well from overseas to support their teams, and I really love seeing that.
And it really has fundamentally changed the competition and created a high level of quality, a high level of competition. Having the mentors who have gone through and gotten those scars, they've learned their lessons, sometimes the hard way, can teach those lessons to the students without them having to experience them themselves. So the mentors and some of the national organizations, again, we can't thank Tripoli Rocketry Association, their opportunity for the coverage and insurance they provide is just one small little piece of this. But the number of their members that are actively flyers of record, every team must have a flyer of record, which is a level 3 certified individual. That's the highest certification level you can get for the flight. And so these teams have these flyers of record, and they're working with mentors as well. And it just ensures that the rocket that's launching is at the highest quality level it can be. Because, again, this competition asks them to do some pretty big stuff. And that's why the kids are so excited. If they wanted to launch model rockets in their backyard or in the school front yard, whatever, they can do that. But there are very, very, very few places in the world where you can do something like this.
Absolutely. And if you're just tuning in right now thinking, what is going on? What's that on hold mean? We are currently not able to launch because their sustained wind speed is over 20 miles per hour. And we're also dealing with cloud cover right now. So we have to ensure that there is a safe environment for these rockets to launch. We will get back to launching more rockets. We've still got 18 to go in this current salvo that we're hoping to get up and launching as soon as possible. So we will keep you updated as soon as we know we're a go. We're all ready. It's just Mother Nature right now that's not playing ball. So we will get there. We will get there as soon as possible. So we were talking about support and mentorship at the Spaceport America Cup and how important that is. This is obviously your first year coming back and volunteering. What has that experience been like for you?
Oh, it's been a really good time. I've got to hang out with some people that I've not seen in a while, some alumni from RIT, of course. But just to meet new people, get new connections, and just to see where that goes. And you never know who you're going to run into here. We have a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds. You could see people that are in the same industry as you, or a completely different thing, not even in aerospace. So it's a great opportunity to go meet new people for both the staff and the students.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And if you're watching at home and you're thinking, how do I get involved? Go to soundingrocket.org, check them out, find out. And even if you don't come and volunteer for the Spaceport America Cup, get involved in a competition. There are some really great feeder competitions that are going on around the world. And I think we could probably do with some more of them, actually, to sort of work alongside Ezra.
The growth in the international arena has been just shocking. The Cup started in 2017. The previous competition was the IREC and started in 2006. But the international explosion of competitions have been just mind-boggling. So we've got the Latin American Space Challenge, we've got the European Rocketry Championship, we've got Launch Canada, and I just want to throw some kudos out. Adam Trumpour is a good friend of ESRA. He's been our liquids lead for many, many years, and he is, I think he will be probably one of the founding fathers of amateur high-power rocketry in Canada. He is working with Transport Canada, which is their version of FAA, and all of a sudden they're looking at changing rules that have been sort of set in stone for a long, long time. Their competition is breaking the mold, breaking barriers that have been set in place over years, and using the rule sets and some of the examples from Spaceport America Cup, and showing Transport Canada that this is why are all of our students going down to the United States to launch when we have Canada to launch in, and it's been phenomenal. But again, same thing going around the European Rocketry Championships, in Portugal, just amazing, fabulous launch competition, growing every single year. The Latin American Space Challenge, I just heard there's a very large competition in Mexico that's growing as well, and I know Australia is working real hard to get their competition going. They ran it a few years and then it's had a COVID a little bit, but so anyways,
that's a siren that I don't think was supposed to go, but we'll see. I believe we're going to hear a bit of a word from one of our sponsors.
SHAPE is excited to sponsor collegiate teams with donations of our cloud-native product design platform. Trusted in industry by companies like Trek and Form Labs, Onshape is a professional computer-aided design tool with product data management, simulation, and more, all built into one accessible platform. You can use Onshape to bring your team's ideas to life faster and more efficiently. Explore different builds, test your designs, communicate improvements, and do it all entirely online. No need to download or install. You can all work together in your Onshape document at the same time, from any device, anywhere, collaborating digitally in real time. Learn more about getting your team sponsored by Onshape by visiting us at onshape.com/edu.
Huge antenna pointing up in the air. Seems to be ready to go, and I said, do they know something we don't? Let's hope that this wind is dying down a bit. It does feel a little bit gusty right now. We can see my hair doesn't look like it's the best shape as it ever. There's something about coming out to this competition every year and I end up having a shower. I feel like I bring back half the desert with me.
So the team over there actually is RIT. They had problems with the wind last year, and they wanted to study how the wind more affects the flight. So they have probably a 15-foot pole with a wind vane and a spinner that tracks the wind speed and wind direction. It also has live temperature data, humidity data, and they're all tracking all that information.
I find it amazing when you see these teams that have come back year after year and they think, rather than saying, oh, this is frustrating, they take it as an opportunity to learn. And they develop some incredible instrumentation where they're doing things. A lot of the teams have got payloads going on, are doing exactly that. They're climate testing, they're collecting data on the environment, so again, they can prepare better for next year. And I like that. They're prepping for the next generation. Some of these students probably are graduating, probably not going to come back again, but they want to leave that legacy.
This is Van, Sandwich Shop, do you come in?
I was waiting to see if there was an announcement then. We're all on hold right now. It's just a really frustrating situation for everybody here at the spaceport. But Mother Nature is not playing ball with us right now. The teams are ready. They're on the launch pads. We're on hold because of sustained winds over 20 miles per hour and because of cloud cover. It's a combination of two right now. I never know which point. We get this die down of the wind and I think, yeah! Then I look around and I see clouds and I think, no.
So close.
So close, yeah, so far. So this is a bit of a test of patience, to say the least, that these students are having to deal with. It's frustrating, it really is, but we're not going to launch it with those wind speeds being too high, and we're not going to launch with the cloud cover being too low. And you guys do that for a very good reason, correct?
Well, absolutely, and again, it's all about safety and being able to track the rockets and ensuring that they come down where they're supposed to come down. We have a large number of spectators here. We have a large number of students and volunteers, and one of the worst case scenarios would be something that lands near an individual. That can be quite frightening. So we want to make sure that everything is set up into the best situation it can, and that's why we use such immense distances. Some folks can get real challenging. It's like, hey, why are you only seeing a smoke trail that's 3/4 of a mile away? Well, that's the safety factor that's involved there. So luckily with the live stream, we can send in these robotic drones and others so you can get some of these better views. So it's sort of like being at a Super Bowl. If you're up in the top tier of the deck without some type of binoculars, you only see little spots running around on the field, whereas if you're at home watching on TV, you get the best views. So all of y'all here on the live stream, you're probably getting some better views than a lot of the folks that are here. But the energy is super high, and everyone's super excited. I'm keeping fingers crossed that window opens up a little bit here. We're at coming up on, I guess, 12 noon or close to that.
We are. I was just doing a double check at the moment. It's 11:45 a.m. here in New Mexico, so Mountain Time range. So I'm hopeful. We've still got plenty of time. The window closes at what time today? 5 o'clock?
Yeah, it's 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. So we've got a little bit extra time. So there's 6 hours left in the day. Hopefully we can get through some.
I'm
more
fingers
rocket
crossed.
launches. I've got everything crossed.
Yep.
Yeah. We're going to see some rocket launches, and we're feeling the sun beating down on us right now. But it is that cloud cover that I think is causing a few little waves of us and hesitation as we're about to go into more launches. I was just very distracted a second ago watching some of the teams from Turkey. What amazing things to see how many international teams that come in here.
Yeah, it's really neat seeing them over here right next to us. They are focused on, some teams are just making sure that, hey, can I talk to my rocket? The rocket's talking back to me. I can see where the battery life is. All of these functions are great. They're part of a new challenge that's going on this year called the Live Video Challenge. And they are right now troubleshooting challenges with not only getting telemetry data back from their rocket, they're attempting to get a live video camera view from their rocket. So that's a whole different challenge. Yeah. I mean, that's a significant technology barrier that we're doing here at the Collegiate Amateur High Power Rocketry Arena. Very exciting.
I think companies like SpaceX make that look really easy, but that's a really difficult challenge.
Yeah, they certainly do. We had some experience with that ourselves. We did a live stream from our payload, and I believe our rocket, maybe just the rocket, but it wasn't nearly the quality we're getting now. So there's just steps in the right direction for these teams, producing way better quality video right there live. It's really incredible.
Yeah, GoPro was involved a couple of years ago, and if you want to see a really cool video, there's actually a couple of clips in their GoPro commercial from the rockets that were launched here at Spaceport America. So that that's the kind of thing we hope to see. We want to see the team succeed, and we're just waiting for them right now. I think we've got an interview getter set up right now in our booth from the team from Manitoba. So we're going to pass over to the team in the booth and see what the guys have got to say.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heba, and we're back here at Spaceport America with a team all the way from Canada. Welcome, guys. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm Taylor. This is Jaden. We're both from the University of Manitoba, part of UMSATS, part of the Rocketry Division. We're currently in the 10K COTS category.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about your journey coming down here and building the rocket and that process. Take us through that.
So it was definitely a long trip. Took about 30 hours total over 2 days. We're in Winnipeg, so that's 16 hours down to Wichita. We stayed for the night, and then all the way down to TRC where we're staying. Building the rocket it's been a bit of a headache, but main issues we've been encountering is like integration. So building the avionics bay, making sure it fits nicely with payload, and for context, it's located in our nose cone. So a lot of the issues we've been having is the nose cone going on top and something breaking. So, but we just finished assembly this morning, and we went for a safety meeting, and it's been great. We passed good, and we're in line for the launch pad.
That's awesome. That's amazing. Tell us, you mentioned the payload. Tell us a little bit more about that.
For a variety of reasons, we weren't able to manufacture it on time. However, at Launch Canada, if you check us out, there we will have a fully complete scientific experiment. It is revolving around mimicked blood vessels, material that matches the strength of the blood vessel, a pump that pulsates kind of like a heart would pulsate, and we're going to measure changes in flow rate throughout the launch at Launch Canada. So Launch Canada is late August. I would also recommend checking them out because we will have to compete there as well.
That's awesome. And as far as the rocket goes, what's y'all's favorite part about it?
I'd probably say I'm an electrical engineering student myself, so definitely looking through the avionics bay and particularly wire management is something I really enjoy myself. And I know maybe some other people don't because of how annoying it's been the last couple days, but I'd say that's probably my favorite.
Yeah, and my favorite part about rocketry in general is that you cannot go wrong. Every little piece of engineering you have to be near perfect with, and I love just kind of the pressure, pushing myself to new limits, learning things I've never learned before, and just having to constantly battle that battle.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of that, what were some challenges that you guys faced with building the rocket?
So the biggest challenge to me, I definitely was our rocket this year. We had a previous rocket that was not quite perfect, so we made tiny little tweaks, but we wanted to save money. And because of that, we had to rearrange an already made puzzle into a new puzzle. And so figuring out the best way to fit everything and being stable and happy for launching, that was the biggest challenge I faced.
I'm more of a logistics side of stuff, so planning this whole trip has been my whole year. Keeping costs down for everybody going on the trip has been a major focus of mine, and luckily we've been able to help out each other. We're using student cars with student trailers, so it's been a major teamwork effort amongst the team.
Definitely. Yeah, that's amazing. So what's the experience been like? I know we spoke a little bit earlier. This is y'all's first time here down in New Mexico and here at Spaceport America. I know y'all are from Canada, so how are y'all holding up with the weather?
Where we're from, in the winter, it can get as low as -40. For the Americans, that is also -40.
Yeah.
And so we are built a little better for the cold than the warmth, and I was surprised when 37 Celsius was considered not that high.
Yeah.
Over time, I've gotten used to it for sure, though.
Definitely. So be sure to stay hydrated. That sunblock, definitely. Do you guys have any final things you'd like to say? Any shout outs? Anything you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out my mother for lending us our trailer. Maybe you've seen it around. It's the one with all the pink flowers on the side of it.
Yeah.
She's been a great help. We were using her car and her trailer, as well as all of you Manitoba, as well as the other engineering student teams, SAE, Aero, Combustion, Electric, Baja. What else am I missing?
Concrete Canoe.
Concrete Toboggan.
Also shout out to all the professors at U of M and all of our mentors for helping us.
Yep.
And obviously the last shout out we'd like to give is for everyone on the rocket team, everyone who couldn't make it. Even if all you did was screw in one bolt to a bulkhead, you still made a noticeable change and impact on our team.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for coming out here and talking to us, and good luck with everything, and we'll take it back to the booth.
Sure. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for that. It's always great to hear from the teams and what they're working on and get a bit of an update on how things are going and progressing.
Thank you, guys.
So again, if you guys are just tuning in, and I believe there's about 1,500 people watching us right now, we're sorry. We're having fun here. Just waiting right now because the range is on hold, and that's due to the fact that the winds are not playing ball and the weather is not looking too bright right now. In fact, it's looking very cloudy. It's very unlike New Mexico. We'll get there though. As I mentioned before, if you're a praying, wishful thinking,
That's right.
sending positive vibes into the universe type person, please send them our way, because we've got 18 anxious teams next to us right now that are desperate to get those launches going. They've been waiting now for probably been an hour that we've been on hold now, really.
Yeah, I'm starting to see some openings. We've got some blue sky over here.
I can see some blue skies.
Yeah, that's hopeful. Hopeful, fingers crossed.
It just depends on which way the wind is blowing, which is always the problem. So we are on hold. We are on standby. As soon as that moment comes available, I think they're just going to go. And I think it could be quite a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 moment. In fact, we might even get at the countdown, because it really is a case of as soon as we can go, we're going. We want to help those teams in the air and get them going as soon as possible.
So off to our left here, we've got the live stream portion of the team that is working with the student teams for their live video challenge. And it looks like we've got 5 or 6 different teams that are over here trying to get their live video feeds configured properly so that we can feed them directly into the live stream. So we have our live stream director, Logan Herrera, this was his brainchild. He wanted to do this. I'm like, I think this is going to be incredibly technically challenging. And he said, perfect, that's what I like to do. So again, major kudos to Logan. He's the one that truly took the prototype project that I started and Alice helped guide into something that turned into a really phenomenal output. So
Absolutely, and it's growing every year. We're learning every year. We're coming back and saying, okay, we tried this, it didn't quite work, and we'll see what happens. So we'll see how this part of the competition works out this year. We've had 2 launches, I believe, so far, where they hoped to get live stream. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do so. It is what it is. It's actually very difficult out here. It's the climate. You are quite a distance away from Wi-Fi signals, so you're having to rely on their own signals that they're creating for a lot of these videos. And on top of that, it's the heat. Sometimes things just don't want to work. I think we were on there yesterday and the cameras just decided to switch off, and I said, you know what, I think they're just too hot. There are times like that where I feel like I could just switch off as well when I get overheated. So this is what the technical challenges of having to deal with working in the middle of the desert, and we are literally in the middle of the high desert here in southern New Mexico. We're about 60 miles from Las Cruces, about 45 miles from Truth or Consequences, in the middle of nowhere. It does make it a little bit difficult when it comes to anything out here, and it is a harsh environment. There are all sorts of things that really want to take your life. I've joked around about it, but I have my steel composite toe boots on me because I multiple times out here, year 1 in 2018, I stood on thorns that went straight through the sole of my tennis shoes, and I wasn't going to do that again. On top of that, it is snake season. We have rattlesnakes out here. I scared Cliff yesterday when I told him, did you know that rattlesnakes give birth to live births? They don't lay eggs. Did you know that? I know. Neither did I. Scary, isn't it? Just takes them up to that next level of chill. Doesn't seem to make sense, but they do. They live birth their newborns, and actually the babies are more deadly than the fully grown ones because they don't know how to control their venom. So if you see a baby, as cute as they look, run in the opposite direction and run fast, run far. On top of that, we do have scorpions out here. We have something called vinegaroos, which are a combination of a spider and a scorpion that spray this vinegar smelling thing that comes out of them. They're actually a lot scarier looking than what they are, but they will cause you to smell a little bit odd for a while. We do have tarantulas this time of year that will bury themselves in the sand. So a lot of these students have to take all that into account when it comes to recovering their rockets. And we tell them again, we tell them the 3rd time, and I don't think they really believe me. But there have been a few cases where people have come across some wildlife critters out here and just gone,
and it's always the birds. You always think it's a rattlesnake or a lizard, or they just run real fast. The birds come in, you assume the worst is a rattlesnake or something of that nature, but it's just those little lizards. I've been out there on recovery a couple of times. You see the lizards coming in and they move the brush a little bit, and you're like, oh geez, what are we in for?
Oh yeah, we've got some really lovely critters out here as well. We are on red flag. We're just waiting on hold to see what we're going to do with the bleak cloud.
If y'all can see that red flag is straight out.
Yeah.
And that means very, very high winds.
Yeah,
so
it is a problem.
Unfortunately, not looking good, but
we will keep monitoring, won't we?
Yeah, I was speaking of the animals and wild animals out here. There were a couple of years where I did stay in camping and just do the early mornings and such, and we'd be out here, we'd have a couple of lights on, we'd have the grill cooking food and such, and these little tarantulas would come up as it started to get cooler just to see what's going on, come up under the table, and they'd be walking around checking out your boots and stuff, like what's going on, and a lot of fun. Rattlesnake comes in, everybody gets out.
Yeah, everyone runs.
Everyone
yeah,
gets
the
out.
tarantulas aren't actually too bad. They're just a lot scarier looking. We do also have coyotes out here, bobcats. There are mountain lions even in this region. So there are all sorts of cute critters too.
Oh, the bunny rabbits! I saw a bunny rabbit this morning.
Yeah.
Too cute.
They are very cute, and some of them are quite suicidal as well. I've noticed quite a few that do love to run themselves underneath the wheels and tires of these vehicles when they come out here, because they're not used to this amount of people coming out to this region at one time. This is just a once-a-year thing, so they're not prepared. But yeah, watch out for the bunnies.
Part of the land is BLM.
Yes.
And it is leased out to ranchers who actually have some cattle. And I remember a couple of years ago where a baby little calf maybe got separated
that
from.
was, yes. I remember
was,
finding that one across the side of the road and had to call it in and say, there's a coffee that's got out. Somebody come and save it.
It was just mewing like you wouldn't imagine. It's like, where's my mommy? Where's my mommy?
We had horses in here. Was that last year or the year before when there was a pack of horses that had come
see some.
from?
You're right.
So we do get wild horses around here. I'm not sure if they were wild or from the local ranchers, but there were a pack in here. And I remember turning up in the early hours and looking out and thinking, that's not ideal. We also have a ranch dog that has made himself at home over the years and has turned up and befriended the students, and some of them have threatened to take the dog home.
Right, no.
The dog does belong to the rancher that lives down the road. It's just very inquisitive when there's lots of people around. So if you see Dot running around, Dot is a very friendly dog. And does belong to the rancher that lives just on the hillside not far from us. So we'll go home, I promise. Do not try and adopt Dot, as cute as Dot is. I'm not sure if Dot's male or female. I've got a feeling she might be a female, but she's a very good dog. So yeah, there is some interesting little quirks around here. In fact, if you drive out of the vertical launch area and take a left and head towards that ranch, there are cattle that graze around here. We've had to block it off because a lot of students think they can cut through, or Google Maps sends them the wrong way. You don't want to drive along there because there's a good chance there's a cattle that will just wander out in front of you, and we certainly don't want to get anybody in those situations. So it's always fun to hear some of the experiences that people have had out here. Nathan, when you were here as a student, what was your most fun experience of being part of the competition? Anything like quirky from New Mexico?
Well, I think just being part of the team, being with the guys, going through the struggles, going through the excitement, the tragedy, the whole emotions of it, just being with the guys and cracking dumb jokes, and just the camaraderie that comes with that.
I think that's what this competition is definitely very well known for, is making sure people network, get to meet other people that are very like-minded and get along really well. And what a great opportunity for them to meet people from all over the world that have that same interest. So I believe we've got an interview that is going to be lined up right now, so we're on hold. Just go over and see what they've got to say.
Hello, welcome back. It's almost afternoon. I mean, time is going by really fast. I am here in the interview booth with Osvaldo from Space Dragons, Queretaro, Mexico. Team number 2. That's pretty cool. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Well, we have launched several hours ago, and it was great.
Yeah? How are you guys feeling after that launch? Tell me about that.
We have been feeling like relaxed. It's like all the stress has gone out. So yeah, we are going to enjoy the launches these days, and we will wait for on Saturday the premiation awards. Yeah.
Well, I hope everything went well. Did it all go well to your guys' expectations?
Yes. Our recovery team is waiting for the authorization to go to the launch site. So yeah.
Oh, to go find it and stuff. Recovery. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool. So you talked about stress and stuff. So what is the most stressful thing you guys encountered during the process of building the rocket?
Well, I think it was back on Mexico because we wanted to make, as a fact, this is our second time here in Spaceport, and we wanted to do something different from the last year. So we wanted to expand the dimension of our rocket, and also develop a payload that could have a distinguished function. So this year was detection of UV radiation.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that it was the design, the most difficult part for us, gather all the ideas that we have and have one vision.
Yeah. So tell me about your payload. You mentioned a little bit about it, but how did you guys get that idea and how did you guys accomplish it?
Well, first of all, we wanted to do a CubeSat. That was the main idea, and then we had what can we do with that CubeSat? What can we accomplish? So back in Mexico, in Queretaro specifically, there's a lot of heat. There's a lot of UV radiation, and we wanted make an approximation about the services of meteorology that we have on Mexico, and make something unique.
Yeah. So you mentioned uniqueness of rocket. Other than the payload, what makes your rocket the most unique or the best rocket?
I will say the design. The design. Well, a lot of people back on Convention Center and here on the launch site have told us that it was great. The design it is like it is about a type of art, Mexican art, that is named huichol, arte huichol. So yeah, that is unique of our rocket.
Yeah, I did see your guys' rocket in the convention center, and I loved it. It was beautiful.
Yes, thank you.
Do you have any shout outs or anything you want to say to anyone watching the live stream or to your team out there?
Well, specifically to the Mexican people, I will say that don't have fear about embarking or having like dreams related to rocketry. In our country, it's very difficult because of the lack of legislation. But now this year we are 4 Mexican teams participating, so it is affordable. It is a dream that it can be affordable if you want.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. Great advice. Great message to get out there. Well, thank you for speaking with me, and I hope everything went well with your launch.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Let's take it back to a sponsored video, I guess.
A massive thank you to our sponsors there. And we're being joined by another Ezra volunteer. Would you like to introduce yourself to everybody?
Hello. All the people on the live stream are probably like, oh, God, not this girl again. She talked for 2 hours yesterday.
You did a really good job with it. I was watching you last night, and it's difficult. We're in that hold pattern again. I think maybe, Hannah, you might be the curse. I hate to say it. But,
you're right. I got to get out of here, man.
Hannah's going to break it for us.
It's the problem with the afternoons, as we've talked about quite a few times. The afternoon weather here in New Mexico is notoriously bad, and we always say to the teams, try and get out there early. We got them out there, and then all of a sudden we're on a hold pattern, and that's because of the wind. So it is what it is. But you did a very good job yesterday talking through all of that.
Thank you. Yes, I guess for anybody who doesn't know me, hi. My name is Hannah Cruz. I'm a new Ezra volunteer this year. I've been helping out with a few things around. I formally signed on as a judge first, but then I started helping with some of the merchandising, a little bit of the registration the first day, sort of just jumping in wherever I was needed. But it's been nice to be a volunteer this year because I was a student for the past 4 years. My first year, it was when it got canceled because of COVID. But then my last 2 years of college, we were able to come in person.
That's exciting. It's really good to see. We were talking about the freshman class this year, weren't we? How incredible it is to see so many of the Rocketeers that are now graduated, now working, have come back and volunteered this year. And my gauntlet's going to throw down to those that have been saying in the comments about how we could improve things out here. Come and volunteer yourself. We'd love to hear some of your news. And honestly, this group of volunteers that have come out this year have done a great job of improving things. Day one this year, when I walked into the convention center, I said, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Normally it's chaos and everything's crazy, but actually it went really smooth.
Yeah.
And these teams turned out when they were told to turn up, and they did it the right way, and there was organization. And that's not to say that they've not been able to do it well in previous years, but when you're organizing 1,500 people, that's actually really difficult. So whoever came up with the idea of the restaurant buzzers, shall we call them, genius. I think they deserve an award.
That was Dr. Ken Overton. A few folks had recommended it, but he was the one that's like, we're going to do this, and I'm going to make it work. And he took it upon himself, understanding that he's already got 50 other duties, not to mention he is the range safety officer. So he's like the head safety guy for all of launch operations and all of these responsibilities underneath him. And yet he's worried about queuing teams up and ensuring that, we don't have people standing in line or we can't find teams when we need to find them. So it worked out really well. He definitely took that on and ran with it. And that's just one of the big projects he's done. From the safety side, he ran 1.3 million splash simulations, which is a extremely challenging simulation of where the rocket's going to land by changing micro variables in the wind and the direction, type of rocket, all of these little details. Ran 1.3 million of these simulations to create a splash pattern so that we can safely generally predict what the rocket behavior is going to be once they launch. And again, he's just really knocked it out of the park since he's retired. So he's even busier now with ESRA than he was before when he was working in the industry.
Isn't that always the way? I'm looking up at the cloud cover right now. That's another reason why we're possibly on hold. We know the wind is also quite sustained, but we can't launch when the cloud cover is too thick because we can't see the rockets launch, which is a bit of a problem. So when you were a competitor here, Hannah, can you tell me a little bit about your team and what you guys achieved in the 2 years that you were able to come out here in person?
Of course. So I am from Virginia Tech, or Virginia Polytechnic State or Institute and State University, just in case you want to waste some of your breath today. The first year that I was there, the team was actually on a surprisingly strong design path that ended up, of course, getting sidetracked because of COVID. And then in the next couple years, we followed similar struggles that I think most teams did, where we were trying to retain a bunch of knowledge, retain a bunch of our members in order to keep our projects alive, because losing tribal knowledge is one of the biggest things that can negatively affect a rocketry team. Yeah. Because once you think about it, 4 years is not a whole lot of years, and that's even if you're on the team for your entire college career. Yeah. So finally, my junior year, we made it out here, and I must say I was very nervous. Yeah. I was very nervous because nobody on the team had ever been out to Spaceport America Cup before. I didn't really totally understand how all the operations worked out here. I'd only been to smaller scale rocket launches. Luckily, we had some very kind alumni who had been here in 2018, who basically drew us a very a beautiful map, a very highly artistic map of the ESRA launch site, and showed us, here's where the convention center is, here's where the launch site is, and here's where you go, which inspired maybe a little bit more confidence when we came out here. But yeah, our first year's rocket was definitely ambitious. It was very heavy. It was over 100 pounds. It was in the 10K COTS category, but it had an ejectable payload in it. It had some air brakes. It had some telemetry in it. So it was a very, very involved rocket. And I think that after that year, the team learned that there is some value in simplicity and ease. Yes. In terms of our design, because I think as a student, sometimes it could be easy to go real hard, real fast. We have all this money. We have all this money and all these cool ideas. Let's just do everything. But if you try and incorporate too many things into one rocket, it can sometimes make it difficult to launch efficiently. Yeah. And so the next year we came out with a much more streamlined design that still had our air brakes, still had some telemetry in it, but it was a much lighter rocket that went up and had a much more successful recovery than the year we had before. And the team is back out here this year, and they're out there trying to recover their rocket right now, working with Da Vinci. And so I hope they can bring their rocket back safe, and I'm very proud of all the work that they've done this year since they've graduated.
Excellent. It sounds like we've got another interview lined up, so while we're on hold, let's go and find out who else we've got to speak to.
Hi, I'm here today with team number 18 from Chulalongkorn University, all the way here from Thailand. We'll be doing this interview in a little bit of English, a little bit of Thai. I'll try to translate the Thai part to the best of my abilities, just so the people back home can also follow along. So yeah, สวัสดีค่ะ Okay. สวัสดีค่ะ ยินดีต้อนรับสู่ Spaceport America Cup 2024 ค่ะ Welcome to Spaceport America Cup 2024. And yeah, how was your flights here? How long was it?
We had a 30 hours flight. We took 3 flights from Thailand to here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was very tiring.
Yeah, that's a really long flight. When did you guys get here?
We got here on the 12th. Yeah.
The 12th. Yeah. And how's the weather here? I know Thailand is very hot right now, but New Mexico is also very hot right now too, in the desert.
Very hot but very dry, so it takes time to adapt. Mm-hmm. Yes.
and it's like right here is a lot of dust going around. So,
Oh,
yeah.
right. Yeah. So tell me a little bit about your rocket and which category you're competing in.
Yeah, okay, we're doing the 30K COTS category. We're using the O5500 motor.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's special about your rocket this year? I know you guys were aiming for some awards, right?
Yeah, we have 2 outside cameras. One is live feed and the other one is recording. We also have a camera for the deployment inside the rocket and one inside the payload.
Mhm. What were some of the struggles you ran into while building the rocket or like transporting it here?
So since building, there are a lot of problem with the simulation. I mean, we get some inconsistency.
Mhm.
And there are also some challenge with the manufacturing of some parts. And also, well, the flight computer is quite a headache to work with.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right. That's always a little bit tricky.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So, is there any sorry, I'm blanking on the words. Is there any shout outs you'd like to give to or to thank the university?
Yeah, I would like to thank all the sponsors and all the manufacturers that supported us. Like, without them, we wouldn't be here, obviously. Yeah, and the university as well for giving us the support and financial support. Yeah.
I'm gonna switch to Thai for the next question here. มีอะไรที่อยากจะบอกน้องๆคนไทยที่อาจจะสนใจในด้านจรวดหรือว่าการมาแข่งขันที่มหาลัยนี้ไหมคะในการแข่งขันมหาลัยที่นี่ไหมคะ
อยากให้แบบว่าเด็กคนไทยที่กำลังสนใจในเรื่อง aerospace หรือว่าวิศวะต่างๆ หรือจะเป็นอย่างอื่นก็ได้อยากให้เข้ามาแข่งกันเยอะๆเพราะว่าอยากเห็นทีมไทยมาสู่เวทีโลกมากกว่านี้ตอนนี้ก็มี2ทีมแล้วก็เป็นข่าวดีค่ะ
ค่ะมี2ทีมแล้วเดี๋ยวทีมอื่นก็ตามๆกันมาได้นะคะ So just to recap that, I asked if they have a message to the aspiring aerospace engineering students in Thailand. Now that we have 2 teams here, they're inviting the students to participate. Don't be afraid of the challenge, and then we hope to see more teams over here later. All right. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming in today. Is there anything you'd like to say to the people back home in Thai?
Yeah, please cheer for us. Yeah, thank you everyone.
ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะ
Another great example of an international team that's come here and had to overcome so much more than I think people appreciate when it comes to transferring their rocket over here, transferring themselves over here. What a costly expense to be able to come out to New Mexico and be able to sponsor on that. I'm seeing the sign that's come up on the screen that says we're on hold. Hannah, can you tell us what on hold means?
So on hold means that we are not currently launching rockets right now. That is likely due to a combination of the high wind as well as some of the low cloud cover. The high winds, something that people don't always consider when they're flying rockets to these types of heights is that we may have a certain ground wind, but as you start going up, the wind gets significantly higher. And so, these 10K teams it affects, it seriously affects the 30K teams. Once you start getting up to higher altitudes, rockets can start having more unpredictable flight paths and leaning into the wind.
Or wobbles, as we call it.
Yes, because what ends up happening, and I'm sorry if you already know this.
No, please do.
Is that the way that rockets work is that if my finger was like a rocket and, you have the center of gravity here, the center of mass, and then you have the center of pressure, which is a point in which all forces act through. So as the wind is blowing, it pushes through this point on the center of gravity, and then the rocket rotates about center of mass. So that's how you get, if wind is flying this way, it pushes the rocket this way, and the rocket starts to tilt into the wind.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got ground speed winds are sustained about 20 miles per hour, but that wind also changes at elevation as well. We are 4,500 feet above sea level here in Spaceport America, but even higher than that, we go all the way up to the stratosphere that we actually monitor out here with the wind weather, and it changes significantly once you start to get above 5,000 feet above ground level. So it really does make a huge difference, and that's part of the reason why when it gets to 20 miles per hour sustained winds, we have to go Sorry guys, it's heartbreaking for all of us involved, but the reason we hold the competition this time of year at this location is because it's the only time of year that all the universities are off, so it's kind of important that we want to make sure we get as much participation and we're not infringing on people's end of year exams, and the reason we hold it here in New Mexico is that really there isn't a location around the world yet that'll be able to accommodate 1,800 people, 122 rocket launches over a couple of days, so it is what it is. We do our best to do what we can, and Mother Nature hopefully will start to play ball.
Exactly. I'm just glad it's not raining.
Oh, me too. You know, in 2022, when we finally came back in person, we did have the monsoons come in several weeks early. We normally get monsoons coming late June, early July, and it washed out the roads. I was saying to Andy earlier, we were laughing. New Mexico's never actually cancelled a rocket launch because of weather before, and they didn't actually cancel that year because of weather. They cancelled because you could not drive out here to the site.
Yes, I actually remember my team was out there that year, and we had a truck that we had to pull our trailer with our rocket in it, and then we had a car that transferred the rest of the people there. And we were driving up, we were staying in Las Cruces, and so we were driving from like the back way to get here, and we got here, and we were in a car, a truck that we had rented from the university that got here. It looked like they had gone mudding. Yeah. And I was like, oh, they're going to upcharge us once we return this truck to them.
Yeah, I remember that year. I was sat at the main entrance of Spaceport America, and a couple of people kept saying, we'll be fine, we can make it down there. So I actually sent Dustin, who was part of the Ezra team, down with the team from NASA Spaceflight, and they filmed the drive down here. And I think when people saw how much mud and slurry was coming off, they realized we'd pulled 2 vehicles out already that morning that tried to get down to the site and then got stuck in the mud. And unfortunately, that meant that we just couldn't get people out to the site to launch. So yes, I'm quite grateful that we haven't got the monsoons coming in yet. It's a possibility actually that they might possibly turn up tomorrow night. So if you're thinking you're going to launch Saturday morning, here's my advice. Aim for tomorrow. It does look like on the weather report that we could get a bit of a window of opportunity later this afternoon. We've got until 6 p.m. today to launch. It's currently 12:21 here at Mountain Time in New Mexico. So fingers crossed these teams that are anxiously waiting next to us do get their rockets in the air.
Yes, I'm also going to take this opportunity to be a safety shill, because if you're going to be any type of shill, you might as well be a safety shill.
Absolutely.
And tell folks that even though there is cloud cover here, please continue to put on sunscreen.
And get hydrated. You know, it's a running joke. That's all I keep telling everybody, but it's true. You don't realize just how much the sun can affect you, even with that cloud cover, even when it feels like it's mild, and today it is. It's much, much more mild than it was yesterday. Yesterday we were in the hundreds, today we're in the 80s. It feels nice and cool, but actually you're still going to be dehydrated because we're again 4,500 feet above the sea level. It's a very dry heat. There's that dust coming in, and if you don't realize it, you are definitely losing liquids. So you make sure, please drink water, get some hydration salts in you, get some electrolytes in you, and eat. That's another thing. I heard a couple of teams yesterday that they got so caught up getting their rockets ready to go out to the pad that they missed the food trucks and they missed their lunch.
Eat food.
Please eat. Make sure you look after yourselves. I was mentioning earlier, you know, we always talk about heat exhaustion being a problem in the medical tent, and every year, it doesn't matter how many times I drill it into them, go get yourself hydrated. We'll always end up with somebody in there with heat exhaustion, but we've also had a few people in there with mental exhaustion. Could you talk me through just how much mentally goes into this competition? Because as a competitor, you must realize it was pretty scary.
Oh, it's definitely a lot. I know, at least my heart goes out to all of the, especially like leadership on some of these teams, because typically what ends up happening is that the brunt of the admin and organization of getting the actual students down here is taken on by other students. It's not typically done by universities.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of pressure to make sure that everybody's getting here on time. You are keeping track of each other's vehicles. All of the rocket parts are stored safely. You're complying with all of the ESRA requirements in order to launch, and that you just know where everything is. Because obviously, for safety reasons, we have a lot of different checks and before a rocket can get out there to launch, but also for someone who's never been here before, or even teams that have only been here 1 or 2 years, it could be a fairly intimidating undertaking.
Oh yeah. I mean, I was mentioning before, about 60 miles from Las Cruces, about 45 miles from Truth or Consequences. We are in the middle of nowhere, and we've certainly had a few incidences where people have followed Google Maps or any other kind of online map procedures, and they've been sent in the wrong direction or into the middle of the desert. We have saved several teams that have got stuck in the middle of nowhere thinking that they were following the right direction. I mean, luckily, in 2017, when we first brought the Spaceport America Cup here to New Mexico, that road was not paved. So if you can imagine it, it was that dirt road the whole way out. I think we had one team that blew out all 4 tires, and they didn't blow them out at the same time. So they stopped, they changed, they stopped, they changed, and then they ran out of spare tires.
Oh my gosh.
So I do recall Guillermo, if he's watching now, who was a volunteer at the time and wasn't working for Spaceport America, but he was here and went and saved that team at the side of the road when they blew out their 3rd and 4th tire to go make sure that they could get her back to Las Cruces. So in 2018 it was pretty much fully paved until the last few little spots closer to the spaceport, and obviously now we're very lucky that the road is paved all the way out here to Spaceport America. It's just that last 4 miles when you come out to the vertical launch area that things can be a little bit dicey.
Another quick safety PSA that maybe is a slightly more of a fun fact, because I haven't heard of this happening just yet, but I remember when I was when some of my team's alumni were teaching us, here's how to generally approach Spaceport America Cup. They're like, you have to be careful, because sometimes when satellites, for GPS are scanning the ground, to create their maps, there are these things called arroyos out here, which are dried riverbeds that sometimes satellites can think are dirt roads, but if you drive on them, your car will get stuck. And so you have to be very careful. I'd recommend all teams, especially recovery teams, where you start going off more so into the brush where there's less defined roads. Before you actually turn onto a road, double check that it is actually a dirt road and not just a dry creek bed, because if you get stuck out there, the effort to come get you is going to be substantial.
Yeah, as I mentioned multiple times, we are in a high desert, and the arroyo is actually where we've had a runoff of rain. So when I first moved here, and I'm from the UK, I honestly thought when people told me there was going to be flooding, I was like, ha, I'm from the UK, we flood. But flooding here is like I've never experienced before. You could be driving along, it's dry, there's probably not even a cloud in the sky, but somehow the rain has hit the mountain ranges around you, and you'll be driving along, and a river will just, the only way I can describe it, will just come up and over a road and push you off of it. So yeah, those arroyos are actually quite scary and a little bit dangerous. Yes. So that's a really good piece of advice for people. Go look at them, don't go into them. That's definitely a good piece of advice to follow. And it is difficult when you're out there. But I believe we've got a team interview we've got lined up. So while we're on hold, let's go find out a little bit more about some of the teams here.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're back here in beautiful Spaceport America. I'm Heba, and I'm here with a team all the way from Austin, right?
Dallas.
I'm sorry about that. Right, introduce yourselves.
My name is Jack. We are Comet Rocketry from AIAA Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Jack Finnegan. I'm the president. Logan?
Yep, I'm Logan. I'm the Rocketry director. And that's about it.
That's awesome. Well, tell us a little bit about your team and the journey down here. How was that?
Sure, yeah. It was quite the drive. We were able to make it in a day. But we've been wanting to be at this competition for over a year now. In the past year and a half, we launched our first L1, and then a year ago we launched our first L2. And now we're here launching our L3 at Spaceport, and it's such a blast to be here. We're so excited. I know the team is so thankful to be here, and we're just having a great time out here.
Definitely. It's such a blast, no pun intended, y'all. But yeah, tell us about the rocket. That definitely seems interesting. I know you guys were set to launch, but there's some weather, so tell us about that.
Yeah, sure. So, our rocket is a 10K COTS category rocket. We started building rockets for the first time 2 years ago. We started with cardboard tubes and launching some L1s. About a year ago, we started doing some fiberglass composites, some basic layups, do some L2s, and now this is our first L3, not our first launch ever, but our first rocket that is an L3 ever. So we're really excited to see it go up, and we've had a lot of good mentorship by some of the Ezra guys here, and I think we're going to do really well this year. We have no technical difficulties, passed all the safety with flying colors, and yeah, it's just going to be a great launch today.
That's awesome. Speaking of, starting from cardboard and making it up here, what were some challenges that you guys encountered, like building the rocket and things like that?
Definitely. One of the biggest challenges we can talk about is finding the money for our rocket. That's been a big challenge, and we work through that just through talking with companies, the school, finding sponsorships, and we're always looking for more money. And we find donations for material composites, fiberglass, carbon fiber, which really helps getting the materials. And when it comes to building the rocket, You want to speak about that?
Sure. The challenges when it comes to building the rocket are accounted by all the teams here. But our strategy to it is to keep it as simple as possible and go on from there, because you wouldn't believe how many small issues you run into when the launch pad, just weather in general, you can't even control it. So how are you going to expect to launch? Like some days you can't even launch and it's not even your fault, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So technical wise, again, we keep it very, very simple, and then we're going to just build upon that experience every single year after that.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds awesome, honestly. So props to you guys for working through all those challenges.
Thank you.
I have to ask, what's your favorite part about the rocket? What's the coolest thing?
Oh, the coolest thing. That's a great question. Logan, do you have any?
I got some.
You got that one?
Yeah, so, I mean, our payload is kind of like the coolest thing on our rocket.
Yeah.
And it's basically just using triangulation to track the position of the rocket while it's in flight.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, sadly, I mean, not sadly, but we had our payload base stay overnight whenever the Haboob was coming through here. So we're hoping that it works, but we have no idea. It's just sitting out in the desert somewhere. So good luck to us, right?
Yeah, definitely. Fingers crossed for that.
That payload, just a little more about that to tell you about it, because
Sure,
we
yeah.
can talk about it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
What we did was when we first got here, we set up 3 different points in the desert with stations to receive a signal from our rocket when it goes up. And that's how we triangulate the position. Our rocket goes up and sends out a chirp, and then all 3 sensors are located so we can try and triangulate it and see where our rocket is just using that sensor. And so,
That sounds awesome. And just to wrap up, how's the experience been so far? Is this your first time here?
This is our first time.
Wow, it must be exciting then.
Definitely.
What's the experience been like? Positive? I know it's been really hot, so hopefully you're staying hydrated, but just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's been amazing, first off. I can say I think we have officially been through the ringer in terms of almost launching and not launching. Yesterday, we were just nearly out to the pads, and we had to call it at 6 because we weren't able to make it out. And we were here since 4:30. So we've definitely got the full spaceport experience. But the excitement, the energy, it's so fun meeting all these teams, these companies. It's amazing just to be out here, to be in the desert. It's beautiful out here. I'm having a blast.
Yeah. I mean, I learned that SPF 100 sunscreen exists, and that's about all I've learned. But it's been a great experience for sure.
Definitely. Well, I'm so glad you guys are having such a great time, a blast, again, no pun intended. But good luck to you guys. Hopefully you guys do launch today, and that's all I have, and we'll take it back to the booth.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, we are back, and I have somebody new with me.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I'm proud to be one of your commentators here at the IRAC competition. My name is Matthew Tan, and I've been honored to be one of the drone operators so far, but I'm glad to be joining Hannah here in the booth to commentate a little bit for you guys this afternoon, or this morning.
Yo, I've loved these drone shots that have been out there. They've been so sick. Can you tell us what it's like operating that drone out there?
Yeah, these modern drones, they pretty much operate themselves, so we've got these feeds coming in from the cameras, and they're going live out to the live stream. And they've got GPS holds, they've got altitude holds, so all we're really doing is pointing and shooting with these things. We've got our drone operation just off of the Connex, our operating control center here, and we've just been swapping batteries in and out, heading out to the range, getting the shots. We've got our headsets in, so we're listening to which rocket's going off the pad next, setting up those shots. I'm sure you've noticed on the live stream from day one, we'll see if we can replicate it if we launch again today. We've got 2 drones out there. We've been having our high altitude drone to get that beautiful plume of smoke and maybe not hit the drone on the way up. We've been getting those close shots, which is great because we don't have a pad camera out there once the range goes red.
Yeah. That's fantastic. I must say that I think the drone shots are some of my favorite shots from rocket launches because, you have to be a safe distance from the rocket as it's going up. And so you never get to see, really up close, the motor lighting and the rocket really going off the rail. And plus, it's just a unique shot from, seeing above. I've got a drone shot from one of my team's, test launches, a couple years ago. I still think it's one of, my favorite shots I've ever seen of a rocket launch. So huge kudos to you guys going out there. Have you had any issues with the wind?
Honestly, we haven't really been flying that much when the wind got super heavy because the range closes down. We've noticed a little bit with the stability of the drones, the algorithms that do the position and hold control start to get a little bit shaky, but otherwise the drones seem to be handling the wind just fine.
Okay, so then did you previously compete as a student, or is this have you always just been an Ezra judge?
I've actually mentored the Stanford team, so shout out to my team Stanford. They did a great job yesterday. But I've just been mentoring the team, and I never actually made it out to the competition. So as I've just graduated, I figure, now's the perfect opportunity to get out here and see what the teams have been working so hard to work towards. And I understand the hype now, honestly. I can't see why anybody would not want to do this competition.
Have you been having a good time?
Oh, it's been an excellent time. It's been a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, I've been having a ton of fun out here. I also was a previous student out here, so I can relate.
Yeah, for sure.
And I think that it sounds like we have an interview potentially coming up soon. So we'll that'll be eventually coming up in a little bit, but until then, you're just gonna have to continue hearing us yammer.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's interesting. I've been talking to some of the teams about the wind here, right?
Yeah.
Because the teams knew that this wind was coming. The forecast was for the wind to build in these next 2 days. And so I've been talking to the teams a little bit about the trade-off between their stability and their altitude. I was talking to one team out of Texas, and they were talking about how, you know, when they did their test launch, it was very, very windy. They couldn't quite get the altitude that they were shooting for. And so perhaps some of the viewers at home, we can explain, you know, the trade-off between the altitude with the weathercocking and stability. It comes down to a real fine balance that you get for the stability of these rockets. Maybe let's talk a little bit about that. As a former student, how have you guys done that trade-off?
Yeah, so the people on the stream know this. I don't think I've told you this, but I was previously a student at Virginia Tech, which is on the East Coast, and it's go Hokies.
Yeah,
I always do this backwards. But yeah, on the East Coast, it is not uncommon to have very high winds at a lot of these launch sites.
Flyers, please come to the final inspection tent for an immediate meeting.
Our ideal situation would be to have no winds, so we could just shoot straight up. And get the exact altitude of what we were simulating in our open rocket, but you know, that doesn't always happen. Sometimes you end up on the field and wind is coming in high enough that you end up having to adjust. You end up having to adjust to the
Okay, it sounds like they're coming up to do a Flyers meeting here, and we've got an interview coming up. So we'll come back to this very interesting topic, but it sounds like they're gonna start an interview real soon here.
Yes, definitely.
And they're prepping for it. Okay.
We've been told, please keep talking.
Set up here.
As I continue to mess up all operations, I apologize to our live stream team, who is doing a fantastic job for making up for my shortcomings. So God bless our live stream team that has done a great job getting these drone shots, keeping the live stream up and running, keeping it interesting. Frankly, a fantastic team that we have.
Yeah, I greatly enjoy also this year the kind of focus on the sponsors and just how the quality of the level of the interviews and just coverage of the competition in general.
Really quickly, whoa, who are you? How'd you get here?
I've finally been relieved from my position for a little while as the leader of the merchandise this year. Hello everyone, my name is Amin Khan, former competitor for 3 years, 21, 22, and 2023. Now I am volunteering with Ezra and I am the merchandise lead. So
awesome.
Very nice to finally have you on the live stream, Amin.
It's been great.
Yeah, we were just talking to Hannah here, where some of the teams here have been worrying about the wind, right? They knew that the wind was going to build throughout the week, and they're making trade-offs between the stability of their rockets and their maximum altitude. And so, as a former competitor, I wonder if you have anything to say about what might be going through some of these students' minds right now as they try to hit their altitude targets and having to deal with this wind.
What I'm going to say is, you know, a lot of these vehicles are very, you know, on the edge of engineering design. They're really trading weight and power to get to just the right altitude. Because for those of you who don't know, every foot you go above, you know, your 10,000 or your 30,000, your 10,000 or your 30,000 foot target, and every foot you go under, you start losing points.
Right.
I remember the first time we came out here, we actually did our simulations incorrectly, did not account for the change in wind, and also went way over our target, still at 3,000 feet above, leading to 0 points in our flight, right? And that can make or break, you know, your scoring in terms of getting into these higher tiers of the competition.
Yeah, actually, a fun thing that you've brought up that I know most of the people here know, but maybe our viewers at home don't know, with the Ezra altitude categories, is that you are totally correct. I mean, it is a plus or minus Price is Right situation when trying to reach that altitude goal. I cannot tell you how many times in my time as a student, people would ask, oh, like, how high do you fly? And I'm like, well, our goal is 10,000 feet. And then they think that it's just hitting at least 10,000 feet, which is a very, very different monster than trying to hit exactly 10,000 feet.
Yeah.
And then once they understand, they go, Oh,
Yeah,
that sounds much harder.
And that's the engineering component of this competition, right? It's designing a vehicle that's going to carry your 8.8 pound 3U payload and still hit your target of 10,000, 30,000 feet almost on the dollar, right?
Yes, I think it's very unique because it's not uncommon to see a lot of like high altitude teams, rocketry teams around the country where their whole goal is just to go as high as possible.
Right.
Which has its own merits. But it's interesting because I feel like you don't see quite as many rocketry competitions, at least definitely not on this scale, where the goal is hit this exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think it's fairly unique, and it is one of the most defining factors of Spaceport America Cup that is not always as appreciated as it should be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a technical feat, to be able to say, hey, I hit 9,999.9 feet, right? Which is, and it's like that plus minus delta of like, okay, well, if you fly to 30,000 feet, or let's say 27,000 feet, you're still 10% off your goal, right?
Yeah.
Which is going to heavily affect your scoring. So, you might go fast, you might break the speed of sound, but if you can't hit your target, you didn't really do the proper engineering.
Yes, it's always interesting to hear some of the altitudes that these teams hit, because I've heard some teams get really, really close to the altitude goals.
Yeah. I remember one team several years ago, I believe they were 3 feet off of 30,000 feet or something along those lines. It was really, really close, and they were flying, I believe, an SRAD hybrid motor as well.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about, getting the altitude within 3 feet, that's a tiny margin.
Yeah.
Considering that a lot of these rockets are supersonic, and there's so many variables that come into the maximum altitude, the wind speed being one of them, right? For those of you viewing at home, right, the relationship between the wind speed, the harder the wind is blowing, the more the rocket tips over, and so you reach these lower altitudes, right? And so teams are going to have to contend with different atmospheric conditions, the temperature, the air pressure, the wind speed. All these different environmental factors can really mess up the maximum altitude of the rocket.
Yeah,
yep.
Exactly.
So it sounds like we have an interview coming up really quick that we're going to cut to, and then we'll come back and we're going to keep grilling you. I mean,
oh, that's great. Please do.
Hello, you guys. I am back with someone. This is like a special interview. This is limited edition interview. We are never going to get it back. I am here with Matt. He said I should call him the GOAT, or the one behind it all, basically. We're running everything.
Yeah, I'm the technical director for our live stream here. So we've been busy setting up since Friday, and it's just a pleasure to actually be on air and not behind the switcher. So thanks for having me on, Abby.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's cool having you here. It's getting like a little bit meta. I'm getting like a little bit freaked out. I usually hear him in my ear, and now it's like right here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Hopefully it sounds a little bit better in person than over the mics, but yeah, it's cool to be in front of the camera, and there's definitely a lot going on, and to see the crew that's helped putting on this live stream, not just the camera angle, but behind the camera is really cool to see.
Cool. So can you describe like your job? What exactly are you doing to help out the live stream?
Yeah. So I think I'm not a professional broadcaster by any means, but I think most folks would call it the technical director. I sit behind the switcher and I watch all of the camera angles, and I help produce what you see out there on the live stream. So whether it's bringing in a graphic or whether it's tossing from one anchor to another, to trying to catch all of the rocket shots. So, to our folks watching home, I apologize. It's me personally who you're screaming into the chat about if we miss a rocket. But, we're all volunteers. We're all trying our best. And it's a really hard. These rockets move really fast. And so, we're just trying to build the shots. We have over 30 camera angles. Right now I'm looking at a crazy live stream video plan on how this whole operation is put together. So helping coordinate and set up this infrastructure. We're out here just for 1 week with rental gear. And so getting all the setup going, and then coordinating all of the crew, and then also putting on the final product that we see on the live streams. That's sort of what I've been involved with.
So you talked about like not being a professional, but you just seem to have it all under control. Like, how do you keep it so organized and just keep it flowing like with content the whole time?
Yeah. I think the most important part is my job is to help tell the story, and that's something I take pretty seriously. There's a lot of work that students put in through all the years, and I was previously actually a competitor here. And so I know what the student stories are, and being able to help showcase that. I do have a little bit of broadcast experience working in a different production, just as an amateur, but I've picked up things along the way. So I've seen how the pros do it and try to bring some of that along with me to help better tell this story here.
Yeah, well, that's cool coming from being a student to being like the live stream director, basically. How was your experience as a student?
Yeah, it was great. The collegiate rocketry community is just really super strong, and actually one of our commentators, Nate, he was on earlier today. You might have heard him. Was part of my team and lived with me for several years. So really, we lived and breathed collegiate rocketry. You wake up on a Saturday, you go to the shop, and you spend all day with your teammates, your housemates. It was my community, and so it's always fun to see that in other different locations. Every student here has their collegiate rocketry community, and it's a big part of their college experience, and it was a big part of mine. So being able to help support and bring on and showcase the work that students are doing now that I'm an alum has been really fun.
Yeah, that is cool. So I mean, shout out to you, dude. You keep the whole thing running, and thank you for being on here and talking to us about a little bit more of the behind the scenes. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and it's not just me. I am the guy who gets the control, and well, actually, right now I'm not the guy. So thanks to all the folks who have allowed me to step back and engage other folks. But it's really not just me. There's a massive crew. The live stream team has never been bigger. We've got a big showing from NMSU.
Yes.
NASA Spaceflight is also here, getting some of those great shots. And then there's a big cohort of live stream. And then, if you are interested in what you're seeing here on the live stream, we would love to have you. Don't wait for next year. If you're here on the VLA out in New Mexico, come join us. We always need help flying drones, getting those great shots, also working the cameras, even just helping out, getting batteries back and forth. That goes a long way. So it's really not just me. It's a massive team effort to make this happen. Logan Herrera has been a big part of coordinating prior to the event, and he's the media director here at Ezra. So thanks to the Ezra team for being able to resource this great broadcast, and all of the folks that come and join us for the week of. They also are critical, and thanks to all of the live stream team who helped make this possible.
Awesome. Yep. Well, thank you to everyone mentioned, because they're also the reason why I'm here doing this interview. So I think that's it. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Abby.
Let's take it back to the booth.
Dude, I love your hat.
Oh my gosh, I love your hat.
Oh my gosh. Wow, where can you get such a
stylish
swaggy hat like this?
Well, if you're here at competition, you can come by the merch store. And you can pick up our first edition Spaceport America Cup hats.
Wow, Amin, what other stuff can we pick up from the merch store?
As per usual, we have all the patches that we usually have, including the sounding rocket patches, and the patches from all the Spaceport America Cup competitions. They're all like $2. For
What
those
a
of you,
steal.
for those of you at home, please hassle your family members to come by and get you memorabilia, because I'm working my hardest right now. I'm brand new at this. I'm trying to set up an online store, but that has not happened yet. So the only way for you to get this coveted merchandise that only gets sold once a year right now is if you have got people here and who will buy it for you. So tell them.
You're doing a great job, Amin. He's doing a great job running the merch store.
I mean, $2 for a sticker, that's a steal. Yeah. I mean, the memories and experiences are priceless, and then the sticker being $2 is pretty fantastic.
Yeah. And I know for those of you that have been watching the competition, all the students who are here as Rocketeers also got very interesting bags this year with our lead sponsor, OnShape. Shout out to OnShape for sponsoring the competition this year.
Nice.
I love their software. I use it at home.
Yeah, it's one of the only CADs you can get to run on Linux too. So everyone running Linux out there, instead of having to dual boot something, OnShape runs perfectly fine.
Yeah. But you can buy the bags. You can also buy the student T-shirts that say Rocketeer on it. So I don't know if any of you have free hands, but essentially,
hold it up here.
Yeah, help me, please.
I got you.
Thank you. So if you too can be a Spaceport Rocketeer by buying this shirt for $12, come by the booth. Definitely definitely would love to get some of these nice homes. So,
Yes.
and it has all the sponsors this year, as well as our vendors. So shout out to our vendors. We're also here supporting the students. They've actually been a huge help this year in terms of helping these students assemble motors, help them troubleshoot GPS systems and flight computers, which are a major component to the rocket flights right now and how we score, right?
Definitely.
So without vendor support and entire community support, we wouldn't be able to run this competition and reinvest in the students, you know?
Exactly. Amin, when will the merch store be open this week?
The merch store is running every day on site at the vertical launch area, and it's going to be we will also be open for the award ceremony. So tune in for that and make sure that people come get stuff for you.
And even if you're a student and you already have a patch, what if you lose it? You need a backup.
Your mom and dad also want a patch.
Yes, they do.
I think your dog wants one too, but that's just the salesman in me.
You can put it on the collar.
But honestly, we are a non-for-profit, for those of you that are tuning in and don't know. So all the proceeds that we get here just get reinvested every year to the competition. That's one of the reasons why we got tents this year. You know, like, we're getting more investment from our community at large. We also have super chats enabled on this YouTube live stream. That's going to help us also invest in our students as well.
Make sure to smash that like button.
Make sure to like, share with your friends, and you know, just we want to grow this event. We want to help our students, and I'm glad to be here as a former student helping my community. And you know, I hope if any of you who are students who are watching this, like, you can come and you can come volunteer as well, and I hope that you do.
Yeah, actually, a very good point. You do not necessarily need rocketry experience in order to come be a judge or be a volunteer. We have many different volunteer roles.
Exactly.
This feels like trying to pitch for my rocketry team all over again, where I'm like, I promise we're not all aerospace engineers. We need other people too.
We need business people.
Please, we need business. People. We need finance.
We need PR. We need social media. And it's like the better we perform in our roles, the better of an event we get to put on for you at home, and more importantly, the students and the city of Las Cruces.
Definitely.
Exactly. We even have people who do volunteer support.
That's true. There's volunteers that volunteer for the volunteers.
So if you just want to come out and you want to come get involved, we've got volunteer support, we've got the merch store, we've got registration, we've got judging, we have range safety, we have launch operations, we have all sorts of options, so come volunteer.
Yes. Please come help.
Yeah, it's an excellent time also just to come out here and spectate, right? Helping out with all the different teams, the judges walking around. You know, you get to see what a lot of the cutting edge stuff being done in the sport of hobby rocketry is. So it's a great time to come out here and just look at what's going on, talk to the teams, talk to all the different sponsors, talk to all the different mentors and experts that gather out here at this unique event. And volunteering is a great way to come out and do that.
Yeah, talking to some of the students, have you guys seen a project or part of a project this year so far that's been your favorite?
I think my favorite project this year has been, shout out to, this is a shameless plug for Florida, but I think the Swamp Works or Swamp Launch payload was very interesting. They had a gimbal set up with a camera, and their goal was to try to live stream the descent of their rocket. I do not know if they were successful because I've been too busy. I'm hoping they were, but I know they launched, and I believe they were able to recover.
What about you?
So I was walking around judging 2 days ago at the convention center, and I saw some really interesting projects. You know, two that stood out to me. There was one team with a hybrid rocket, and you know, hybrid rockets have to have their ground support systems for their fill and their ignition and all that. And they had this beautifully done like electrical utility box, and all of their systems were perfectly laid out, and their solenoid valves, all in a row. All of their relays, all in a row. It was beautifully wired, beautifully organized. It was one of the best ground support systems I've ever seen. And you know, there was one other team too, and I won't say which one it was, but we were looking over their rocket, and we asked them, so tell us about this part of your rocket, and they'll say, we made it ourselves. Like the fin, they made the fin sheets themselves. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Tell us about the nose cone. We made it ourselves. Tell us about the parachute. We made it ourselves. Tell us about the avionics. We made it ourselves. Yeah. I mean, the creativity and resourcefulness that some of these teams bring to this competition is really awe-inspiring. You know, and it's not easy to do a lot of these things, right? Like SRAD, we say SRAD, the Student Research and Developed Components. The SRAD avionics. You need whole electrical engineers for that. It's not just aerospace. The parachutes.
electrical
You need to know
engineers,
how to
software
sew.
engineers.
And they had their own ground station
yeah,
too.
Yeah, and it's like it's super technically impressive what people are able to do, and a lot of times without a lot of funds, right? And it's like it's really inspiring, like you said, and I just hope that we can. I really hope that we can help keep supporting these teams.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely a huge shout out also to teams, because a lot of these teams do not necessarily have, the financial means in order to outsource, any of their manufacturing to, local shops and stuff like that. So a surprising amount of teams hand make a lot of their stuff. And I know personally, speaking from someone who's done manufacturing with carbon fiber or with fiberglass. Also, I'm going to really quickly interrupt my story because I noticed that here on the screen that it looks like the launch control officer has made a new call in order to scrub for the day.
Yes, I think I heard over the comms here that they might be scrubbing the launches for the day.
And that's going to be due to the high winds we're experiencing and the cloud cover that rolled in.
Yeah, definitely looking at the weather later in the day, it looks like these higher winds, this cloud cover is going to be sustained throughout. Planned to be sustained throughout the rest of the afternoon, and the safety of our students and launching these rockets is one of our highest priorities.
Absolutely.
And yep, sounds like really quick we're going to cut to a sponsor video, and then we'll be signing off after that.
But I wanted to talk a little bit about what this scrub means for the students out here today, right? So there's only so many launch days that we have available. The waiver only goes so far, and there are over 100 rockets that need to get launched here today. So what does this mean for our schedule moving forward?
So I guess I'll start first, but it means that teams got to come prime tomorrow, and they got to make sure that they're aligned there early, and they have to, they have to make sure they launch with time to recover. And I feel like recovery time for a lot of these teams that do more technically impressive stuff is not something that is accurately considered on their end. It's not uncommon to hear people walking on the desert for several hours looking for their rocket, right? Or getting to the rocket in this rough conditions is very difficult.
Yeah.
Yes, I think Amin made some very good points, and so we're going to go ahead and cut to an interview that Comms has been telling us about. So we'll be switching over to that right about now.
Should be switching.
Oh, my bad. Hello. I am back with Keelan with security. So hello, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. So how are you guys? How are you doing? Can you tell me about? I'm sorry, they're just talking in my ear. But how? Can you describe what you're doing here?
Well, me and my team, we're security here at Spaceport America. It's our job to keep the site safe, keep the people safe, and keep the property safe. So.
Have you had any crazy incidents that you can tell us about here at Spaceport? And
usually it's mostly wildlife, coyotes, javelina, stuff like that. We'd also respond to incidences when we're asked from locals, Sierra County here in New Mexico. So we're kind of responsible for the safety in this valley.
Okay, awesome. How did you get into security? And
so a friend of mine already worked here, and we were in the military together. So he thought that'd be a good fit. So came out and just jumped in, trying to support however I could.
Awesome. So is there anything else you would like to add? Maybe a couple of words or shout outs or anything?
Yeah, definitely shout out to the Fiori's security team, Fiori Fire. Definitely come see us at Spaceport America. We do tours, so come out and see what's going on. We have a lot of stuff going on other than just Virgin Galactic, and a lot of people don't know that. So southern New Mexico is beautiful. We got a lot of good food, a lot of good culture. So if you're ever in the area, definitely get a chance to do that. Then I think you should.
Yeah, awesome, cool. Okay, well, thank you for being here and for keeping us safe. Let's take it back to the booth.
And we are back.
We're
Once
back.
again, y'all are stuck with us. What are you talking about? You're a pleasure to be around. Thank you. It looks like I can see some cars that are coming back or that are driving out and coming back from the launch area because I believe last we checked in, we still had some rockets out there that the teams are going to need to bring back in.
That's right. The rockets have been standing out on the pad, fully armed and ready to launch the last like hour and a half, 2 hours now, which is one of the real world complications that you have to deal with as a competitor in this competition, right? You can, when you test the rocket, you might be the only one out there, or you might be the most complicated rocket out there, and so you get priority on the pads. Out here, we've got hundreds of teams that need to launch. We have so many banks set up. Rockets might need to sit out on the pad for a very long period of time before they can go.
Yeah, exactly.
What does that mean for the engineering of these things?
I think that means that you need to design for, you need to have the ability and design for a variety of launch conditions like you're talking about. It could be windy, it could be not be windy, it can be, there are times when we come out here and we have beautiful launch days with 0 wind, right? And when you go out to our pads, which are fairly more complex than your standard hobby rocketry pads, you can adjust any angle, any direction you want.
Right.
So it's like just knowing that you need to design with the ability to change your direction to reach the altitude you need to reach with plus minus whatever percentage you're looking for your optimal scoring.
Yeah.
It sounds like we are going to be cutting away to another either a sponsor video or another interview coming up next. See you soon.
With every advancement
Great video from our sponsor, and so we're going to start winding down the live stream now as people start pulling stuff back in from the vertical launch area. And so I guess before we sign off, do you guys have any closing words for any of our students or any people in the live stream? I'm going to go first, apparently. Make sure when you're approaching your rockets, students, stay safe. All your stuff is armed. Be very cautious, right? And, make sure you're listening to your safety officer. Go with your removal process. And we're just stay safe out there,
Yeah, definitely. There's many more launches to come here at our amazing event. We've got, I think, 2 more days to go here out on the VLA. And so for all the students out there, stay hydrated, stay happy, get some rest. You deserve it. You need it. And stay positive. We've got a lot here to come. And then for all our viewers at home, we'll be redoing the live stream again tomorrow. And so, join us back here. We'll have the whole setup ready to go again. Lots more amazing launches to go, hopefully with some better weather. And we'll see you guys all back here out at the live stream tomorrow.
Goodbye. Bye, everybody.